Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, rooted and booted and ready to go. Ultron rises to the skies, just like Groot does in this clip, featuring Iron Man and a little bit of Bucky Boom Boom time. Are you ready for the boom?
I get that 5 big booms. Boom, 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 baby. Look at that Iron Man.
What a kill feed. We've got Achilles joining us. It is 4 a.m. in Korea, but that's how dedicated we are. Jake, fortunately, we're North Americans. We hang out in North America full time, and we're just getting started because we are locked in for 6 hours, maybe 7 of Rivals Fight Night fun. Achilles, though, are you excited to see Ultron make his appearance on Fight Night?
I'm excited about that. I'm excited to be back, and I'm also excited to get over the hump of the tiredness that has bestruck me ever since I rolled out of bed about 20 minutes ago. Early morning, but it's always worth it when I'm here on the Rivals Fight Night broadcast.
Have you tweaked them yet, Achilles?
No.
If you just give a little sensory adjustment, you'll wake right up.
I think I know where you're going with this.
It's a veteran broadcaster tip for anyone trying to get in the industry. A quick tweak and you'll be on point. Jake, we're on point though with our EU teams. Thank you, production, for getting me off the screen. Team one, is taking on BK. We got Brr Brr Patapim though waiting in our EU finals match as Virtus Pro is missing in action thanks to Coach EQO. EQO, I don't know if you're to blame, but I'm going to say you as the new coach are the reason Finzi is not defending his title tonight. Can we start with the challengers though, Jake? Who is Team 1? Because I've seen these player names. Will they make it to another final?
They're XLG. I think they probably are the favorites here, but the standings have really been shifting in Europe. There's rumblings that Virtus Pro haven't been so dominant in the scrims. It's why they backed out this week. And so honestly, I think there's room for a lot of teams to make upsets with Ultron coming in, with things shifting in the meta. This is always the moment for these up and coming teams who are motivated, grinding, trying to discover new strats to maybe get a bit of an edge. In Team 1 on an individual level, they've really impressed me. Melio came into the squad and has really added new depth and new dimension to the team. Rajaro and trust me, Fate and Level and Crook, this is a very solid team from top to bottom. And so I do see them as a very serious contender, especially at this moment in the game with meta shifting.
What have we seen from Melio? Is he running the Iron Man recently? I know Naga was running Namor last time I saw him, a lot of Hela as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could see a lot of different things. We've seen, with Ultron coming in, maybe some of these like hit scan duelists could be a little bit stronger, being able to shoot up at some of those flyers, clear things like Iron Man out of the sky, but also Iron Man with the team up could be pretty powerful. Again, it's all going to come down to the ban phase though. And I think honestly, teams are going to have different visions about what they think is the strongest, what they want to run. And this is that opportunity to let those heads clash and see who has the better read on the meta right now.
Trust me, one of my favorite vanguards to watch. He will be playing for Team 1 tonight. Their opponent, Achilles Blood Kariudo, aka Team BK with the butterfly symbol. Talk to me about this squad.
I mean, I'm the wrong person to kind of throw this one to.
Just read the names. Read the names. That's what I do.
Oh yeah.
Layla's. We got a crazy kitty up in the business.
Crazy kitty, Gainer, iMonkey, which is like a digital monkey made by Apple, I guess, and then Kath, and then Zenny.
And Kath.
What timeline do we have to be on, and how far into the future before Apple is just like, we're going to develop
the iMonkey
electronic monkeys? Yeah.
I mean, it could be coming. You never know. You never know. Apple does not discuss unannounced products. It's not a spoiler.
I would buy that instantly. It's happening one day. Gainer rocking the Emma Frost. We always ask our players, what's your favorite character to play on or off the competition field? And they get to choose. You can see we could potentially have Wolverine showdown. My guy Tanuki is waiting in the finals for Brr Brr Patapim. Can Crazy Kitty help him get there?
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that with a Wolverine showdown. We got plenty of that in NA when I was casting 2 weeks ago, but I always happen to come in when it seems like we have some kind of complete meta shift or some other kind of shift. Like
we throw you right into the fire.
Like, all right, here we go. We got Ignite Draft. That's something new that we're gonna have to deal with, and no one in the chat's gonna realize what's going on. So they're constantly gonna be asking questions as far as like why someone's playing something that's banned. This week come in, it's like, all right, Ultron's in. Who knows what we're going to get as far as the meta? And EU has always kind of been, I think, very different from North America as well. We see very different ideas going on between the two regions. So
very different.
Who knows what we're going to get?
Jake, if we're going to recap what we saw basically all of season 1.5 into 2.2.2, or sorry, season 2 was the 2-2-2, right? You had 2 players in each role. I've seen a lot of triple strategists now with Ultron in the mix. We're going to Hell's Heaven. Is there a world that we see triple DPS tonight? Triple duelist?
I think triple duelist is probably one of the least likely triple ups, just because with the strategists, I feel like that the title can be a bit of a misnomer. You've got characters like Adam Warlock and Star-Lord that, or rather not Star-Lord, but Ultron, Adam Warlock, where they're strategists and they have some good healing skills, but ultimately they mostly do damage. Even Jeff is basically played as a duelist, and so you are running a third strategist, but often you're running characters like Loki and Mantis, Adam Warlock and Ultron being like the most extreme examples where realistically they're there to do most damage, and then okay, they have some strategist power, they have maybe some useful support ultimates to keep the team alive, but they're being run to continuously have a lot of damage, where hard to replace healing in a game like Marvel Rivals. The sustain, being able to survive through some ultimates and outplay, you really never want to have. It's hard to have too much of that. Whereas with duelists, you go a little bit too heavy on the duelist, there's just not enough resources to go around. Things start to fall apart. So
yeah, if you don't got the heals, you're going to have a bad time sometimes. The strategists are going to be crucial. We'll see how many of them get banned out, as it looks like Vanguards will be the first one selected. Blood, Kariudo, and Team 1 as we get ripping into this one. Achilles, I was playing last night. I was struggling against Ultron, and then all of a sudden I found out that Storm whoops that character's ass. And then I found out that everyone loves Storm because of the Sharknado. Have you witnessed a Sharknado in competition yet?
No, because I think I've only seen one legit Jeff so far while casting this game. So and it didn't go very well at all.
So Jeff goes really well now with the Storm combo. They basically just swallow people up the size of a tornado. It's insta kills. I'm already posting my TikToks. Anyway, we're jumping into this pick and ban with our first protect going to the 2 Vanguards of Magneto and Strange. Is that what I'm seeing here, Jake? Walk me through the situation.
Yeah, so with these bans, I mean, both teams have blocked. So Blood Kariudo has blocked Team 1 from playing Strange and protected it for themselves, and the same is true for Team 1 and Magneto. So Team 1 likely going to play the Magneto, and Doctor Strange being banned and protected in that way is kind of surprising, because Strange had fallen out of the meta for quite a long time. I think especially with Invisible Woman being able to like push you forward and back, it felt like really inconsistent to land the Eye of Agamotto and to actually get the follow-up kills, where Magneto is just finding a little bit more of those like instant burst kills with the Meteor M, and especially in the context of a strategist ult trade. And so I'm not shocked to see Magneto prioritized, but this is definitely a shift in priority for Strange to be, going so early.
All right, now they're making sure they can have Adam Warlock. They banned Loki. So we're going to see what is looking like on the backline. Ultron will be in the sky for our first game. We're going to see some fun. The railgun beam is going to be coming through. Achilles, what is the final ban?
I mean, this could just end up being Ultron as well.
Yeah,
if they want to just kind of handshake and say like, okay, let's just both not play this. And it looks like that's going to be the case. So it's just going to be Ultron banned out on both sides. So we're not going to get into the game. Similar kind of to what I was saying 2 weeks ago, but that was during the kind of like busted Human Torch meta, where no one was like, okay, we can't let this through. The first ban was just everybody saying like, okay, we're just getting rid of this. No one's playing Human Torch this week. And it seems like we're going to start that with Ultron, but it took a little while to get there, which is surprising.
All right. So each team is going to ban 4 out. You got a Vanguard and a Strategist protected. We're ready to go. No Emma Frost, no Ultron. Hell's Heaven, game on. We got Achilles, we got Jake. This is your EU Challenger match. BK, take it out, Team 1. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one. Both teams going to be challenging for the top spot this week, as they don't have to worry about trying to go through Virtus Pro. That has just been indomitable in the top spot here in EU. So kind of up for grabs here, Jake, as we'll get into it and take a look at some of the comps. And for now, the hovers are at least some pretty crazy stuff compared to what we're usually seeing.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit of, I believe Hawkeye has been played as a sort of a Jeff counter, where Jeff was doing this like crazy flanking with Captain America and like actually being really annoying with the amount of damage he could deal, where Hawkeye can charge up on him and then just like one-shot him. Looks like it's going to be a Strange Portal rollout here. Blood Kariudo. They're just going to go, are they going straight into the back line, trying to just assassinate some individual targets here? It's a risky strat off mid, but they're just going to rip it.
Yeah, send it out. Just going to go diving forward. arrive here onto the high ground. Now it's going to be dropping down. Fight getting ready to ensue. Push forward. Just clearing out some of this Penny Parker util here where possible, but it's going to be Melio able to find an opening pick and gets himself a second as well. As Playlas, Zenny both going to be taken down. Rez obviously going to be coming through there. As Crazy Kitty's able to peel one back. Trust me, dead, but similarly there, Fate having the Rez at the ready brings him right back into the fray, but initial cap is going to be coming through here. Push forward, just looking for a bit more damage, a couple more picks. Low on HP here is that Vanguard front line, and Kariudo ultimately going to have to go for a reset.
Shout out Wolverine. Sorry, go ahead.
This Rocket Penny team up actually looks pretty sick, right? Like getting extra res beacons for the extra BRB is kind of insane. So like even though Storm does get a pick back, it just doesn't end up mattering. And yeah, Adam Warlock could also potentially bring some people back, but this comp from Kariudo is kind of awkward for them, and Team 1 is just running rampant. They're pushing confidently here into the spawn. This kind of a crazy level of aggression here. And Team 1 just feeling it, right? Gonna rip that ult from Melio, charge it up so quickly. Seems like Kariudo is kind of weathering the storm pretty well and gonna re-push with some of their own ults. They do have that Sharknado potentially available.
Just about ready to build that one up here. Is Crazy Kitty going to be taking an immense amount of damage? Burst healing going to be coming through. Does manage to survive. So Tornado now going to be online. Kath, as you mentioned, has the Devour ready to go, but Naga just diving forward, able to go ahead and get the pick. The Storm going to be taken down. And now, trust me, just looking to go ahead and sprint at him. Spot of time, as you heard it, and Melio again coming up with the goods. Back-to-back kills once more going to be found as Naga gets the cleanup, and that's going to be yet another reset. So ults aplenty available here for Blood Kariudo, but just not able to get into position to try to invest them.
Dude, they just can't walk up. They're getting surrounded, hit from all sides. I saw level 1 Crook on the flanking Luna Snow. It's absolutely ridiculous. And just pumping damage from this Hawkeye, who looks pretty much uncontested. There's the first kill from Majaro, taking down Katten. Jesus, Blood Kariudo are getting blown out of the water here. This is merciless from Team 1, shoving them into the spawn door. I don't even think you're getting a touch.
Yeah, touching the spawn door challenge completed. Like you said, how do you even, how are you even meant to try to get back? I don't think they can. It's just going to be a 5 ult carryover into the next round. That is perfection off the rip here from Team 1. What an opening volley. And I mean, Blood Kariudo is going to be scratching their heads, and they need to make a quick pivot here, it would seem.
Dude, it's interesting seeing a Hawkeye coming back in, because Hawkeye has, for me, always felt like such a crazy pub stomper character where, like, I feel like I could just play Hawkeye and just one-shot everybody. And, you know, it really wasn't being played at the highest level. I think maybe due to the prevalence of Dive, being able to assassinate the Hawkeye and really punish him. But him and Magneto are just doing ridiculous damage in this game. 5,000 for Magneto, almost 6 for Hawkeye. Building up towards that second ultimate. Yeah, you have all your ultimates more or less online for Blood Kariudo, but they are just getting crushed in the neutral game. They had these ults for quite a while in that first round. They just couldn't deploy them. They were being harassed too aggressively from all of these flank angles.
Gentlemen, as we should point out, there are some new team-ups. Melio, of course, teaming up with Luna on that Hawkeye. He's got his frozen shot. And then we have the Penny Rocket combo, who has been the bane of my existence in Diamond. If you guys know how to deal with her, let me know. I hate her. I ban her every single game.
These new team-ups, right? Like, they really shifted the meta.
Run at her.
Yeah. Another strange portal coming in. And such an early usage of the bubble from the Hulk is very defensive from them. Team 1 already reacting well to this. And I mean, Blood Kariudo, they're just trying to be defensive. They're just trying to heal each other and stay alive, but it just doesn't feel like they're able to get in and catch anybody. They're too scared to push any of the flanks. Team 1 is just hitting them from all angles. Trust me, may have overextended though.
Taken there, but they are able to go ahead and get the sustain coming through as Crook sends out the ultimate. Melio similarly able to do that. Just looking for some neutral picks here. Can't find anything. Crazy Kitty setting out the Tornado. This HP bar is getting tagged up there. So Crazy Kitty is able to find the kill there. Crook going to be taken down, but the trade comes through and the res is out. Fate bringing that Luna right back into the fight. And for now, it's going to be Blood Kariudo operating down a player. I Monkey popping the ultimate. No HP bar able to go ahead and get that back up to full. Trying to sustain Naga. As the overshield popped and does manage to go ahead and find the kill to go ahead and get that health locked in, gets the confirmation there. Trying to stay alive, dancing around, ends up falling to the wayside. And it looks like Blood Kariudo is going to be able to find their first solid little team fight victory here as, their stun up just going to be coming through there.
That was sick. The Hulk's capture there, the iframes allowed Blood Kariudo to cap and even, I believe, cancel the Penny Parker ultimate. So trust me, lost some of that ult charge, and the clock is starting to tick up here for Blood Kariudo. The team wanted they're just coming right back into this. They're just like absolutely no respect, just retaking and more ultimates are coming online soon. You really only have the mass res for Blood Kariudo. It's pretty hard to use that when you're so on the back foot. Now Hawkeye just pumping damage, and it feels like Team One are just going to snatch this fight right back.
Yeah, the dive for it. I mean, iMonkey just going to get popped right back into the banner form, and
they're not going to kill him.
Yeah, I was going to say quickly get cleaned up because the flip is there though. Team One have control, so that's just going to be an added little bit of stagger there onto iMonkey. Looking to reset.
He needs to run out. He doesn't understand what they're doing to him.
Oh no, you're just getting bullied.
Yep, it's pretty brutal, and because of that, that's Team One basically just completely negating all of the cap that Blood Kariudo got. So the lead is no longer there. They're taking the lead. Team One back in control. Ults dumped on both sides. I'm curious to see how this next fight goes through because both teams are dangerously close to having multiple ults online. Blood Kariudo, though, needing them a bit more as double stun out. See, Penny Parker now just kind of getting into the back line, setting up that web. The dive forward coming through here alongside Naga, who has that ult popped. He's looking for a target. Looks like he's going to make a quick little exit, though. Slides back in with the rest of the team. Doesn't want to overextend.
Cloak and Dagger ult sports in a very defensive position. Now the Amplifier comes out from Fate, starting to pump the damage in. Penny Parker hasn't even deployed the ultimate. Rajaro still already finding picks. There's Naga with another. And once again, Blood Kariudo just getting cleaned off the map. Penny Parker wants to win this one out comfortably, and you got the self-res on Adam Warlock, but there's really no hope for that. And once again, bro, this is brutal. You got to get off Hulk, bro. They're doing nasty things to you.
I mean, it's just surrounded, not dead. Boy.
He doesn't know. You got to run out, man. That's the only thing you can do in this spot is just try to run away to your teammates so they have to kill you. But he's not. He doesn't realize that, so he's going to get mega stalled every time.
Well, still waiting to respawn. Now able to come back into this one. Crazy Kitty going to be tagged down to about half HP, being focused, stunned, and dead. Trust me, able to go ahead and confirm the kill. The tornado not to come through. Not in this fight, not in this round in all likelihood, as iMonkey again is immediately picked off. And at Team One looking for the 2-0 portal set up to try to get themselves over for the touch. It's just going to be a hair too late. So there you go. It's going to be a 2-0 start on Hell's Heaven, as we will see Team One smash their way to victory.
All right, we need to see a very different ban phase out of Blood Kariudo. They just got worked over. New meta from Team One looks incredibly dominant. Belio getting a lot of mileage out of Hawkeye. That team up being leveraged to great effect. Same for the Penny Parker and Rocket. And Rajaro on the Magneto just delivering. I mean, I see why they prioed so heavily, getting that first ban, first protect. I mean, he's almost top damage in the lobby. 0 deaths. Magneto just pumping DPS in this fight. And the triple strategist setup just falling flat for Blood Kariudo. I mean, I really just am struggling to see the vision of their comp and like what they're trying to accomplish. This is just an incredibly one-sided map one, which really is going to put a lot of confidence in Team One going into the rest of the series. For Blood Kariudo, it's you can change a lot strategically and adjust with the ban phase in the next couple maps, but man, I don't think you can fix the mental devastation from map one.
This is a comp loss right here. Chat was saying, are they throwing out a clown comp so they're not giving up strats for Ignite? I don't think you're doing that this early, not in a game one. But what is the thought process? Because I'm looking across for team ups. There's not a whole lot of chemistry amongst those 6 characters.
Yeah, it's just like what the Jeff and Storm. I mean, I guess I just even like using team ups, right? Your comp need team ups, but it also needs to actually make sense strategically. And so like you look at this Team One comp, and they're basically playing to surround and poke the enemy from all sides, right? Like they're playing to harass with the Penny Parker on the back line, for Hawkeye to get in there, for Rocket to be evasive and, you know, being able to pressure somebody from the side angle and then run away with all his movement skills. Similar story for the Luna Snow as well with her skating. And so they're trying to just hit and run from all sides, where I just don't see what the vision is for Blood Kariudo. Like their plan is to walk on the point, but where's the damage coming from? It's like Adam Warlock and Storm. But those heroes don't do that well when they're being flanked and surrounded, right? Those are heroes that want the game to be controlled and front to back, and they're just pumping damage to a single grouped up cloud of enemies. But you're not getting that at all from Team One.
Let's take a look here at some of the highlights. Emilio setting the tone on the Hawkeye. It was a clean first round for Team One. Blood Kariudo, it looked like a nice start to the second round. That was about it. If you're looking for highlights, they were few and far between. Simply outslayed. I'm looking at the eliminations here. Your top final blows. Crazy Kitty on Storm dropping 2. That's a rough game, Achilles.
It wasn't a great showing. I think collectively there was about 13 limbs that were picked up there for Blood Kariudo, so it's not a great look when you're getting blown out of the water. But like Jake said, the composition, the vision that we can tell, you want a little bit more front to back, not being able to get surrounded so much. So I think now that you do have map pick in your favor, you can go over to something like Convoy that is going to play a little bit more front to back, get yourself set up a bit better compared to Control. So there's an opportunity to make the pivot, but and be able to prove that this composition, has some legs to stand on. But I'm still a bit concerned just based on the way that this round went, because we never really saw them get into any kind of winning position. Yeah, they had the opening first volley on the second round. They get the cap, they get up to 25%, and then that's it. And that's not much to instill hope. So we need to be seeing a much hotter start going into the next map.
They had a really cool first teleport, though, Jake, and they popped that bubble instantly and took 0 damage on it.
Just like the way they use those resources, though, makes me scratch my head, though. Like, theoretically, you're all grouped up. You really shouldn't need that Hulk shield right away. You should be able to maybe get into a fight, start something off, and then pop that shield when the enemy is trying to actually shoot back at you. And so they're playing like a very defensive, cautious style. And I feel like Team One is just really taking liberties with that. Like, if you're using your skills that early and the Hawkeye's just free poking away, then unless you're instantly killing somebody, you're just not winning those fights. And I feel like putting yourself on that kind of a clock against a team as intelligent as Team One, where they're just kiting back, poking you from all sides, they will win in a long fight, and they don't really feel the pressure to force anything early. I always feel like that puts you in an awkward strategic spot. It's going to be Spider Islands, the map pick for Bud Kariudo. So you have full map pick power when you lose map 1 here. So the opportunity to put the ball back in your court and to go somewhere where maybe you look a little bit more comfortable, maybe the strategy is a little bit more prepared here for Spider Islands.
All right, we got Solo Parent in the chat. Shout out to all of the peach munchers. These are peaches on my shirt today. Compliments of Georgia. We have Achilles and Jake on the mic tonight, bringing you all of the EU action, and we're going into Spider Islands. Also, a quick reminder, subs are appreciated here. If you haven't used your Prime this month, hop on over to twitch.tv/Rivals Fight Night. Drop your Prime sub right now. It helps feed an observer for at least 32 hours. Achilles, what are you looking forward to in this second map? Are we going to have a longer game than what we just witnessed for game 1?
I mean, I think the only real answer that I could give would be just increased contention between the two teams, because the first map, it left a lot to be desired. I'm a hungry boy. I need to be fed with competitive Marvel rivals, and right now I'm starving a little bit. So please feed me, satiate me, because I am I'm looking for a bit more back and forth between.
Yeah, we need some gas. Give us some excitement. Some key moments to wake Achilles and I up. Jake is already dialed in. He's locked. He's not going to be too mean, though, with his analytical coverage until the end of the match, because everyone deserves a chance, and Jake is just that guy.
So I want to see them ban some of these team ups. Like, you can't be giving them the Penny Rocket team up. Looks pretty sick, actually. The Hawkeye Luna team up. I mean, and these are Luna's a very strong character, so you could just be banning Luna and be feeling pretty good about that ban. It's getting rid of the team up. It's getting rid of a very strong strategist. And it so it really does mitigate some of the effectiveness of the strategy that Team One showed. I mean, it's just make them show you something else. When you get beaten that bad, you really just have to force things to change radically and hope that turns up good for you, right? You should be willing to take some pretty risky gambles, coin flips, changing things up after getting beat down like that. Because if you just try to run it back and execute a little bit better, it's not going to be enough of a margin.
So a quick note here, I had a lot of people confused in the chat. What's going on with the bans and protects? This is the new system you're going to see for Ignite. The $3 million tournament qualifiers will begin with the teams using this. And we had a small production blemish. Under Team One, Luna was protected. It wasn't Ultron protected. I got baited. You got baited. There was a little confusion, but don't you worry. Team One is going to protect her later if she makes it through this ban process. So far, Emma Frost is going to be seen by both teams. Interesting. After both teams ban her out in game 1, they want to see her on the Spider Island, Achilles.
They do, and this time it's actually going to be no
identical ban phase so far.
Yeah, it's just pretty much just going right down the same path. But now we'll get some variation here, deviating from the path. The Loki ban coming out for Blood, and then we're going to have the Ultron still banned away from Team One.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see Ultron potentially available here. If Blood Kariudo want to protect it, I mean, with Luna down, okay, looks like they're going to prio the Loki higher. which is interesting. I mean, Loki is and always has been quite a strong support option with that copied ultimate. Is just so flexible. But now the opportunity to potentially change something up here. They're going to ban the Mantis, so mitigating some of those possible teams, but they could grab the Ultron here if they want it. Team one.
I don't understand the Mantis ban. Is it really a team up situation? Chat, at the higher levels, is Mantis truly a threat? Because here on Rivals Fight Night, I am the #1 Mantis hater on the planet, and she has only won 2 games. Never with just another strategist. She's always needed 2 strategist buddies to go with her.
All the difference.
Yeah, it's interesting. Typically, we see Mantis as part of that Adam Warlock, Loki, Star-Lord, and you play for like a high damage support trio, and you're getting the self-reses off, and Star-Lord getting a ton of resources can kind of carry on the damage front, at least as a duelist. Smile Dude, shout out. Thanks for the sub.
Nailed it.
I like our new Wolverine gift. That's dope.
Yeah, look at him creeping into Achilles' bedroom. Yeah. All right, here we go. Game number 2. It's the Spider Islands BLK, aka Blood Kariudo. We need you to show some life. It didn't exist in game 1. Your composition made no sense. Your use of utilities were confusing. Jake, I want to see a happy Jake. Show him some good gameplay.
I'm actually happy to see Spider Islands. It's been a while since we've seen this map get played, actually, at least for me in EU Fight Night. And I've always thought it's pretty fun to play. Like, there's a lot of flank angles. It's a very different map than some of the other options, a lot more like long range potential. And so actually, I feel like Ultron should be pretty potent here. Team 1 racking up. They're also going to get the Emma Frost in play. Emma Frost has been like a particularly high skill Vanguard in my eyes, one that can have a massive impact on the outcome of the match, but is not plug and play, right? Does take a lot of expertise to match.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Doors
3-3. Blood Kariudo, no duelists. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical, but maybe they'll be able to hold this one down. They're trying to like hold this high ground, but they're just getting pummeled from above. I mean, Ultron, there's no one to shoot back at the Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, he's a free flyer. You've got Naga on Star-Lord as well. I mean, it's just going to be damage from every single angle here once and more.
Just send the raccoon up here. You can do it. Okay. You got this, buddy.
Well, the #1 Mantis hater, not going to be liking that. First kill does go through. Is Crook able to find one? Then he's going to be taken down. Kath now going to be falling to the wayside as well as Naga finds the Invisible Woman, and that should just be the cleanup coming through as Crazy Kitty cannot stay alive, and the rest of the team is not going to be able to exit back into the spawn room door. So it's just going to be a very solid opening little volley here once again as Team 1 fighting their way out and getting that push started.
It's actually kind of an interesting comp from my perspective for Blood Kariudo, because they're just going to run it down on the cart over and over again and run the clock down with this triple tank, triple strategist setup. That is legitimately a pretty strong way to play. Like, it's going to really burn
over a minute.
Yeah, they're going to, even though they might lose these fights, right? If they win one fight on first point, it could kind of turn into a full hold. And now the trade's coming in 1 for 1, and another kill for Blood Kariudo. This is pretty powerful, but commitments come in from Team 1. They self-res back into the fight and are going to pop ults. So it should be another cleanup. Remember, every second counts with this strat Blood Kariudo are playing. They don't really expect to win this fight. They're really going to commit, I think, on the final fight of first point.
Yeah, this one a bit faster on the cleanup here for the side of Team 1. The res really changing the tides here, changing the pace of that last one, but still half the time bank going to be remaining as Spider just starts inching forward.
I like Team 1 are just playing forward here. They know that the touch is going to come in no matter what they do, so they're trying to take the fight in the spawn here, and it looks like Blood Kariudo just were not ready.
Rude.
And that's the ultimate as well from Layla's here, just to try to turn the tides of this aggression, but it's just not going to find really any purpose here. The cleanup is just too swift from Team 1. Really solid kills going to be coming through. I mean, the dupe is going to be up from Zenning, going for a copy. Not sure exactly where yeah, okay, there you go. That's going to be the copy coming out, but it's not going to lead to much as Gainer is just going to end up getting taken down, and ultimately it seems like this push should get completed. Recap on the cart. Can now just go ahead and move forward, get the cleanup here onto the enemy Loki. So that 2.5 minute time bump going to be coming through. And unfortunately from Blood Kariudo, I mean, they take the clock down a bit, but it's still going to be 4 minutes to start in the second stretch here, Jake.
To make this strat work, you need to be winning the fights at the end of each checkpoint. That's like what the whole concept of the strat is. They're going to head over to the Bucky, going to add a little bit more duelist pressure, maybe contest some of these damage dealers in the sky, but Team 1 is just running rampant right now. Star-Lord diving in very low, though, maybe overextended just a little bit.
Okay.
He's going to be
Naga staying alive for far too long. How is he not getting picked off? Could just press it back into the fight, but looks like they still favor their odds, not having to commit that one. So we'll just go ahead and leave it here for the moment. Naga going to be respawning and rejoining. Naga going to go out. It's a decent amount of stuns going through there as Crook will get taken down, looking for the follow-up kills, and just we will fall. It seems like Blood Kariudo finally going to be finding some semblance of footing. Clark's still moving forward, but now they can push up and gain control.
It's a big ult trade, though, and I think that's actually kind of good for Team 1. That's a nice late pickoff, though, onto Fate. It's going to slow down this offense. This is an opportunity for Blood Kariudo to kind of dig their heels in and make a bit of a hold. However, the ultimates are coming in, and they don't really have a great defensive tool from over the top. Now, here's the Star-Lord.
Just trying to push up, get right on top of him, get that shield raised here, try to keep everybody else protected. Naga able to just dance around that one as we're diving forward, able to find one as Leolith is going to be taken down, and now the Star-Lord open up for a bit more damage up and over the top, but it's going to be Crook claiming the kill there onto Kath. Gainer eventually going to get overwhelmed and picked off. As right back into it, Team 1, they get staggered for a little bit, but they find their footing, and once again, they are charging forward.
Yeah,
can we get some Crook coverage, by the way? He was in the feed once again, and I am a Mantis hater, but I know with Ultron, you're going to need 3 strategists. So what does she contribute in a team fight?
Instant Storm ulti, by the way, on the retake. So Kariudo trying to get some kills off the back, and it's going to be very important. Storm ult doing some pretty big damage, but somehow they're able to survive. Team 1 kiting through that very well. Invisible Woman ult, though, going to continue to delay things out. But Kariudo need to find some kind of kills in the chaos, and here's 2.
The Flyer is going to be taking down there as Melio and Naga both end up holding. The Rez is going to be bringing them right back into the fray, though. Fate looking to just go ahead and turn the tides of this fight. Trust me, going to be low on HP, and they cannot keep that Frost alive, so it doesn't end up getting taken out. Once again, Fate is right there to try to go ahead and pull him back into this one. Invisible Woman pulling the trigger on the ult, trying to go ahead and obfuscate and keep everybody protected here. Holding the door in towards that final point is Leo once again going to get taken down, having a bit of a rougher go of it here on this final stretch. 3.5 meters left to go to try to get this cap, and now the rollback's going to start coming through as there will be Team 1 successfully held at bay here for the moment.
Yeah, the copied Invisible Woman ult really giving a lot of sustain, and now ultimates are quite low. However, there's no obvious response here to the Star-Lord ultimate. Flank pressure here coming in from level 1 Crook, and here's Star-Lord over the top with the legendary. 1 kill already, though, found, giving Blood Kariudo a chance. The copied Invisible Woman ult's going to stabilize.
Able to bring himself back in very quickly, but yeah, Naga not going to be finding too much there, just a smattering of damage, and now going to be sniped down as Layla is able to find the kill. The swap over onto the Winter Soldier, doing a bit of wonders here. It would seem for Blood Kariudo as far as the hold comes in, but this time the breakthrough has begun here for Team 1. Trust me, still trying to lead the charge here, but eventually will get taken down as that's going to be the crack and pop. Layla's looking to try to turn the tides of this fight, looking for a little bit more. The repop drops down, looks for the reset, a bit of damage across, trying to kill off Crook. Can't quite isolate and conquer, though. Eventually will get taken down. Storm ult into the back line. Tornado able to find 1. Crook this time does get finished off. Looking for a little bit more. Quick exit back through the portal, though, for Crazy Kitty to try to keep himself protected. Cart still not advancing forward, though. Once again, investment here from Kath sets up the ultimate. Melio going to be taken down. Team maybe held at bay. Just 10 seconds remaining. Now dead. Multiple players on their team. And Fate, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to turn the tides this time around. Gets the res pop, puts him right back into the fight, but they need to find some stability, and they need to find the push. Into overtime we go.
They do get the first touch, though, so they're going to have another chance. This Crook is so incredibly low. Is going to get cleaned up, but it's a trade. And now Naga looking to turn the tides of battle decisively, getting in, dealing that damage. Just very low players on Blood Kariudo. Even Doctor Strange dies trying to cast Eye of Agamotto. Naga managing to snatch this one back. The massive Adam Warlock res seems to have been enough there. And that ended up being way more clutch than you would have thought. Coming into map 1, coming into how this round started, but Blood Kariudo really digging their heels in, making a pretty solid defense, running that clock down to overtime.
The OT, but the cap is there, so now down to the final minute and a half. Last stretch. Likely going to be one of the more difficult stretches of the map here for Team 1. We'll see how they do fare as Crazy Kitty's able to find 1. Crook going to be dead off the Ripper Jar. Getting an immense amount of damage. Going to have to make an exit, try to stay sustained. Melio going to be popping Wrath here. Layering in that damage here from above, but ultimately kills not quite going to be found. Just looking to try to tuck back, but still out into the open, and Leolas is able to go ahead and collect the elimination.
Yeah, Leolas has been pretty huge here. Getting that regeneration domain. Once the Emma Frost ultimate comes down, he's going to be able to cast that ultimate if he wants to, putting huge damage here on the cap. I think this is going to be a hold. This is big for Blood Kariudo. They're able to get that fight win without popping these key ultimates, and the Invisible Woman copies have been really potent. Looks like Melio is going to go head over to the Hela, try to do a little bit more long-range damage. Fate over to the CND, so they're going to drop that triple strategist setup, just going for more raw damage.
Yeah, we're just about to have the Adam Warlock res online as well, so we'll be sacking a bit of that percentage there. Just trying to get the cloak involved into the mix. A bit of a flank angle here from Milio, but Trustby going to be dead on the front lines, as is Naga, trying to match on that Winter Soldier. Also, the wayside is Layla is very much finding their footing. Shots layered in, and this is the wrong time to have these picks be coming through, as this time the overtime is going to be rolling in, but you don't have that Adam Warlock res to try to clutch things out. It's going to be operating low on players. Crack and pop here from Layla's looking for the reset. Should be just about able to find it. No, tucked back through the portal. Keeps it protected for the moment as Trustby goes diving forward and will be a little bit isolated. Sustain starts coming through. Be able to keep him alive. Milio finding ones, then he's going to be taken down. Fate pops the ultimate here to try to keep everybody alive. Layla's for now. Works back down the ramp. 3 peaks. Crook going to be taken down. Naga going to be joining him in the grave. Crazy can be the only casualty thus far here. Found in this fight is Blood Kariudo. With these reses coming back through, overtime still dwindling is Captain America from Rajaro just trying to get in on top of him. Fate goes off the side of the map, as that will be the successful hold.
Make the Layla's MVP highlight film. Just build it right now. You've got it fresh. The kid is sick, dude. I don't think I've seen more impressive Bucky play since Terra, week 4 for 100 Thieves. That was insane, Jake.
Yeah, he really stepped it up, and I think some of those swaps came in for Kariudo, and they started the fight a lot stronger. I feel like Team 1 was playing with like a real head of steam there, especially on that second round. There's like, look, we dominated map 1, we dominated you point 1. We're just gonna keep running it down on you, and they ended up really overcommitting to some of those fights where Kariudo started to really lock in with the team play. They brought out the Bucky, and it ended up being a big factor. This is gonna set Team 1 back on their heels. It's still a very winnable map. I mean, full holding on first point, second point are very achievable things on Spider Islands, and so this is still going to be a difficult push for Blood Kariudo to get done on the offense, but certainly this is a reality check for Team 1. I think they were trying to just run over the opposition, and they're going to have to stabilize a little bit, play things with a little bit more intelligence.
I didn't know what was going on with that Venom, but shout out to Catax with a 2-month subscription. We are up over 215 subscribers over on twitch.tv/Rivals Fight Night. We're jumping into the action with Team 1. Now, can they full hold? Can they cause some problems? Or is it Blood going to answer back on their map pick? Achilles, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. We will find out. I mean, this 2 weeks ago, saw this map. Didn't go so well for 100 Thieves. Team 1's going to be hoping that Blood Kariudo is going to be playing a little bit like 100 Thieves. We'll see if that's going to be the case, though. As we do have Milio going over for the Wolverine, looking for that capture, but cannot get the kidnap. It's going to be Kath actually coming away with the kill. Naga gets taken down off the rip. Still slicing and dicing, looking to go ahead and knock down some of these HP bars, but for the most part, he's found an Eye Monkey. Yeah, Squirrel Girl finds the opening kill, and Layla's still staying on their feet. So it's going to be a very successful opening volley here on the push from Blood Kariudo. So far, the pick on this map is looking damn good, Jake.
I'm such a Squirrel Girl enjoyer, and I actually love that he's going to use it just to break out of that spawn hold, just crushing through the heavy defense comp that Team 1 tried to play, and then straight back over to the Emma Frost. I think this is really intelligent. However, Bucky under a little bit of pressure there, a little bit scary here, trying to hold forward. Got to remember, Emma Frost just now getting back to the fight, so they've held a lot of space, though. Team 1 struggling on the walk-up, and it's going to be probably the final fight for first point as Layla just layering in damage close to that ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Naga is just so far behind, and Layla is finding the kill. Trustby going to be taken down out of the fray. Kraken about to be at the ready. Zenny now ult can come through as a little copy, and now Kraken is just going to be dumped in right on top of their heads. And gets the right click through, killing the Naga, has the reset, waiting to send it, trying to wait out the Invisible Woman ultimate a little bit here, but okay, a little bit of a whiff on the repop, but it does not matter. Team 1 is getting swept under the rug, as this is utter dominance here. A very different look from Blood Kariudo compared to map block.
Monkey is a monster, bro.
Well, they're recommitting to this. They're trying to make that hold, though. They got out into the fight. And, yeah, I mean, Eye Monkey's fighting well. Kath pops Invisible Woman ult, and they're cleaning up now. It's just, yeah, the Naga, a little bit too desperate there, going for that Kraken impact, but the team just was not alive. And that's the dream start to the map from Blood Kariudo, finding and settling on a comp that's, I think, a lot more standard, right? With the Loki coupling the Invisible Woman, they have, you know, those invisible boundaries make them so potent, fighting on the payload and just forcing the team to the objective where they're able to be the most dominant. It ends up being a heavy ult dump. Naga is going to head over to the Iron Man, maybe dueling in the skies with that Storm. I tend to think Storm is maybe a little bit favored taking that sky fight, but maybe Hela on the ground can turn the tides in that one.
Not going to be seeing the team up, though, because Milio's still sticking to the Hela, so It'll just be Naga trying to see what he could layer in. Obviously, still somewhat risky, especially given the shots that Leonis has been layering through. That Iron Man can be at risk of final one. Kitty going to be taken down. Cat going to be swiftly dealt with as well. As okay, it's like a bit of a flood fight. Team 1 just spilling forward, getting in on top of Blood Kariudo. They're swiftly able to go ahead and wipe them. But there is still 3 minutes, 45 seconds in this time bank with the cart just about halfway through the beat stretch of the map. So, Blood Kariudo, no need to panic quite just yet, as they will reset and come back into this.
This is a great spot for Hella, though. She's going to have that free range to just throw down damage on the walk-up. Hella Unleashed just popped to zone away some of the attackers.
Yeah, zoning ultimate, not going to be the biggest impact.
Yeah, not typically the strongest ultimate. Maybe thought some of that spam pressure was going to come in, and a nice pull though. Anna, trust me, gets caught very deep and is maybe just going to be dead for that. It's a great catch there. Invisible Woman, Emma Frost going together to combine. They're going to pop the ult and try to just double down in the spawn, taking that fight to the opposition. But Blood Kariudo looked very comfortable here.
Yeah, I mean, Naga, I'm not sure what that pathing was. He just dove forward through main, trying to take the fight to him, and just basically offered himself up on a silver platter. I think he might have even had a cancel there on the ultimate. Gets a reset down to 55. As I think he was just trying to get an aggro point-blank dump of the ult, but cannot find it. Ends up getting cleaned up, and the call to engage there from Team 1 leaves me scratching my head a little bit. I mean, Blood Kariudo, stacked deck at the moment. So once again, charging forward, 2.5 minutes left in the bank with 4 ults at the ready.
Yeah, and Blood Kariudo in a great spot here to get this one over the line. Remember, they don't have to push that far into third here to secure the map on Spider Islands. Eye of Agamotto goes in, pushed away by the Invisible Woman. Now, turning on the flank, trying to deal with that Hella, who's in trouble. Has used the bird, but a big pull in, pulls the cloak and dagger away, but she slips back in to the invisible boundary. Maximum pulse goes wide. Blood Kariudo starting to get a bit of an edge in this one. They have that Kraken impact when he's ready to deploy it.
Sends it out. Trust me, immediately going to be taken down. Just looking for the resets here as Rajaro will get cleaned up. Has the repop if necessary, but it seems like will not really need it. Sends it out just for funsies. As that is the cleanup, and that is going to be the cap. 3 minutes 23 is what Team 1 need to persevere through if they want to move up 2-0. Otherwise, Blood Kariudo just going to be looking to tie things 1-1 very swiftly here.
He's looking for one more hook pull in here. Could be devastating. You don't have much map to give up. Some of the pickups have been fast and furious here. Blood Kariudo putting a lot of pressure on the walker for Team 1. Melio's been relatively quiet on the Hella. See if he has an opportunity to maybe get out to a wide flanking angle here. Torque is going to head over to the Ultron, getting that Naga team up, trying to defend this last point, but 3 minutes on the clock. A lot of opportunities for Blood Kariudo.
Looking for the pull. Can't quite get it. Drop down to the low ground from Trust Me. Eye of Agamotto at the ready. Getting tagged up. Is Melio able to find one? Zeddy going to be taken down here. Solid way to try to start the hold for Team 1 as they look for a little bit more. They don't want to try to commit too many extra ultimates here, but it looks like Trust Me will eventually go ahead, pull the trigger on that. Looks to just seal the deal, guarantee the team fight win, guarantee that they have a bit more time to play with. Ends up working a treat for him. Still 2 ultimates to work with. Maximum pulse nearly online as well for Naga.
Just before this game goes wrong, want to point out the team without Mantis is doing better. Go ahead.
True. But trust me, I think that is kind of a wasted ultimate. You would have loved to have Eye of Agamotto here for the walk-up, but now it's going to be Blood Kariudo with the advantage on that ultimate front. Trying to forward hold as aggressively as possible, trying to make space. But trust me, so incredibly low, needs the heals. Okay, but the picks, they come in quick enough for Team 1, and this is, okay, Melio on that flank angle is just feasting on the walk-up. I think Blood Kariudo may need to take a different approach. They certainly need to have some kind of an answer. Hella up here is a huge problem if you're trying to push down main.
Yeah, back around the corner, and obviously has some exit tools. Can just go ahead, take the crow, join in with the rest of the team, and then go into that. That is a death if need be. Try to buy some extra time and space. Little bit of a flank wrap around though, but Naga does have this ultimate at the ready. This could be a dangerous choke to try to push through. Jarl big kick now online, and that's going to be, Trust Me, taken down. Huge pick to be coming through there. His fate similarly will fall. Eye Monkey is just wreaking havoc. Not as a death, not going to be meaning a damn thing here at this range. It's just not going to be consistent enough damage to really find that much value. Milio only able to clean up one. Narrowly does manage to make an escape back up over onto the high ground, but the cart once again is going to be pushing forward, getting closer and closer to that box of victory. Portal out here from Trust Me. Naga going to be taken low. See. Touch is there. The cart going to be locked in position for now, and Leolus fells the Kraken, not to be seen in this fight.
Big damage from Melio. They're going to pop the invisible boundary as well. Hold on, this could be a very risky commitment here from Blood Kariudo. They only have 4 players alive. The Cloak and Dagger is allowing them to continue the fight here in this position. Gainer looking to find something, trying to find some kills, but it seems like Team 1 are just in a full surround, hitting from all sides. The Cloak and Dagger ticking away. It's Strange trying to go off the map, trying to get the reset, and it's going to be down to one last offensive fight. I feel like Kariudo committing that invisible boundary was a big mistake there. Like, that's one of your most potent ultimates. Now you're coming into this next fight at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 3 ultimates here. Naga can build up another one there, get that pulse online very quickly with the Iron Man as they try to push their way back forward over onto the card. 17 seconds remaining. Do get the cap, do get that push ready to go, but Agamotto at the ready here from Trust Me. This could be devastating. Layla's needing to stay alive, and Gainer going to be taken down as Fate is able to find the opening kill. Rajaro finding Layla's, and Layla's is not going to be able to get a damn thing other than pick onto Naga, who can so quickly rejoin with this Iron Man. The cleanup coming through, the overtime starting to bleed down. Gainer likely setting up a portal outside of the spawn room doors, but needs to get it there and needs to dive forward here pretty much by himself. Jumps through it, keeps it contested there for the moment, but it gets pushed away. Jumps up over the top. Eye of Agamotto looking for the sun setup, but it looks like ultimately it's not going to be enough time here. Jake, the cleanup continues to come through as one by one they dive out of the portal like lemmings over the cliff. The hold comes to fruition. Dangerously close there was Team 1 to dropping this map and having a tied up scoreline, but instead they will be moving up to match point, 2-0 in the lead.
Even if this is a 3-0, I'm not mad. We got a great map right there, Jake. Where did it fall apart at the end?
That was a heartbreaker. I feel like they just maybe overcommitted a couple of ultimates in the previous fight where, you know, both teams are honestly throwing haymakers and dumping some questionable ultimates. I think they really both felt the pressure there in that map. It was incredibly close. I feel like Melio on third, you know, finally found his footing on Hela, started to consistently produce those kills, became a real problem, finding a lot of opening picks before the ults even came out in the team fight. So it really felt like, you know, very awkward for like Kariudo. It's like, do you commit? Do you try to dump ults and bring it back from a 5v6, or do you just back out a reset and eat like a heavy loss on the clock? It's not an easy decision, especially under pressure in game time. But it's not going to get any easier, right? You're down 2-0. You need to run it back with a clean 3 from here, Kariudo, and they're going to need quite a bit of poise and intelligence to be able to make the right decisions there under the pressure that they'll be under.
Chad was kind of surprised, and so was I, that at the end, Team 1 goes with just a dual strategist with Ultron in the mix. They're able to get enough kills out of Fate to keep the game in their hands, and they take map number 2. We're going to a map 3. This will be BLK's map choice, so we'll see where we go again. Achilles, is there anything you want to see in this upcoming map that could play to BLK's favor? Because I felt like the Bucky was working. You had a fantastic game out of Monkey on the Emma Frost. What are some of the strengths you could look at maybe going into a map 3?
I mean, I think that they've kind of put them out on display. I think it's basically the same strategy here overall, just trying to find a little bit of cleaner fights. I mean, for the most part, Kariudo, they had this map in the bag. You know, they were in control pretty much that entire stretch of their attack, and it just falls apart at the end. A bit of an overcommitment there. So I think it's more, I think it's less on the composition, less on the map. I think it's more on the nerves for how this Spider Isle ends up finishing there. The decision to try to send the ult, make the hero play from Layla's. I mean, everybody wants to be that kind of clutch card, but at the end of the day, sometimes you have to play a bit more reserved. Sometimes you have to play a bit more intelligently and say, okay, no, the risk is way too high for me to try to just go ahead and clutch this out. It's better to save, get the full reset. I think had they done that, we could have been looking at a very different result. We could have been looking at a tied up scoreline of 1-1 with a map pick in Team 1's hands. So I think that it's more about that. Calm down a little bit, you know, quell the hype, but, you know, just slightly, ever so slightly, and then look to be fully focused going forward into map 3. Because from here, you're obviously looking to try to pull off a reverse sweep. It's possible, it's been done, but it's a very difficult spot to be in.
People are asking, what is Ultron going to do in the game? Well, his first impact. Shout out to Bubwitz the Fourth in chat, who points out 33,000 heals, 10 final blows. Ultron is more than a healer. The strategist role always evolving. You love to see it. Jake, maybe those duelist guys that you used to play with might finally flex over and help out the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, especially seeing the Ultron plus Cloak and Dagger setup that Team 1 was able to make this final hold with, because honestly, that's a comp that really doesn't have that much healing. I mean, if we look at like Marvel Rivals, when a lot of people, when the game came out, a lot of people were very focused on the aspect of the game where, okay, these strategist ults just make you unkillable for like 5 to 10 seconds, and that's so powerful for capping the objective. But Cloak and Dagger ultimate is one of the weaker of like the pure healing strategist ultimates, and it also obviously does a lot of AoE damage on the ground to the enemies standing in it as well. So having Ultron and Cloak and Dagger is a very damage forward setup. Even in your ultimates, you don't have the best survivability, but when it comes to like the start of the fight, just poking each other down, you have a massive advantage. And it felt like with the Hela involved from the flank, they were just finding those first picks so consistently that the Invisible Woman Loki setup just couldn't quite sink its teeth in on that third point attack. On contrast, I think the defense, Invisible Woman Loki looks really solid, cycling those invisible barriers with Bucky just continuing to have so much time to get his damage out with that survivability. That did look very good for me for Blood Kariudo. I think if they can play around those setups on defense, that could be really strong. However, Team One has kind of shown something quite innovative here that I don't think I've seen before, which is really just being all in with the damage, right? We sort of saw that from the Res comp previously, where Loki, Adam Warlock, Mantis are all very heavy on damage, but Mantis still has a very powerful strategist ultimate that just keeps people alive, and Adam Warlock has the mass res. So it's still, and of course you can just copy the Mantis ultimate with Loki. So it still has some powerful strategist ultimates. So to go with Ultron Cloak is to me a very heavy commitment in just getting picks before the fight really starts.
I think it's also crucial that your Strange is using that shield like crazy. Mitigate the damage coming in with the minimal healing on the other side. You gotta be smart. Also, Emma Frost in a doorway is a game over. She was just being pocketed. Shout out to Fate on the heels. Team One gets game number 2, and BLK Blood says we're gonna go to symbiotic surface. Let's get it done. Achilleos, this is a point that we have to unlock and then move Venom's face very slowly in a sluggish way all the way across the map. We don't see a lot of finishes when we get to Rivals Fight Night. Does this end in a full hold?
A full hold. I think unlikely given the way that both teams have been scrapping. I think it would take a big level up compared to what we've been seeing here for that to happen. But I could very well see a hold, ahead of point, be ahead of point, see, especially similar to what we just saw in Spider Isles. But so far, not too much different here as far as the ban strategy is concerned. Magneto's going to
Express, we didn't miss you, by the way. Thank you for the sub. Luna will not be played by Team One. Emma Frost will be played by both teams. This is looking familiar, as Achilleos just said. Jake, what can we do to get weird? Do you protect Ultron? Do you ban him out? Is he as good on this map? Because he was definitely a factor.
Yeah, Ultron for me is hard to rate right now. I do feel like you need a bit of a bigger skybox, whereas this map, I think the second point indoors might be a little claustrophobic. And on first point, there's not that many options, right? And like up in the air above that first point, it's very much open around that like circular arena that the first point is housed in. And I'm just worried, can Ultron actually like stay up there and deal damage, or would he just get poked out of the sky without much cover to work with? Whereas, on that last map, I feel like there is a lot of like those rooftops are actually some pretty good cover you can use to fight around with the Ultron. So
he's gone.
I feel like it should be less good on this map, but they both ban him. So they both must think he is actually pretty decent.
He's at least annoying enough to where you can't focus on how you played 3 months ago in this game. Forced to look in the sky constantly and make him a priority. Loki is going to be priority on the strategist side as both teams will protect him. Final ban comes in as Blood Kariudo will make sure there is no Penny on the defense waiting for him. Remember that Rocket Penny team up allows for 2 Spider Nests. That's double the mines, double the annoyingness. And if you're an Emma Frost main, it is the most frustrating thing on the planet. I hate walking into little spider mines. Jake, what are you playing as these days?
I feel like this meta, I'll be back to my Hawkeye abusing ways, man. Hawkeye being strong, looks goated. One-hitting people with your good aim is just too sick. So that's probably going to be my abuse. After watching that game 1, I'm like, okay, I'm going to spam Hawkeye and try and rank up.
Yeah,
I think it might be something that we see as well here to start on the defense at least.
Man, it could be good on this map, right? And well, the Lunas have been banned on both sides, right? So maybe it's
So you don't have your stun arrow, which goes through shields. I was told it goes through some of the minor walls. But without that, you have a whole team charging your face. We haven't seen a ton of dive. It has been poke in game number 1, the brawl in game number 2, game 3 loaded up with Team 1, 1 map away from playing for $1,000 in your championship match. We go to Achilleos and Jake on the mic.
Alrighty, well, this could very well end up being the final map of this series if Team 1 is able to find success once again. We'll see how they do fare, though, as we get ready to open up the gates. So, I'd say overall big pivots here. I mean, once again, going to be seeing that Captain America coming through for Rajar. Most Captain America I feel like I've seen in my Fight Night career here, Jake.
And I mean, Team 1, this is a very classic setup with the triple strategist Star-Lord. Emma Frost and Cap is maybe a little different than some of the other options we've seen, but just the being able to resurrect in these fights means you might take a lot of deaths, but it doesn't necessarily mean Blood Kariudo are going to win. They need to have a very clean fight and not give up any kills because the reses are going to be absolutely devious from Team 1. Soul Link already used though, but a lot of pressure being put onto the defenders.
There's a very fearless push coming through here from Naga. I mean, yeah, it does have the backing of the team, but it's pretty much leading the charge here as the Star-Lord. Trying to get themselves over onto the point. The cap getting ready to come through. Crazy Kitty going to be taken down here off the rip as that's going to be Melio coming away with the first blood. Up and over the top. Naga just wreaking havoc, just dumping damage. As, I mean, they're just completely zoned away. Is already 2 ticks surrendered over with less than a minute burnt here. Team 1 are just storming their way through this opening point here as Gainer's going to fall, and that could pretty much seal the deal on it. I mean, still, maybe sending out the ultimate here is Kath. Tries to buy a bit more time. Naga dead.
They have double boundary though. Double boundary should stabilize them for a while if they want to pop it, but then he just goes down, cannot get that ultimate off, it seems, and Team 1 just sweeping over, getting those ultimates online and able to just full send it with the copied Mantis ultimate there. And I mean, this is the potency of the mass res comp. It's not just the mass reses that allow Naga to push the limit on his aggression. It's also the fact that Loki and Adam Warlock do pretty insane damage. If they're able to take a high ground and start attacking the enemy and holding that position down, they're basically just as good as your Buckies and your Hellas in terms of the damage they can put down, the picks they can find. And with Star-Lord, Cap, and Emma Frost in your face, it's really hard to get to the backliners. Blood Kariudo, I think they need to gap close and deal with Adam Warlock, but look how much pressure they're under just trying to peek out together.
Yeah, I mean, Gainer just trying to decide, like, you know, what do I do? Am I setting up the shield? Am I trying to, like, put some damage across? Like, what is the best strategy here is, trust me, okay, sending out the ultimate, gonna be trying to stay alive, eventually does get sustained, gets right in on top of the enemy team here. Who end up losing out on Naga, but in the end, looking like a bit of an equalizing trade there, as iMonkey doesn't manage to find Crook at the same time, but his advantage is gonna be there for the side of Team 1. And in the end, it is going to be yet another team fight victory. I mean, this is so damn swift here from Team 1. Not really missing a beat at all as Rajaro is just rude.
Just running it down in the spawn right now. And like, there's strange portal here. Rajaro's harassing the other side of the portal. Can you even come out into this? Now you're off the cart. Okay, you're going to have to leave the portal. Full commit to this. Regeneration domain is down. But Team 1, they still have ults to spare. They're ready to commit. Over the top now. Rajaro's legendary. Yeah, and even Doctor Strange just doesn't have the health to stay up there in front of the Star-Lord.
I mean, this is the cap. There's just surely no way to try to come back from this one. That being said, Layla is just going to pick onto Fate. Need a lot more than that, though, as Rajaro's just sprinting around. He's constantly harassing. Jumps
like an invisible boundary.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a dog in a pet store, just constantly changing from one toy to the other to go for it. Layering in damage onto absolutely everybody. 4 meters left to go, though. A little bit of a rollback coming through, but Zenny going to be taken down to speed. Line 1, Kath will similarly die as the Gainer does come up with some solid kills, but iMonkey falling should pretty much seal the deal on this one here, as the cap will come through. So 4.5 minutes for the final stretch of the map here. Jake, Team 1, still looking good.
Yeah, and I want to ask chat real quick. Do we have a nickname for the T1 comp? I'm thinking the Tickle Team. Let me know.
I mean, they're doing a lot more than tickling right now. This is painful for Blood Kariudo.
You can die by tickles, Achilles. It can happen.
Cap's got hands, man. And trust me, he's already going to rip the ultimate here, just pressuring the walk up, silencing some of those ultimate casts. I don't know if this is going to turn into actual kills. And Rajaro, yeah, we got a little bit too deep there. Trying to get a little bit too much done. Trust me, though, trying to strike right back. And this is creating a lot of space for Melio and Fate to really work their damage, getting it in. Now Naga finding some more. And okay, the full out aggression ends up paying dividends. Blood Kariudo sent back to the spawn when the cart's rolling through this whole time.
And I don't know if it's going to stop at all. I mean, they are just sprinting this thing to the final checkpoint here, into that final cap. I mean, it's only been a minute gone, and they're so far along this home stretch. Layla's Crazy Kitty, the 2 ults noted at the moment here for Blood Kariudo. Zenny about to have the dupe online, but value's just not really been something that has easily been found here for the squad. Trust me, able to find one as Gainer, just going to be taken out off the rip. Naga just free reign here in the skies, laying in damage, cleaning out clones, and just looking to absolutely pound there. I mean, yeah, Agamotto just wreaks havoc. Layla's finding nothing with the Goddess of Death. Finally was able to use the ultimate, but gets no purchase for it. This is going to be the cleanup. This is going to be the cap. Gainer cannot stay alive here with the Venom. There you go. 253 as Team 1 make it to the end. And this is, I don't know how you come back from this one, Jake. I don't know if it's possible.
This is looking a little bit Jover, dangerously close to Jover, but I will say, I mean, the strength of like Kariudo is when they're able to get the invisible boundary on the objective and they can like really fight it out, they're dangerously close to clutching some of those engagements with the double boundary. I mean, just so powerful, lasts so long, keeps you alive on the objective for so long, but Team 1 knows that strength, and so they're constantly attacking just on the walk up before Blood Kariudo can even get to the objective, because once you pop that invisible boundary off of the objective, Team 1 just fall back. They start continuing to push the cart. If you leave the boundary, you're basically canceling your own strategist ultimate. And so honestly, they get really punished by that because they're continuously forced to fight off of the objective and pop ults where they're not able to defend that cap. And so Team 1, I feel like they really have a great read on how to play against this setup. And I'm just not sure what the adaptation is going to be from Blood Kariudo. For now, they're hovering the Human Torch. Maybe that's a change up that could kind of adjust things here, but this is just a full court press from Team 1. They're hitting from all sides, playing with so much confidence, and this is a comp that plays to that strength, because even if somebody does overextend and die, there's a good chance they can self-res or just get res back in by the Adam Warlock ult.
Okay, well, they need to see one hell of an attack here from the side of Blood Kariudo to try and get themselves back into this, force this into overtime round. There. Try to pull off a reverse sweep. Otherwise, Team 1 is going to be moving forward very quickly and in flawless fashion into our money matchup. Is okay. There's a Human Torch.
We'll see. I mean, Torch has been good, but this is a pretty scary map for him, right? I talked about maybe the difficulty of making the Flyers work here is right into the backline. Once again, Team 1 wasting no time in their aggression.
Diving in, Rojaro, fearless as ever, leading the charge, getting in on top of him here. As for now, Blood Kariudo able to save them off. Cat still low on a bit of HP there, finding some stability, but ultimately is going to get pressured out. Kill, and it's going to be an explosion of death in the kill feed there. A very swift little wipe, with Naga being the only casualty on the side of Team 1.
You know that felt good though for Kitty. Too. You got one in that whole team fight. BLK totally not getting full held here.
Yeah, they're coming back in. Naga didn't self-res, but he's going to be back in the engagement in time. TP onto the cap's going to start putting that pressure on, but Team 1 still in a pretty strong position to deal with this. Rojaro getting focus fired in the backline. Regeneration domain going to stabilize him for the moment.
Stunned up,
a lot of focus fire, though, on the cap, and the Emma Frost just swarming into the backline here of the attackers, and they're just getting crunched. Hit from all sides. There's no effort to deal with these high ground damage dealers.
When you have to worry about Rojaro just sticking to you like glue, being all up in your face, that means that you're not paying attention to Naga, and Naga is tearing people apart.
Yeah, I think Blood Kariudo, they're just not taking map control, right? They're really grouping up and fighting as one tight unit, which can be strong when they have like this copied invisible woman boundary. Maybe that'll be good for them. And bro just want to tic-tac-toe in the middle round. Okay, Naga saved that self-res. Now he has it online for this fight.
This is going to be from level back in, though, as we'll have the ultimate on the back end of this one, and he's going to send it in.
You're turning to deal with the cap. Okay, invisible boundary.
Boundary does go out to try to keep him protected here for the moment. Rojaro, though, sends out the rallying cry, goes rushing forward, once again containing the team back. Blood Kariudo, no real way to try to advance forward here for now. They wait out the ultimate successfully, but still a bit more to try to deal with. Layla's Kraken gonna be popped, sends it, drops down, can go for the reset on the clone here. Needs a bit more damage to try to find an actual elimination, but the sedation is gonna be there. Slows him up here for the moment. Now the ult ultimately is going to be expired. Fate still does get picked off. Kill found on that front. Trust me, going to be taken down as well. So the front line broken down a bit. Res goes out though. Starting to bring them back into the fight as Rojaro does end up getting dropped to the back end of this one. Crazy Kitty just trying to layer in this damage. Finds one as Crook will once again be felled. Naga low on HP, looking for some sustain. It's top back up, but we still have zero progress on this point,
Melio.
and Gainer is now dead. And Melia with that kill might just turn the tide to this fight. Still low HP on a couple of his teammates there, as Trust Me does fall. But ultimately, it's still Team 1 out in front with the advantage.
Team 1, as soon as they start dropping bodies there, they fall back. They play a very defensive posture, and they're able to turn it around in the engagement. Leolas finds another, but Team 1 starting to get a decisive hold on this fight. They've got the Strange Portal to get their teammates back in, and they're cleaning up all of these attackers. Blood Kariudo, only 40 seconds on the clock here. It's one last chance to reset. You should have your double invisible boundary ultimate, but the key is you have got to get to point before you pop those ultimates. If you end up being forced to ult out in this courtyard, you are in massive trouble, and look what Team 1 is doing. Just walking up, going to take this fight very early, likely with that legendary.
no reason to not go forward. They go for the forward fight, and they are immediately rewarded. And Kath is going to be taken down here. It's a dupe ultimate sent in here from Zenny to try to obfuscate, to try to keep everybody alive, but fighting back from this point is going to be so damn difficult. Eye of Agamotto is going to be changing on both sides, and it's very much Team 1 that are profiting from theirs. As that is just going to be the cleanup coming through. Overtime, not even to be forced out. The touch could not come in, and it's going to be absolute perfection here from Team 1 across the series, but especially here to round things out on the final map. A full hold, 0%, so, offered over, and that is going to be the 3-0 victory as they punch their ticket into the money match.
Trust me, putting on a masterclass. RahZero as well. I mean, just the frontline pressure that you're witnessing from Team 1. I like that when we're on these Blood Kariudo POVs on the Bucky, because, man, he's getting swarmed. They are hitting him from all sides, full aggression. And meanwhile, that backline is just constantly dumping big range damage onto them. I mean, Legolas dropped 16K in that game. Pretty impressive performance. But, I mean, trust me and Naga are matching that, doing crazy damage of their own. And all three of these strategists actually putting out pretty serious damage, right? It's nothing to sniff at, like a little bit more than half of what the duelists can do. But remember, they're also healing, they're also sustaining, and allowing that Cap and Emma Frost and Star-Lord to be as aggressive as they are being.
I felt like RahZero was one of the most exciting players to watch throughout this series. He showed a multitude of heroes. The character, though, Captain, did not expect to enjoy it. The 1v1ing strategist as they try and get back to the team fight. I'm here for it. Jake, how long will the Cap strat work in Rivals Fight Night? Because historically, through the first 13 weeks, there weren't a lot of Cap successes.
I think the Cap is actually pretty good right now. I feel like just the fact that the ultimate is almost just a strategist ultimate, it makes it pretty potent. It allows you to get in, and it can also be aggressive by giving you that movement speed boost. You're able to like run over and chase down enemies, which is exactly what they're doing every fight, whether they have the cap hold or not. So it really has natural synergy with the way they want to play. And I think it's also a factor that like things like Magneto are constantly banned out and pressured in the ban phase. Cap is like, there's not a team up necessarily that you're really blocking with Cap. So it feels kind of awkward to go for a Cap ban. And we're also seeing that the Mass Rescom still solid, still just like a rock solid choice. Star-Lord with a self-res who's just like super inting you every fight is terrifying, right? Like,
Naga was fearless. You could see him just like, I don't care if I die, I'll be right back. Let's do this.
DPSing you every single fight, and they're on the same page. That's what makes what Team 1 is doing so effective. If you're doing this in your ranked games, you're just going to go in solo and get focused and die, and it's going to look terrible. But when all the players, all the front lines are hitting that aggressive, and they're doing it in line of sight to the back line, chef's kiss. Beautiful performance from Team 1.
We love what we see so far. Achilles, we have our MVP coming up, but so far, Team 1 looking like the victor. Blood Kariudo, though, a new squad. Is there anyone that you liked from their team? I liked what I saw from Legolas. I really liked what I saw from iMonkey in that game, too, running the Emma Frost.
Yeah, I'd probably go with Legolas, especially on the Winter Soldier. I think that performance is really, really clean. We saw them try to, pivot things around a little bit, bring the Hela for Legolas on that defense on the last map, but it didn't really find as much footing, and I felt like they really suffered from not having it, because he was very good at getting isolating picks, getting those hooks in, just pulling people out of position. Saw that 2 weeks ago, last time I was on the show as well, how important the Winter Soldier can be as far as just getting displacement and being able to find those initial picks, because I mean that was when we were seeing the crazy combo of Winter Soldier Wolverine, so you hook somebody in and then Wolverine kidnap them even deeper into your back line to fully isolate, make sure that they are completely unsavable.
The double abduction. Yeah,
double abduction. But I think that I have to give the shout out to Legolas. I think that they played a little bit more from there, and I think that it was a good bounce back overall after the the kind of like the overcommit with Kraken Ultimate, that kind of stuff. I think that they still were able to kind of steady out their performance.
All right, shout out to the losers, but they're done for the night. It's time to celebrate an MVP, Jake, because this victor is moving on to play for $1,000 in our EU Championship match. Melio, the man who finds the first blood, game 1, also earns your match MVP honors. What did he show you tonight?
I mean, this is just like one of the key factors you need for your backline Hiscan player is major flexibility. In Marvel Rivals, we saw the Hawkeye, we saw the Hela, we also saw the Ultron, the Adam Warlock, right? So you need to not just be a pure duelist player, you need to have the depth to be able to handle all of these characters, where of course aim is very crucial on Adam Warlock and Ultron, where you're dealing a lot of damage, but you also have to be getting the most value out of your support cooldowns as well. And so the fact that Melio looks so solid across all these different characters this is kind of the linchpin to the strategy for Team One. The reason they're able to execute all these strategies so well is that Melio is so comfortable across all those characters.
If you're just joining us, this is your first MVP of 4. This was your EU Challengers match, as Melio shows you that, I guess, you're pretty darn good, but I also need some help from my duelist. Naga and friends popping off. It's going to be Team 1 moving on to our championship matchup. And trust me, I think also deserves some great honors for his performance on the Vanguard. Who earns the real MVP, though? That is coming up in our grand final against EU. It's Brr Brr Patapim and Achilleos. This team went to a game 5. They also have a fantastic logo.
I'm kind of just enraptured by it. I'm just staring at it because I feel like that's all I can do.
Yeah, big nose, huger feet. Guys, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's Rivals Fight Night, the best production that comes to Rivals on a night that includes fights. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. Stay tuned. We're back in a circle of trust with a big green eye that makes your brown eye pucker. It's Rivals Fight Night. Dr. Strange, a.k.a. Rajaro, touching your stuff while you're not looking. In fact, you are looking, but he's still touching your stuff, and you can't do anything about it. Sucks! I am Agamotto. Welcome back, everybody. We got Achilleos and Jake. I am your host, Chris Puckett, Brr Brr Patapim, and Team 1. Achilleos, I know it's 5 a.m. over there in Korea, but don't you miss my voice this early?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I miss the days of us living in Los Angeles when you'd sneak into my house and just whisper sweet nothings into my ear while I was asleep. Those are good times. Definitely
Great
happened.
Shout out Danny Bear for letting me in.
My wife is in the corner. She's looking at me like, who the hell are you talking
Who is Puckett? Trust me, he's in New York. We're safe, honey. We got Brr Brr Patapim taking on Team 1. This should be a party because Team 1 just showed you what they're capable of. They can roll over you with multiple compositions. They've got a pretty strong Ultron. On the other side, Brr Brr Patapim's got some big feet and a guy named Tanuki, the first ever Wolverine to catch my eye from Europe. Jake, let's jump in with this roster. Tell me about the Big Nose Squad.
So Brr Brr Patapim, for me, this is a team that's going to put up a much fiercer challenge to Team 1. Both of these teams competing, trying to score the belt here in Rivals Fight Night. But Brr Brr Patapim, likely I'm going to be focused mostly on Pokey and Tanuki. We talked just about, the importance of flexibility on the duelist role. Can you also have a very strong strategist lineup, especially with Ultron, Adam Warlock looking pretty strong in the meta right now? On top of that, Polly and NZO, can they keep up with the full court aggression that Team 1 was putting on in that last series from the Vanguard side? So I'm very interested to see how Brr Brr Patapim has adapted to the new meta in Marvel Rivals. I think they have the flexibility to make this competitive. They've looked really strong last week against Virtus Pro. They really put them to the test, taking VP to Game 5 for the first time anyone has. I think period in Marvel Rivals, in any tournament, any competition, is pretty impressive. So this is a team that I think is going to be a match, rather, that I think is going to be pretty interesting, pretty competitive, especially as a showcase of what's new in Marvel Rivals.
It's gonna be a party. Brr Brr Patapim going to a Game 5, making Virtus Pro rethink playing tonight. Instead, they're watching film. They're hiding their strategies for the Ignite series next week. Meanwhile, Brr Brr Patapim knows there's $1,000 up for grabs. And the only time that VP wasn't here, Luminosity gathered that $1,000. This is the second time in 14 weeks that the opportunity has been presented. Will they be able to walk away as champions, or is it Team 1 collecting more cash? Let's take a look here at what's going down here, because Brr Brr Patapim has been in 1, 2, 3, 4 finals, but it's been Team 1 in 2 of the last 3. Jake, is there a stronger team out of the 2 in EU right now?
I really think these teams are actually quite evenly matched. I mean, Brr Brr Patapim had such a huge come up last week that I started to think, okay, maybe they are. I think that I would probably call them the favorites based on how close they played VP as like a standard bearer. But Team 1 has also been a team that has been doggedly at the heels of Virtus Pro, and they haven't gotten as many map wins, pushed them to that limit of going to Game 5, but they have played a lot of very competitive maps as well. So I think this one is too close to call, especially with the recent meta shift. I'd give a slight edge to Brr Brr Patapim, but I really think this is anybody's game. Either of these teams could come away with the title, and I expect the match to be pretty close.
It's a new champion. I'm excited. History is being made tonight. Let's take a look at Team 1, because they've given us a little sample of what they've got. Krakoa is the first map. I don't know what to expect here when it comes to compositions, Jake. Are we expecting people to take to the sky already with Ultron and maybe an Iron Man, Storm, any of that? Or is it going to be ground and pound like we saw back on Hell's Heaven?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see how the ban phase ends up playing out. I do think the mass res comp is like always a pretty stable choice. We've also seen Hellas look pretty strong. I feel like in theory, this should be a decent map for some of your longer range damage dealers, but depending on the different round you go to, you may need to bring out a very different comp. Like there's a very enclosed point on this map. There's one that is, super wide open with those portals that you teleport back and forth across the map. And actually, I think all the maps have some kind of portal you can mess with. So this is a map that I think is very open-ended strategically and allows teams to really flex that ability to handle any sort of different comp. And Team 1, neither of these teams I don't think is going to be flat-footed by that.
We got a bunch of casters from all over the world joining us tonight. Shout out to Leg Day. You've seen him on some of the Rivals cast. You've got Why Not Be Casting, who should be working on Rivals as soon as we have a seat for you. Why not? In fact, you can take my seat one night here on Fight Night. Love having you every week. We've got Mike Rach, who I heard is an upcoming caster. He started on Minecraft. His buddies were vouching for him to join my all-casters terrible team to compete in our Rivals online tournaments. Mike, let's connect after this one. Your predictions have been terrible. I want to hear you on the mic, though. It's got to be better than the performance you have in chat. Achilleos, I'm told the players are almost ready. I'm done riffing. Let's talk a little bit about Krakoa because there's teleporters. It's a little bit crazy. This was the new map that everyone was hyped up about when they announced Emma Frost coming to the game.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be one of my real first kind of like looks in on it. I think, but I'm very curious about this draft and how this is going to go, because I think that if you're team one, you probably just want to try to lean into what you were just running because it was finding good value. I think the onus is more on Brr Brr Patapim to actually ban out some of the things that they were seeing in that first series if they're concerned about it. So I'm curious if they are, but for now it's just going to be a quick little save there on the Frost.
Okay, so Emma Frost is locked in for Brr Brr Patapim. Trust me, was playing that in the previous matchup. Expect it to be saved on their side, Jake. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, these first three bans have looked relatively stable to me, with teams banning the Magneto and the Luna, and then keeping Emma Frost, where, you know, at least Emma Frost, you're not as worried about some like broken team up. The character is just very strong, very high skill. Whereas I think for the Luna ban, Luna's just already really good. Like, copied Luna ult with Loki has always been kind of broken. And then on top of that, the Hawkeye team up seems like a real threat, especially here in this new season with the new team up. So, you know, maybe pretty standard first three. I think these back three, there were the opportunity for teams to define themselves, but so far still even, both banning the Loki as well. Not
it's a mirror
those
match.
Copied ults.
Ultron is locked in. Brr Brr Patapim going with the strategist protection. On the other side, there will be no Adam Warlock to team up with that.
Oh, they're switching about it.
What's happening here? Mantis?
I mean, no matter what, I think
Luna? Already gone.
Either of these will be fine for them. So they'll get rid of the Adam Warlock, get rid of the Mass Res. So
they might
I think
protect an Adam for themselves here and ensure that they can play Mass Res. I wouldn't hate that.
No, what?
Psylocke, okay.
Okay, so they're going with the Emma Frost Psylocke team up. Is pretty sick, honestly. Although I think actually the matchup is pretty good against Mass Res, because Mass Res doesn't deal the best with Psylocke just like hunting and pecking at your backline. It's not, you know, you want to be like we saw from Team 1 in that last series, where they're always setting the pace, they're always being super aggressive. I feel when Psylocke is flanking you and starting to cut up the backline and you're not turning and looking forward on the strategist, that's where the comp looks a little bit more challenging to execute. And Brr Brr Patapim has been really solid on the Psylocke Emma Frost combo, so we'll see if the Ultron or the Psylocke ends up being better. I kind of give it to the Psylocke. I kind of like that vision a little bit more. I wonder if Ultron is going to be able to deal the damage he wants to deal when the rest of his team is being harassed by a Psylocke.
All right, so you see both teams getting rid of Magneto and then banning out 3 strategists. Your healer choices are narrowed. Ultron missing his buddy in Adam Warlock. Potentially Mantis could come into play. Let's see what happens. It's Krakoa. It's map 1. It's your EU finals. A first look at the new meta with the Ignite ban system.
Alrighty, well.
Crook.
Gonna go into this one is
PC. He's getting back in.
Might be coming back to us. It might be coming back to us. Timer's still ticking down though.
Yeah, you can pause now in Marvel Rivals. So
okay. Quick little pause. Get Crook back into the lobby. Get things underway.
The Human Torch looks pretty real to me. Brr Brr Patapim are not swapping with only a few seconds left in the spawn. And I mean, it's interesting to me that Human Torch went from this like always first ban forever into just like absolutely nothing in terms of play rate. You know, to me that's like a surprising result, even with, you know, patch changing and things being different. Like how top tier Torch was. I kind of want to see what Brr Brr Patapim can get done with this character.
Okay. All right, he's in there. We had to update the UI, but don't you worry. Crook is in. He's running an Ultron for Team 1. We got a 6v6. Game 1 begins.
All right, back over on to the Iron Man. Thank you, Puckett, by the way, as we'll get that team up through with the Ultron. Just to get some splash damage in as said, Human Torch dancing around the pillars, but already, okay, Milio going to be taken down there, losing out on the Psylocke battle. Solid opening kill to be found. The Beam looking for the execution here, but Zero able to stay alive. PK coming up with another one. I mean, Pokey is just going crazy here.
Dude, Pokey is so sick on the Psylocke. They give him this protect quite often because he just makes mincemeat out of the competition, just chopping up Team 1, cutting them to pieces. And Brr Brr Patapim are going over the comp where it's not so much about the team ups, right? I guess they have the Fantastic Four team up with the Invisible Woman and the Human Torch and Psylocke and Emma Frost, but these aren't for me like game-breaking team ups that like radically change the way your comp plays. They just allow you to be a little bit more effective, have a little bit more of a powerful burst of damage, something you can deploy, a little bit more survivability for the Human Torch. And so far, Team 1 struggling to get value off the Ultron.
Oh, okay, well, Pokey, quick little exit over to the side there. Gotta say, I hate when players don't have their name matching what they submit to us. So when we go to the roster screen and then we get in game, it's different. It always throws me off.
Remove $10 from his paycheck if he wins.
Yes, there shall be deductions. We'll see what else he's going to be able to find up and over the top here. Look at the duke it out once again against Milio. It nearly comes away with that limb. Just so damn clean on this.
Yeah, it's scary. Both Psylocks now dueling on the flanks. Naga has that ultimate online. Look if he can find the opportunity to get the connection. Here's Crook over the top with the Ultron ultimate as well, starting to dump damage. So far, Cloak and Dagger, though, is giving just enough healing and damage on the point, stabilizing for now. Butterfly Dance into the back line, and this is going to start to lead to some kills. Team 1, they just don't have the strategist ultimates to be able to tank through that. And that's sort of the cost of the Ultron, right? You use this ultimate, if you don't come up with a decisive kill, especially when you force the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, it's like that Cloak and Dagger ultimate lasts so long. Team 1 are just getting outlasted in the fight, and then the counter punch is just too strong for them. They don't have the invisible boundary ready, and they can't sustain.
Naga maybe needing to find the bit of an opener here. Milio as well, struggling to even try to get into the back lines because has just been held at bay here by Pokey at every twist and turn. 84% built up though on this opening point. Brr Brr Patapim very much set to try to get themselves a 100-0 closeout as, trust me, trying to push forward and they're falling quite low. Ultimate's going to be sent here. Team 1 trying to get a little bit desperate with it as they are able to go ahead and get a trade up in the fight. 2-1. Flip coming through here into the favor of the overtime, going to be forced out. The cap ultimately will be found, it would seem here. Last minute contest coming through from the side of Brr Brr Patapim as they're trying to get their way back in. Tanuki,
hold on.
Set up, but okay, Pokey's still here, finds the kill. Naga going to be taken down, and suddenly we're not done yet. Pajaro sprinting around there with Captain America, up and over the top here into the air, because Pokey nearly gets the execute there. Looks for a little bit more, is really just trying to take down his Ultron, but can't quite make it happen. Milio does manage to go ahead and pick off the enemy Psylocke, but Rogero now going to be dead. The overtime starting to tick down. Portal going to be set up here from Trust Me to dive out of it. Managed to get the recontest. The OT going to be held at bay here for the moment, but Ken comes up with one. Naga trades one back, but it's still going to be Brr Brr Patapim coming out on top. The clutch up there from is just so damn good.
They're so clean with those refights, and I mean, it felt like Team 1, they knew that down 99-0, they needed to be a little greedy. They needed to hold on to a couple of those ultimates. But the punchback is just too brutal from Brr Brr Patapim. This is another mark, I think, of some of the top teams is how well they fight when they're down one, right? It's one thing to be in the setup you want and the thing that you've practiced and to be able to have a good fight. Sure, a lot of teams can do that. But the teams, for me, that can be down, they can be behind in the team fight and still have the confidence to attempt a clutch and actually succeed at it. Everybody playing their part well and staying alive to get deeper into those fights. That's the mark of a very strong team. And Brr Brr Patapim make their mark here. Round 1, 100-0 over Team 1.
That's going to be a bit of a painful way to lose out of the round. Not only is it 0, but you're so close to being able to get that flip and having that opportunity, but just narrowly squander it and have it slip through your fingertips. Right back over to the starter match here, though, as it will be back over onto the Human Torch here for Tanuki. And yeah, Naga is going to match.
So Team 1 saying, okay, you guys strat gapped us. Comp gap, we're just going to take the mirror match now. I think this is not a bad thing to do if it's like a newer meta and you're not exactly sure what's the best. If you get blown out like that, just comp match people and make this about deathmatch. Simplify the game for you.
Well, Pokey going right back over to the namesake here after getting it sustained back up towards full. As okay, Ultis is going to be unleashed, and that's going to be Milio Fate taken down. Crook cleaned up as well. Dance of the Butterfly just delivering results. And Pokey ultimately able to just shrug off. I mean, Rajar is doing his damnedest. He's trying to just beat down this Psylocke, but Pokey's just Like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Just keep wailing on me. I'm going to kill everybody else around you. Opening cap is once again here in the hands of Brr Brr Patapim.
It's an interesting comp because these strategists are so slippery, right? With the Invisible Woman, able to dance away with Invis, Cloak and Dagger, notoriously difficult to get your hands on. And so I feel like this ends up with a lot of these duelists trying to kill each other first. So Human Torches, Psylocke, both very offensive-minded characters, taking the fight to one another. And an early engage advantage here for Pokey, trying to take this one out. The clone, though, giving a bit of an edge, and Melio's able to secure that one.
Yeah, off by a hair there. Health pack does get scooped up, so Melio right back up to full HP. Attack over onto the fight now coming through from the side of Team 1, trying to get this flip into their favor a little bit faster than we saw them try it in the previous round. Tanuki down to a sliver, somehow has not been getting any heals here. Doesn't manage to stay alive, though, and eventually will get topped back up. Full energy available here for the Emma Frost, as just 2 quick kills could be found. Faith taken down, and this fight starts looking decent for the side of Team 1. They get rid of the raid boss, they get rid of Pokey, but they cannot get themselves a flip into their favor. The cleanup is going to be just too damn good. Brr Brr Patapim still maintain control, now crashing past 60%.
Yeah, just strategist soul gap there. Ken got the invisible boundary. Level 1 Crook just didn't quite have it online when he was cut down. They tried to commit the cap ult to bridge the gap, but a little bit too late, and that's going to be a costly one now. They need to, once again, get onto point and pop this boundary. That's how you have to take this fight. But Brr Brr Patapim have their own cap ult to try to sustain through it. So it's far from a free fight here for the retake for Team 1. They're going to need to have some individual prowess to get this one through.
And Pokey is okay. I was going to say damn close to being able to lap Milio there as far as the ults are concerned, but Milio does find the opening pick to go ahead and get the kill. Naga pulling the trigger here on the ultimate, matched by Tanuki, but so far the fight looking to go decently well here for the side of Team 1. Tucked back around the corner. And it's Naga barely staying alive. Milio with some very solid kills. Looks like they will be able to get this flip into their favor, but not before that point hits 99%. So right at the last little moment, and will be Team 1 getting their first taste of percentage here on Krakoa.
And, I mean, these are some pretty impactful fight wins. Melio winning those opening duels with Pokey really allows him to turn and then bring the fight to the tank line. Looks like they're setting up for a potentially very aggressive move here. Invis in from the Psylocke, maybe looking for a butterfly dance straight to the back line.
Goes in, HP bars getting hacked up there, but Alex able to stay alive. Good healing is found. Ken eventually does get picked. Those Naga finds the kill, but now Poke says, okay, it's my opening kill, and sends out the ultimate. Just going to be a 1-for-1 trade thus far, as he's out trying to stay alive here. Still in control of the point is Team 1. Brr Brr Patapim just trying to fight their way back over to it. Dash forward right up into the face of the Captain America. Pokey feeling fearless here, it would seem. Notes the enemy Psylocke, looks to try to get the hunt there on Emilio, but cannot find the picks. Team 1 successfully able to go ahead and disengage back over towards the point itself, but that is going to be space offered up now to Brr Brr Patapim, who sent out ults of their own. And holding Crook dead, Bait dead as well. As Team 1, it's all falling to pieces here, it would seem. The flip now threatened, not guaranteed, as Rajar is the only one left alive.
Can you strange portal in time? This is so tight. They do have that invisible boundary if they can get the strange portal. Maybe, I don't know. The overtime touch, that's not enough.
Yeah, they needed Rajar to try to get the touch there as the portal was just about to come through, but he was just too low, isolated, and alone. So the cleanup comes in. A bit more contention in the second round, but ultimately it's going to be Krakoa as a 2-0 for Brr Brr Patapim.
Man, those are a couple extremely close fights there where Brr Brr Patapim are able to take down level 1 Crook like 1 or 2 seconds before he would have popped that invisible boundary. I mean, if he just lives that 1 second longer, has done just a little bit more healing or damage, and has the ultimate online earlier, those are very different engagements. So this is really showing to me how closely matched those teams are, especially playing the mirror comp. I mean, Melio was bringing it to Pokey, making that very competitive in round 2.
Let's take a look here at some of the numbers. It's going to be Enzo on the Emma Frost, earning the MVP honors in game, over 11,000 damage, nearly 1,600 damage blocked, or 16,000 damage blocked. But more importantly, holding the door, holding those chokes, enabling Pokey to pop off. I really like the Psylocke. Does that continue moving forward in this series, Jake? Why was she such a crucial factor in game 1?
Well, I think, Psylocke is great on domination. It's a map type that just inherently offers a lot of opportunities to flank and be, hitting into the back line. And Psylocke really thrives in those chaotic environments where you can pick somebody off, stealth away, and kind of rinse and repeat that process. And then with Emma Frost getting protected early in these drafts, getting that team up with the clone, does give you a pretty crazy DPS stim, right? You show up on something you really want to get that kill done, pop the clone, and man, it's a problem to be able to try to tank through that, especially if your team isn't quite ready for you. So this is a comp that puts a lot of pressure on strategists in particular, with all these different flankers hitting the back line. You got Cap, Human Torch spamming from above, Psylocke just crushing you from behind. This is a very high skill comp that really tests the players, not only their deathmatching capability, but the coordination to focus fire in the chaos.
Can we give a shout out to our production, by the way? Achilleos, who does a billion games, jumps in at 4 a.m., crushes the play-by-play. Then I start talking about Psylocke. 12 seconds later, Solomon and our amazing observer crew have Psylocke highlights rolling. I work on Call of Duty every weekend. That's my full-time job, but this is my favorite show right now. You guys are crushing it.
Well,
we love you too, Bucket.
The kind words, Puck. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Oh yeah.
But
rock out now.
Pokey was crushing it more than I could have really anticipated, to be frank. I mean, usually when I come onto the show, which is few and far in between, I'm here like every third week or something like that.
Yep.
I don't get to really see EU because it happens early. I'm usually on NA, and
we let you sleep in till 8 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of first exposure for me here for Brr Brr Patapim as well as Pokey, and you know what? Didn't know his game, and I respect it. Man's clean.
Patapim is for real, man. This team is for real. Like the show they put on against VP last week, to me, I won't forget that easily, right? Like I think they did kind of choke a little bit in that game 5, but to even be competitive, right? To be able to go toe to toe, take maps.
Oh,
off
no
VP.
one takes maps off VP.
Exactly. That for me was a paradigm shift in EU. There's been a long time where VP has been #1 with a bullet, like, oh, they're just gonna win everything. It's not even gonna be close. And Brr Brr Patapim cracked that armor. Even VP is probably starting to be like, whoa, like all right, things have shifted. I mean, and I always talk about how hard it is for a team to stay on top that long when everyone's gunning for you, everyone's watching and learning from you. And Brr Brr Patapim maybe have really leveled up from that process of grinding out match after match against these strong teams here at Fight Night.
Do you think maybe it's also part of the new ban system? I know it's been mostly mirror matches so far, but do you think this is going to allow some teams to separate from each other? Because previously, Virtus Pro, you knew they were instantly going to ban Groot 100% of the time. You were never going to see Groot in a game. Jake, does this new system allow for it, or do you still ban out Groot with your first pick?
So the thing with the new system, I am not a huge fan of it, just to be completely honest with you, because I think
so hit me with it.
The new system, it incentivizes you theoretically to just ban the strongest characters always. Whereas when you're global banning, i.e. if you do a ban that also bans the hero for yourself, if you say, you know what, yeah, Human Torch is the best character and I am the best Human Torch, you don't have to ban Human Torch, because you're like, I will just gap you on the best character if you have that confidence. And frankly, a lot of these players at this level, they really do have that confidence to say, you know what, bring me the strongest hero in the game. I will carry the game. Like, let them have it too. I don't care. Like, and so a team that has to ban Human Torch, they're scared of that matchup. It's like saying something about their identity as a team. Whereas when you're just banning for the opposition, theoretically, you should just ban the best things in the game always, because you could use them yourself. Like, I'm going to ban Human Torch from you because I want to play Human Torch myself. And so it should theoretically lead to more mirror matches. And I think that's the opposite of what the devs wanted. I think they wanted the system to introduce more non-mirrors. And I think they might just be wrong about what the strategic incentives this ban system creates.
All right, so we're going to have Jake diving in with a very fair take on the ban and protect system. Meanwhile, I'm going to turn our direction to a very important conversation in the chat. This is Deppy Dave asking Lelos, who we said was the MVP from the losing team of the previous match. He's asking, Lelos, when are you going to do maid outfit? Maid outfit when?
Asking the real questions. We don't
How many
pull back
subs
the
would
heavy
it
hitters.
take? How many subs would it? I'm guessing 2,000 minimum.
How many for you to do it, Puckett?
Ooh, I'm going 100,000.
It's like 4.
Yeah, those,
it's like
those photos will
it's
be
right
used
here in the
against
closet,
me.
bro.
Yeah, actually, Bren, let me borrow his. All right, we got to jump back into the action here because the path is ready. Our bans and protects are live. Shout out to Bren. He looks great no matter what he's wearing. And once again, you will see no Magneto. Mr. No Fun, Mr. Alt Counter is out of it. Emma Frost is going to be protected on one side. Luna banned out for Team 1. And now Brr Brr Patapim is going to get their turn after this protect.
I mean, these first 3 have been pretty locked in. I kind of don't expect any changes. I think the Luna Hawkeye team up is like looking a little crazy right now. That frozen arrow is kind of insane for like spamming people on the walk up. And Luna just like has just been a mainstay as like the best strategist or top tier strategist for a while. And I wonder if there's any opportunity to really change it. I don't feel like Team One want to take a different approach. I think what they say is, all right, round 1, we got comp capped. Round 2, we mirror match you. It's very close. We're just going to run it back. They're also a team that has the confidence, you know, that they can win in the mirror match. And they should, I think. So I don't think they need to change anything drastically. However, we're going to Yggdrasil path. So I wonder if there will be different prioritization. If things like Ultron Iron Man using those skyboxes, to me, the Yggdrasil path might be the best map for the Ultron Iron Man team up. So that could be more impactful here.
We haven't seen it yet. So maybe it will be time to bring it out. Ultron going to be protected. Psylocke going to be locked in.
Brr Brr Patapim saying we don't need. I mean,
yeah, Poke's doing fine. We're good. He'll cut you out of the no problem.
Unless it gets banned right now. I think Team One might ban the Ultron here if they really value it. If they think it's the meta, or the Iron Man, you could ban one of the team ups. Instead, they might just let it through. They're banning the cloak.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, this was a key part of the success. I actually think the cloak ban is pretty smart if you want to run Ultron Iron Man, because cloak has that instant survivability that always is going to dodge the Iron Man ult.
Ooh, I like these call outs. Lots of fun. Also, you saw the cloak Ultron dual strategist finished earlier from Team One. That was game number 2 as they held the Spider Islands. Will it be 3 strategists? 2? What's happening? We go to the path. Achilles, Jake on the mic. This is the U final.
It's probably going to be, I think, 3. I think that they're
Ultron strikes me as a triple strategist vibe, and Iron Man is a pretty monster duelist in terms of like solo carrying on damage, especially when you got some of these team ups. You got more strategists enabling you, giving you more resources. I do think Iron Man is pretty crazy. We'll see though what the strat ends up being. Team One, we're just rolling out with like exactly what they played on the last map, and it's Brr Brr Patapim who are on a pretty different look for now.
Are going to be attacking first, so we can go ahead and make some swaps. We'll see what they do end up on, though.
I don't hate a penny rocket here. Is that crazy? Maybe it's too crazy.
I wouldn't mind it. I mean, it was looking really strong in our opening series, so wouldn't mind it at all. But looks like it's going to be a bit more of.
Ultron looks pretty scary for Human Torch. How do you duel this guy in the sky? He's crushing you at long range.
Yeah, it's something to be concerned about as Rajaro coming in around the flank, dropping down, looking to try to harass here, disrupt this back line. Ends at the same time, tagged out to about half HP, but ultimately will be okay. Cart still steadily gliding forward. It's okay. It's going to be Polly who finds one. Fate going to be taken down. As, yeah, they look for a little bit more. Trust me, able to trade one back as Ken will fall. As it's going to get full-blown back and forth here, but it's going to be Poke coming up with 2 kills. Looking to go ahead and maintain the advantage here for the side of Brr Brr Patapim, and that is going to be the push now, guaranteed to at least make it into the courtyard.
It's a scary comp to play against, right? Because Tanuki's heal is just fire and forget, right? Put this drone on Cap, and he's like more or less immortal in your back line. And then he's often synergizing with Pokey. They're hitting targets together, and this is pretty scary. Like, how do you deal with this on Cloak? Oh, Fate's just gone again.
Oh my God.
2 fights in a row, obliterated, and they might go for more here.
Just a jump scare around the corner. I mean, and Ken's able to find Milio at the same time. Now just diving in, looking for more, and there's just no escape. This combo of Polly Pokey, that is just nastiness. And what goes from like, okay, you know, they make it to the courtyard, but there's going to be a refight here from Team One. Maybe they could buy another minute off the. Nope, no, not at all. Cap is in. It's 5 minutes as they go into the second stretch.
You're going to need some kind of an adjustment here from Team One. I mean, maybe Fate is just getting picked off. They need to play tighter between Crook and Fate, because those flankers are going to come for you every fight, right? Polly and Pokey won't be stopped. These are incredibly mobile characters. They're going to be bringing down damage into the backline. You just have to be ready for that, ready to respond. Naga is going to go over to the Star-Lord, try and send some aggression back the other way. But who's going to deal with this Ultron? He's really getting great value here, getting a lot of his own damage in, and that heal is pretty impactful here, especially in the fight.
See Naga trying to get some line of sight there, try to take Tanuki out of the sky. Milio does manage to find a very critical kill, though. Okay, the butterfly opened up, looking for a bit more, and will be rewarded for it. So 3 kills going to be found there by Milio. Naga gets 1 onto Enzo. And some footing going to be found here. Just the 1 ultimate having to be committed as well. Overall, a good sign here for Team One.
Now Melio setting up on the flank again, wants to keep the tempo in his team. I think this comp is very much about being aggressive. Here's Trust Me opening up immediately with the Emma Frost ultimate. But Ken does find the opportunity to get the Mana to sold out. It's going to sustain through everything, and Melio in a little bit of trouble, getting cleared out of that flank. So incredibly low, so far so good though, staying alive, and the Legendary over the top is going to make this very awkward for the walk-up. Invisible Boundary comes down, but trust me, he's already found the kill onto Ken. Nice pull in from Invisible Woman though.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as that expires, the kill does come in, but yep, pull through comes in. Enzo able to isolate Naga, kill found. Card now being capped is a little bit of a threat in there, trying to draw the attention away. Sedation onto Rajaro, will be held at bay on the flank once again, getting noted. Jumps up and over the top, but Wiley, this is still Brr Brr Patapim trying to get themselves out towards safety, not wanting to play forward with the ults in play. And Pokey gets caught up in the crossfire there, trying to go for the exit. Which for Familio, hunting for a bit more, trying to get that next ult cycled in. For now, Brr Brr Patapim, 2 minutes drained off the clock since the cap had come in. Are not advancing.
Yeah, and the Cloak and Dagger paying dividends, right? So Team 1 getting that ban over the line here gives them maybe a bit of an edge here. Now they're walking up with Tanuki's ultimate, trying to get it forward here. Team 1, they don't have any ultimates to respond with. Ultron trying to do as much damage as he can, taking a lot of counter pressure, but the heals are good onto Ultron. They're keeping him alive. And Team 1 tried desperately to get that counter kill, but just couldn't quite make it happen.
It just looks so silly when you've got all of the clones basically just hovering around you, all flying in. But yeah, that's going to be the break point here. Repetitive able to go ahead and resume the push. Team 1, again, still an opportunity to go ahead and get a foothold in front of this cap, especially given that Emilio is about to have another ult at the ready. Pokey for now, living up to the name, just looking and prodding here on this little access point. Tucks back around, rejoins in with the rest of the team. Cart going to be halted here for now. Ken's ult going through, just trying to keep everybody sustained. Trust me, tagged up dangerously low. Fate similarly falling here, but this is not picked off, so kills not found quite just yet, and that's something that Brr Brr Patapim desperately need. Enzo goes in here with the ultimate. As Invisible Woman ults out on both sides, just full obfuscation, full blindness here, as everyone gets disguised. Pokey, the ult to the ready. Emilio finding not much of anything there at all. Tries to poke in off the back there, going for the flank. As things start getting a little bit chaotic. Polly able to find one. Rajaro responding in kind. Ken going to be taken down. DPS for support here. As the heals get broken down a little bit more for Brr Brr Patapim, and Enzo gets stunned up and taken down. Trust me, able to find the kill. An opportunity now to go ahead and extend the hold as Naga goes in with the Legendary. Look at this, go ahead and shove them back, and Wiley Brr Brr Patapim has to go ahead and get into a disconnected position. They have to try to backpedal here, but Polly's still going to be taken down.
Yeah, they get chased down. Every ult came out there from Team 1 in that fight. And trust me, he's already close to another Psionic Seduction. And a bit of an uncharacteristic mistake out of Pokey, overextended there, and Team 1 are wasting no time punishing, sending the attackers all the way back to the door. They've got to just stay alive in the spawn. Tanuki, though, in the chaos, picks off Naga, and so maybe now the momentum gonna swing the other way. Team 1 on the fallback. They have a lot of space to give up here, so they're not too worried about this. And you see Rajaro playing with a lot of confidence, just holding what ground he can.
That's what I was going to say. Naga dying doesn't mean too much of anything because they have so much space. I mean, maybe a back cap threaten would be something to try to draw them back away. Polly into the back line, however, is fine. Multiple kills, just slicing and dicing through as they get rewarded with 3. And now it's only Naga who is alive. So Cart once again has to advance forward. Still a chance to get the retouch here for Team 1, but for Patapim, they say, okay, well, we need to fight forward. We need to play beyond point B. They go pushing up. Gonna try to
Range portal getting them in though.
This off, but like you said,
he's pushed back into the spawn. He got pushed back into the spawn by the Invisible Woman. He couldn't use the portal. I don't think I've seen that before. That's a sick counterplay.
Oh my God,
Enzo from Invisible Woman. Wow, really well played by Alex. And that's just gonna be a free cap. This fight, kind of a garbage fight for Team 1. They'd love to get a kill or two here, but they're not gonna be able to stop the cart.
Yeah, just the one peeled kill there on the Ken, but wow, what a play from Alex, as you said. I glance up, I see just blonde woman in the highlights. I'm like, yeah, it's Enzo. Enzo's playing the Invisible Woman. No, that's Emma Frost. My bad. Either way, a second lease on life for Brr Brr Patapim. So, a minute remaining. I think given the holds that we've seen, Team 1 should still be favored to deny the full push, but this is still good progression here on Yggdrasil Path.
Sonic Seduction could be powerful here. Team 1 trying to preempt that, going in with the Legendary and the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. And Brr Brr Patapim looks content to take the wipe. Yeah, they're not going to try and recommit ults into this. I actually like this decision. I think they really just want to play for the biggest possible advantage in the final fight. Cap slips out to the spawn and takes the reset. And so it's going to be just a few ultimates here available for Team 1. Crook with the Invisible Boundary, Melio with that Butterfly Dance, and Team 1 thinking about maybe getting a very aggressive push off here. They do have the Cap ult to help get them into the fight.
Okay, Alex sending out the barrier here. Brook holding the match, or not winning the match, rather, as Million is going to be taken down. Kills going to be found here. Similar scene for the side of Team 1, saying, okay, we lose this fight. Don't commit anything else. Just go ahead and let the wipe come through. Rajaro will get taken down here, buys a little bit of added time, as we will enter into OT. 4 ultimates to play with for the side of Brr Brr Patapim. 3 on the side of Team 1 as they look to hold the line, deny the cap coming through.
Very clean response from Brr Brr Patapim there. Just the invisible boundary, 1 for 1, that puts them in a fantastic position to make a lot more card progress. Sonic Seduction now coming out from both sides, but not too much of a connection. The Ultron out now, kind of dumping a little bit of damage. Crook has to be careful, has to use that invisible boundary to great effect in this fight. Capel stabilizing for now for Brr Brr Patapim. Push forward with the invisible boundary. Melio, trust me, finding kills.
He's into the back line. Tanuki going to be taken down, and that's going to be 2 of the supports out dealt with, as Ken also does get picked. Pokey needing to deliver results, but is unable to do so. There's just too much sustain still available to the side of Team 1. He ends up falling. Enzo's going to be taken down, as this should be the cleanup and the hold coming through. The OT bleeds away. So a successful hold on the final stretch, but Team 1 still going to be kicking themselves, still likely feeling like this should have been a hold in front of B.
Yeah, that pushback on the invisible, or on the Doctor Strange portal, was so sick. I truly think that's the first time I've seen that exact way for the play to go. And that, I mean, that's huge, right? Because that denies one of those chaotic Strange portal fights, which we always know are like, they always seem scary, but sometimes with the strategy ultimates, you can just somehow clutch a hold out of nothing there. And so getting that deep into 3rd, I think, is a pretty solid progress, especially for, this is Team 1's map pick, right? So you'd think they'd be favored. You'd think they'd be in a very comfortable spot here, knowing how to take these fights. Brr Brr Patapim have just been, you know, throwing blows back the entire way, though.
All right, well, now over onto the attack for themselves. Don't expect to be seeing any adjustments overall here. I think it's likely going to be exactly the same comps for both teams, and at least for the case of Brr Brr Patapim, we can see that that is true.
I'll have to see if Tanuki ends up sticking with the Ultron on the defense. I'm not a huge believer, I think, in this strategist lineup, the Mantis, Ultron, and Invisible Woman. I'm not the #1 fan of this, I will say. It looks a little sketchy. Ultron does do pretty good damage, but the Mantis has always felt, for me, out of place outside of the mass res comp. I feel like when you have that res, you can really push the limit, but not as much of a believer outside of that setup.
Let him know, Jake.
Once again, on the Human Torch, this is a scary spot to play Human Torch, I think. This is a kind of a scary, you know, even up in the sky, like, I feel like Ultron has a major advantage dueling other flying heroes because of that hit scan weapon.
I'm still looking to just layer in where possible here is Naga.
Oh, getting close, though.
Right in on top of here. Yeah, I mean, if you can gap close and really hit the shots, then you have an opportunity, but couldn't quite get too much through. They do note Pokey on that flank. Bit of damage in, and there's the splash. Naga is able to find it. Pokey going to be taken down. Big opener now for Team 1 on the push.
Yeah, great turnaround and peel there by Naga. Very aware. And now zoning off some of the strategists, helping that cap into the back line.
So,
and you got to just full kite for Brr Brr Patapim, but somebody's going to get punished, and it ends up being Tanuki. Now they're continuing on the pressure here. Iron Man goes a little bit too deep, though. Rojaro went past the corner, gets turned around by Ken, who finds 2. So this is turning into a bloodbath, which tends to favor the defenders.
At the moment, they're going to be zoned away. They don't have the front line. Trust me, look at it, just push forward, take some space here, can play pretty fearlessly, given the backing that he has, given that he's got full energy. Pokey at the same time, able to find 1. Milio going to be picked off. Heart capped, held at bay here for the moment. Can they find the stability, though? Because it's still damn close. With Crook going down, it seems like Brr Brr Patapim should be able to get a bit of a foothold here, but how long they can hold it for is going to be the next question.
Yeah, and it does force Ken to ulti to get that one cleaned up, but they're finding a couple extra kills here, which is going to further drain that clock down for Team 1. So they were really aggressive, turning that corner on Rojaro. I think the strategists weren't quite ready to double down into that play. And a couple swaps are going to come in. Naga over to the Wolverine. Okay, interesting choice here. Maybe looking to punish that strange swap out of Tanuki. It's going to be a little bit low on resources. The extra tank can be pretty vulnerable to Wolverine.
Gotta be careful, though. If you go for the kidnap, drag him into the back line, and that Eye of Agamotto is at the ready and can't blow up fast enough. Could just end up getting your entire team stunned. Fate sends out the ultimate, though. And it's going to be Alex in response, setting up the barrier. You hear the call. Lead the charge for Jaro. Still their own ultimate at the ready. There's the kidnap looking for Ken. Dances around it, though, still. However, it will get re-kidnapped. Once again, Naga will find that kill. Crook going to be trained at the same time, so it's just going to be strategist for strategist here as Pokey finds Emilio once more. Barrier Finally just locking them back here. And for now, it seems like control of this cart going to be maintained. Poke's so damn low, but Tanuki, or Naga rather, can go away with the kill. I see Wolverine, I see Tanuki in the game, and I'm just like, yeah, it's Tanuki.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive hold there. I think the fact that Poke wins that 1v1 ends up being really important for the engagement as a whole. And Ken is over to the Jeff here, so kind of a wonky choice here. But we'll see if it can work. I mean, could be problematic if he's able to get that ultimate up for the overtime, can maybe grab some of those players. I mean, there are some edges of the map pretty close to the fight here, so I feel like this Jeff ult could actually be surprisingly decisive.
Can't be worse than a Mantis.
True. Puckett, the #1 Mantis hater, is a fan of any kind of picks other than Mantis. Butterfly dance into the back line, but who's this targeting down? Looks like NZO, but he's getting a lot of heal to sustain, but Tanuki can't quite get the same treatment. Fake goes down in the chaos, though, and Jeff finds another kill. Hold on, Ken, making this happen.
Yeah, Ken coming away with a pick there on to Naga, takes them down. I mean, this is still going to be control maintained, and I mean, from what was looking like a pretty decent start, this is completely crumbled under their feet. Brr Brr Patapim here on this defense are absolutely immovable. 25 seconds now remaining. A last-ditch effort here for Team 1. And reminder, they need to make it all the way to the final stretch here, Jake. They don't, I mean, they need to get this cap. They only get 2.5 minutes. And given the way the Brr Brr Patapim is playing, given that they have 4 ultimates here versus just the 2, it's looking like this is going to be a nigh impossible task.
Sonic Seduction creating problems. Here's Ken with the ulti. Would love to be able to pull somebody away, and he grabs the cloak and dagger. What's he gonna go with her? Just maybe taking her away from the ultimate where she could be vulnerable?
I think about to just take her as far as you possibly can. Get her disconnected from the rest of the fight.
Butterfly dance from Pokey, getting one. Maybe he's done enough. The Wolverine ult, though, trying to strike back, trying to bring this one back into connection. Tanuki is low, just got the ultimate, but couldn't quite cast it in time. And now Team 1 starting to crumble. Players so incredibly low. The strategists grouping up, fighting together. Brr Brr Patapim about to lock up map 2. Go up 2-0 here in our money match series towards their potential first championship in Marvel Rivals Fight Night. Wolverine with the second life, stalling for everything he's worth, and the invisible boundary comes out too, so Team 1 having a new lease on life, another chance. Tanuki also coming back with that strange portal. Everybody's into this engagement.
Set up. They managed to get them here. A bit of a kidnap here. Looking for the pick onto Pokey. Trying to go ahead and execute this straight for their able to do it. And in all of this chaos, the rest of the team is falling to the wayside. 4 quick kills. Now 5. Rajaro being the 6th and final. That will be the holes coming to fruition for Brr Brr Patapim. A solid attempt at the last-ditch effort there to try to get that clutch up in OT, but Team 1 just cannot make it happen. Brr Brr Patapim is just looking way too clean.
Man, they are so scrappy, and they bring out these crazy clutch picks. They bring out the Jeff, they bring out the Strange, and I feel like they really know how to make the most of a difficult situation when they force that. I love that Alex wins MVP. There's 0 chance the system understands that he pushed the Strange back into the spawn and denied the portal, but that was one of the coolest plays I've seen, so a very well-deserved MVP. On top of that 10k damage, the Invisible Woman, nothing to shake a stick at.
That is a lot of work being put in there by Alex. Can we give a shout out, though, to Brr Brr Patapim? They go for the hero swaps. Everything they seem to bring out works. It all started, though, and Chad pointed out, there was a moment where Ken on Mantis gets double headshots. He takes out the Flyer and Naga and then puts the team right back into business. It was the strategist getting the job done in that game number 2. And now, as you said, we are 1 map away from taking this series. Achilles, we have to give our early MVP honors so production can start preparing like highlight reels. Can you choose just one?
It's probably Pokey. I mean, I'd like not to always just be like, yeah, duelist player, whatever, flashy plays, but Pokey has been exciting. Pretty instrumental in this, but I think there are a lot of ways that you could cut this. Everybody right now is just performing so damn well, but I would probably lean towards the Psylocke.
He's got the most final hits so far in this series. Jake, who are you liking in this series? It can be from either side.
I'm still stuck on this Alex Invisible Woman play. Like, denying the Strange portal is so sick. Like, it's one tiny little play. You don't get a final blow for that. You basically did no damage, but you more or less in one button press instantly won a team fight. It was a team fight the defenders didn't even get to take. It's one of those things, it's like, it seems small, but it's actually one of the biggest plays you can ever make. Like one of those big brain strats where, okay, I push the Strange back to the spawn, it cancels the portal. Like, that is so sick for me. Like that for me is going to change the whole game. I think a lot of teams are going to see that play and be like, oh crap, we need to like send Invisible One forward and contest the Strange when he's trying to portal out of the spawn when the spawn is close enough for that to be practical. I was just really impressed by that, the awareness, the understanding, the depth of the game.
When that comes up, make sure to call it out. I have a feeling our observers grabbed it, as they always catch the best moments. Here's a look at the Ultron Ultimate. Basically, it's just a barrage of missiles that come down and destroy everything in your way. The railgun beam just does the rest of the work. Here's the Invisible One.
And so if we see this on the Strange PP, like he can only cast the portal outside of his own spawn, so they're trying to protect him, but then back inside, he's not allowed to cast it in here. So it actually just cancels it out. So sick, actually.
It's disgusting.
And then, of course, as you mentioned, Pokey doing Pokey things. I don't feel like he missed a shot there in the final 2 minutes.
He won a lot of 1v1s when the team was down 1, right? Ken also had that play on the Mantis, clutching up, finding kills. And that's been like the call sign for me from Brr Brr Patapim. The reason I really expect to see them really continue to rise in the Marvel Rivals European scene is when they're down 1, they might fall back around the next corner, but they're not giving up the fight. Like if Rajaro comes and swings that corner because he's, oh, we're up 1, we can maybe keep pushing. He gets absolutely smoked around the corner. Like they are ready for the peak and they are ready to fight. And so this is a Brr Brr Patapim team that even when they're, on the back foot strategically or in a number scenario, they are ready to fight. They are ready to shoot back at you. And they're not only playing with the intelligence to fall back, but they're also have the mechanics to back up that positioning. And I really think that the series has been the proof and all you really need to see that this is a very competitive team in Marvel Rivals.
There's an EU challenger coming in to Ignite. Let's just put Virtus Pro on notice. Finzy's aware. He's in the chat. Shout out to the GOAT, one of the highest gifters officially here on our twitch.tv/Rivals Fight Night channel. Achilleos, this has been a fun evening. There is a little bit of lore that you may have missed out on. Tanuki, who is in this matchup, was the originator of using the DPS Jeff. He was a duelist. He switches over to Jeff, basically played purely for the Jeff Ultimate, and every single time he spit enemies off the map. His teammate Ken failed to spit even a single person off the map. I feel like you need to have a little bit more teamwork, a little bit more practice, maybe some character one-on-ones. Have you seen this in other titles? Does anyone do this?
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of other titles that have all that one. I
just watch a TikTok. Don't even spend time. Just watch TikTok. Use the bubbles. Go there faster. Get them off.
I would like to see like an actual, real, full commitment onto the Jeff. The only time that I've gotten past it, where it was like out the gate, we're playing Jeff. They ended up C9ing the point because they devoured their own Magneto that was contesting, and they C9 the point.
Yeah, Jeff is an agent of chaos. I will say that about Jeff. It's not going to be a normal, stable game of Marvel Rivals when somebody picks Jeff, all right? It's going to be chaos.
He's a shark with feet. It doesn't make sense, but that's why you're watching it. This is Rivals Fight Night. Producer, do you need a break? Am I supposed to throw to one, or are teams willing to play? Because unlike North America, EU knows how to game. They sit down, they load up lobbies. Everyone's in at the same time. They get into the matches. It's fantastic, Jake. North America, they've been working on it. They're getting a little bit better. But there was a moment where we had to find them for delays.
We got to crack the whip a little bit on these NA players. They're getting lazy. EU, they're hungry. They're grinding. They're trying to unseat these top dogs. And I think a lot of this is kind of coming around the Ignite tourney coming up, right? I think people are really starting to say, okay, there's a very serious prize pool. We got to lock in and get as good as we possibly can be. And that kind of comes out in all aspects of your game, whether it's your scheduling, your coordination as a team, how much you're practicing. All these are going to play into a factor of how well you can perform in a tournament. And this match is really showing the levels to this game. I mean, let's be honest, Blood Kariudo, they kind of got absolutely worked over by Team 1. It was not that close. Map 2 was close. The other 2 maps, they were not close.
Not so close.
And Brr Brr Patapim is another level above. So to me, this really stratifies the game. It shows that how competitive you can be. I think most people would have seen that first series and been like, oh, Team 1, they're so sick. They play so well. How do you ever beat this? And now Brr Brr Patapim is turning the tables on you. It's going to be Araco, I guess, for the map pick for Team 1. So this can be a change up. I feel like I've seen this map, but I can't visualize it from the name.
Araco. Yeah. Okay. So if you're a Squirrel Girl lover, you're gonna love this map.
Yes,
I've only played it twice. I have switched over to Squirrel Girl instantly. You can teleport behind them. You can jump around like a maniac. It is a lot of fun. If we get there, and there's a Squirrel Girl on Rivals Fight Night, by the way, and she's on screen for more than 3 minutes, it will be a Rivals Fight Night record. Brr Brr Patapim, trying to seal the deal, trying to cash this 4-digit check. Yeah, $1,000 is your Fight Night prize for Europe. So far, 12,000 in the bank of Virtus Pro. They're about to watch a new champion. Will it be Team 1, formerly Luminosity, with the reverse sweep? Where's the Patapim getting it done? Achilles? I have a feeling we're going to see maybe Magneto, then Emma Frost Protected, then a Luna ban on each side, and then Emma Frost Protected, then a Loki. What do you got after that?
Probably an Adam Warlock if you're Patapim. You know,
I think they gotta ban. They gotta respect ban Pokey right now. This is the change up. They gotta respect ban the Psylocke out of Pokey. He's doing too much. I think the team is too good at playing around him. I'm not convinced Team 1 will do that because they might want to just take the duel, but I don't think this, like, they're not even, like, Loki's not even that good, right? Like, they're not even really playing Loki, so I don't really see why he's getting the ban pile. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing in terms of, like, a comp that they're scared of, something, maybe they just feel like the regeneration domain is too important against something like Wolverine or whatever, where the ult is like almost a guaranteed kill if you don't have regeneration domain.
Without the Luna, I think Loki becomes your second best friend. So get him off the map. So
I like the Mantis ban from Brr Brr Patapim here because you protect Adam Warlock. You're kind of showing your hand. You maybe want to go for the Star-Lord team up. Right. And I think that would make sense for Team 1, right? It was a very good look for them in the last series. Okay, we were down 2-0. Let's go to the mass res comp. So at least taking out Mantis, it's like, you could play Adam Star-Lord, but it does kind of hurt when you don't have Mantis in the mix there. You're really missing out. And they're going to get their own Emma Frost and Psylocke set up here. So they're pretty comfortable, I think, are for Patapim. Maybe another Cloak and Dagger ban could be coming out here.
Chat, let's take this a different direction. Okay, Cap is not going to be punching you in the face if you're Brr Brr Patapim. We'll see what Team 1 is bringing to the table as their tank. You know Emma Frost is there. What do you pair it with? Probably more Doctor Strange. Quick question to the chat, though. Would this Brr Brr Patapim team with Ultron beat Virtus Pro if they were here tonight?
I think there's at least one chatter that will say no. Finzi probably going to be looking to shut down any allegations there, but...
Follow-up question.
They went to game 5, bro. That's an
disrespectful combo of mains. If you're having to pick from one Vanguard, one Duelist, one Strategist, what is the most ultimate scumbag composition? So far, I see Squirrel Girl, Jeff. What's the Vanguard that goes with it?
Penny Parker. Easy.
Penny Parker.
Question. Next question, bro. Next question. Penny Parker, Squirrel Girl, Rocket. That goes crazy for me.
Well, I was going to say maybe Hulk, but speaking of which, Enzo currently hovering it here.
Little Hulk action? Okay, I mean, they do have to think about what their second Vanguard is going to be because they did have that Cat banned out. Hulk could be interesting in this spot, and they're going to go with Tanuki on the Wolverine as well. I don't think they're really going to use the fastball special. It's pretty much a meme. Hold on, Hella, though, in big trouble here. Yeah, just going to get assassinated.
Okay.
So that's why you break the Hulk. He freezes people, and then Pokey gets his stats padded.
Tanuki's just sending it in the front line, still has that second life. Rather, so he doesn't. What was I saying? He has the fastball special. He's ready to rock with the fastball special, the most important cooldown in the game for Wolverine. But yeah, it's just going to be an easy first fight win. Start that big Groot looking boy walking. Look at him, look at that. That is aura right there. That is, the cart has aura. This is the most, like, compared to like Venom's like weird little head or whatever, this is so much swaggier.
I mean, this is pretty much just the donk walk emote.
Actually. I love that he's just aura farming them.
He's actually just donk walking it down. Like, that's all he's doing. Either way, all right. About a minute gone. Solid progress going to be found here for Brr Brr Patapim thus far. Let's see if Team 1 can try to slow this up. Naga, oh boy, just pinned down onto the low ground. Sliver of HP remaining and just nowhere to go but back to the respawn room. So, does end up getting taken down. Pajaro doing his damnedest. And the only Captain America here in the lobby after the ban, but is now just going to be kidnapped, pinned to the wall, and taken down. This is not a good time.
And the comp for Team 1 kind of falling apart. Brr Brr Patapim brawling so insanely well at the close range. They are just incredibly deadly, and this map is full of corners. Kind of doubting Milio's pick here. He's struggling to get that much value, and every time you come around a corner, you're getting Wolverine kidnapped, you're getting frozen by Enzo on the Hulk. Team 1 opening this portal, trying to delay for a moment. Tanuki was trying to grab a kidnap in there, and you come out alone. Yeah, you're into this Wolverine here, out of the frying pan, into the fire, and a butterfly dance could be available if you even need it for Pokey.
I mean, Crook is just dead on arrival. No opportunity to try to address the ultimate there. Similar scenes for Naga, and it's so much control here from the side of Brr Brr Patapim, but the trades start coming through. Ken Alex both going to be taken down, Polly. Still alive. Nope, dead. Okay, trust me, does manage to find the kill. So it seems like finally a bit of a foothold is going to be found here for the side of Team 1.
Monster Hulk used.
Starting to roll back a bit, but yeah, just get the
kind of
pop out of it.
Weird pop of the ultimate. I guess he's going to live and like feed a bunch of strategist ult back to his teammates, but it seems like a pretty low value use of the ultimate. So Team 1, nice clutch from them, and they're holding on to a couple ultimates. So maybe I spoke too soon. Stabilizing with a bit more range here at the end of the checkpoint.
Let's see how long we can hold this for. Tanuki jumping forward. Kidnap not to be found there. It was Pokey opening things up here. Goes in. That's a butterfly on the high ground, but some elimination's not going to be found. Enzo going to be popped out and goes banner form. And swiftly will be dealt with by Milio. There's Pokey taking a peek, taking a bit of damage. Needs to make a swift little exit here. Dashes back, joins in with the rest of the squad. Back in a stealth, and for now, though, it's going to be decent time buying coming through. A minute remaining here for the side of Brr Brr Patapim on this attack.
Yeah, and Melio's starting to really get tucked in this comp, but here he comes, the harassment squad just teleported behind him. Watch out, brother. Was not ready for that one. And now without your backline DPS, who's going to carry? Rajaro coming with the Eye of Agamotto, getting a couple stuns in, but the invisible boundary, keeping people up for the moment. Stabilizing under it, Cloak and Dagger ult as well.
Yeah, nothing found off the back of that. Naga can't get anything done there. Emilio able to find the headshot, does shut down Pokey, a little bit less concerned, but there's still just too many casualties, it would feel like, here on the side of Team 1. Cleanup will come through. The cap is found, so just under 3 minutes remaining here for Brr Brr Patapim as they go on the second stretch. But it's decent time buying still. I think a good showing for Team 1 thus far, but they need to get dug in.
Dude, the artists and the animators have cooked, man. When you cap, you like, nature is healing this you know, sterile factory. I am emotionally invested in the outcome of this payload map.
Well, once again, on the hunt.
Nice grab from Invisible Woman, though. Yes, it saves the kidnapping target. But Wolverine is just pumping damage.
Has to be rerouted right back here over into towards the front, playing on the corner. Gets the kidnap, though. That's dive forward, looking to assassinate Naga, but he's managed to make it his way out. All healing found there is Milio low on HP, but still putting up the numbers. Finds Pokey.
Just get a 4-man Tanuki. Pop that all.
Going to go dashing forward. Ult is invested, looking to keep everybody alive. As once again, mind a little kidnap here, but no real way to confirm these eliminations.
Yeah, and the Cloak and Dagger just desperately trying to get back into her ultimate, into the team. Here's the ultimate now from Wolverine, pumping damage. No one's able to deal with Melio, though. A little bit of a lack of range damage, but he's just not able to get through the healing here from Cloak and Dagger. That ultimate just a little bit too powerful and instant pick off. Fate is going to head over to the Jeff. Okay, pretty interesting. Rajaro onto the cap. So Team 1 wanted to maybe match some of this fast tempo. Okay, no, back to the Cloak and Dagger. Just using Jeff to get people out of spawn a little bit quicker. My mistake. Ultimate advantage for Team 1, though, in a great spot to maybe make a solid hold here at the end of second.
Well, it's going to be Pokey who's looking to try to just go ahead and get ahead of the curve here. Since the ultimate gets into the back line, but nothing really going to be found. Cap narrowly close to coming through as Pokey just managed to find Milio. Gets into that backline once again, just catching him off guard. Naga now going to be taken down. The duelist is dead here on the side of Team 1. The rest of the team going to be looking to try to buy some time here for them to rejoin as Rajaro sends out the ultimate. Pokey the self Tanuki going to be felled. Oh, the kill going to be found for the back cap here. Yeah, not going to go for it here. I do agree. I think it would have been cheeky. It's not something that we see all the time. Now, a cart, if you want to call it that, certainly is being watched as everybody from Team 1 has it surrounded. 38 seconds remaining in the tiebreak here for Brr Brr Patapim. Can they clutch up and get the cap once again? I'll have to just wait and see, but for now, low HP bars here as Enzo will get dealt with. Tanuki, though, does trade it out, though, so Vanguard for Vanguard still, trust me, available here for Team 1. There's Polly Swap looking to try to go ahead and get that Eye of Agamotto up and ready to go.
Yeah, and the kills are still coming in despite the Cloak and Dagger roll on the ground. Visible boundary looks just a little bit stronger. Polly with the Eye of Agamotto helps get that cleanup with Alex. And it seems like Brr Brr Patapim, once again, near the overtime, are going to be able to get this cart across the line, heal this factory, heal this broken land, Mr. Tree Man.
Well, they had the portal set up. They're able to die back out. But it's going to be Crook taken down as Pokey's got another ultimate, and he's just absolutely cooking him. 4 kills found. Can he get the ace? No, it will be Enzo and Tanuki finding the final 2 kills, but there you go. Cap found the grass spreads. Jake is a happy boy.
Wait, look at it's a tree. It grows.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a tree. Are you kidding me? This is the sickest map I have ever seen.
I
Team
don't know
1,
what's
how
more,
dare you?
that tree
try to
or
stop
Jake
the
right
tree,
now.
man. The forces of darkness are trying to defend this factory, and it's the good people of the trees, including the Monster Hulk from Brr Brr Patapim, who are trying to save these broken people. The Monster Hulk is absolutely swarming into the back line.
Jake, you and I go see the next Avatar together. I feel like you'd be the ideal movie partner for that.
We need to get Jake together with the double rainbow guy. You pogging out
died,
that tree. Did he?
We'll have to
Yeah,
see.
I can't tell if that's Cap or not.
It's Rip.
Oh, well, that's
Sorry.
unfortunate. I had no idea.
But hey, great content. He's a YouTuber. You can go check it out. Feed his family.
I'm sorry. That just flashbanged to me. I had no idea that was going to be a thing that you said.
I'm sorry you had to find out this way, bro.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Sorry,
All right. That's my day
You
ruined.
should have put it to the
Either
DMs.
way.
You know, I just wrecked the whole show. Back to you.
Well, I think Tanuki just kidnapped Melio, so Wolverine on Wolverine action drags him right into Enzo's grasp, finds that kill. Naga going to be taken out as well as spiral a bit here for the side of Team 1. 5 seconds remaining here on the push. Brr Brr Patapim, though, have they gone far enough? We'll have to wait and see for the next round. Trust me, able to kill one back as Ken's going to be taken out. Fake dead as well, though. Brr Brr Patapim still sticking around here on this push. Kidnapped over to the side, just taking him away from the rest of the squad. Trust me, isolated, dead. This tree continues to advance.
Dude, Pokey just put that work in. Fate now coming out, desperation, Iron Fist, trying to make that Rikitas happen, trying to stall out as much as he can. But I mean, Brr Brr Patapim are just fighting at full strength, and they are gonna heal this broken world. Brings a tear to my eye.
We had some fun facts from chat. Jake is a huge Captain Planet fan. Jake is the son of Captain Planet. Same chiseled jaw, same smile. Is there truth behind the lies, Jake?
I cannot comment. I am bound by NDA not to discuss any possibilities about my lineage.
Win.
What's the green hair?
The
Dude,
lion
I
is
swear,
here.
I just love this. It's actually so good. I actually also think the comp Brr Brr Patapim is going for is pretty sick here because the map is full of all these like 90-degree cart turns, right? This is actually the first time I've seen the map, so it's like I'm analyzing it for the first time, but full of all these like hard 90-degree corners and a lot of these like close range engagements. And I feel like the fact that they're just going for a full brawl style, playing for Wolverine and Hulk to disrupt the backline and find pickoffs, it's creating a lot of opportunities for the individuals to shine. And I think trying to make the Hella work, I mean, like, Melio has 11 deaths. Like, a lot of that is from playing the Hella. You become such an obvious first target. Like, if you get caught and pulled away, the Crow is not going to get you enough into safety to actually allow you to turn around that fight. Now it's going to be Naga taking the Wolverine. Maybe Melio can go over to the Psylocke, but it seemed like an uncomfortable swap for them. I think typically it would have been Melio on the Psylocke normally when they're starting out this way. I think they're talking about it right now, which is not a good sign for the team, right? Like, you want to be a little bit quicker with your comp picks here, and they're talking about it down to the last second. Okay, Naga is going to take the Wolverine. It's what I expect. Rajaro on the cap. We'll see if that ends up outvaluing Hulk, but Enzo has made the Hulk look pretty strong.
Yeah, he has. I mean, it's a stark contrast compared to what we were seeing in the first series. As hello,
Oh my god.
it's just playing tic-tac-toe.
I mean, they basically
over here.
cannot kill each other, and Rajaro is going to
Yeah.
dodge straight to the back line. They're actually wise not to fight each other.
I mean, it's like watching a tank matchup in the top lane of League of Legends game. Like, it's a wet noodle fight. You're not going to do anything. I mean, you can hit each other, try to get some ult charge, I suppose, but no one's going to be dying on that front. Either way, though,
Naga
the
finds
kill is going to
Pokey.
be found here as Naga does find Pokey. A very crucial target for Jaro. Limit testing a bit around the corner. Still hovering at around half HP, but Ken's going to be taken down as Crook finds an elimination there. Portal going to be taken, and it's just chaos here.
Oh, Rajaro juking.
That's fine, Melio, though. Jaro trying to escape, but Tanuki is able to hound him down, and has he overstepped is going to be the question. Portal taken, Naga, one swipe, one kill, Polly dead, as it is just complete and utter chaos. But the thing that we're profiting from is that the cart has not been advancing forward across the last minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit of progress now, but Wolverines are so set up to succeed in this comp. They're going to be the most important characters. Ken, though, finds Trust Me. An uncharacteristic mistake out of Trust Me, getting punished that early, trying to go for the environmental kill, but a little bit too far away. Now the Wolverines just slashing each other in the face, trading it out, looking for that ultimates. They're close to available. Team 1 trying to bring some ultimates to bear. Now this time Fate gets caught off. The stun onto the Wolverine, now sets up the grab. And that second life easily dealt with there. Naga gets cleaned up. Nice setup by Enzo.
Yeah, just no real way to, no place really realistically to go there. So saw a little isolation from Tanuki. So the tree is going to be moonwalking for now.
Oh my God, it's even cooler. It's even cooler when he walks backwards.
Oh, they
The observers know what Jake wants to see.
Bro, tell me this is not the sickest thing you've ever seen in the video game. It's hilarious. The payload is like a swaggy tree.
Well, Rajaro trying to beat the ever-loving hell out of somebody here, but it's going to be Crook who's actually able to find a kill. Ken's going to be taking down trade there between the Invisible Women, as Emilio is able to find one as well. So solid refight here from Team 1. Just the one casualty at the moment. Here's Pokey. Just get into the back line, gets that assassination, but it will be hounded down. Enzo likely to get popped back into banner form. No, okay, never mind. He's escaped. He's gotten out. Do they have a chance to refight is the question. Ken says yes. Portal about to be set up here. Brr Brr Patapim want to try to go for the full hold. A minute 20 remaining here for Team 1.
And Polly goes over to the Invisible Woman in order to make the comp still work. They're showing ridiculous flexibility right now. Here's the ultis coming out. Tanuki trying to burst down a couple of kills. Doesn't have that extra life. Needs to get healed, but Pokey, Ken, and Enzo are finding the kills in the chaos. Talk about flexibility, man. I don't think I've ever seen that before. To have your typical Vanguard player go over to the Invisible Woman. So another player can take the Strange because the Ken, I think, spawned earlier. And so he wanted to be able to set up the Strange portal early. And that's so, the flexibility to do that on the fly. So impressive for me. Brr Brr Patapim just leveling up into this series.
Are they truly Orgless, or does Brr Brr Patapim have like a meme coin I don't know about?
No, bro, that's the number one. That's the number one sponsor is Brr Brr Patapim.
Love it.
I mean, if they are in fact Orgless,
we got to get these guys a team, man. They deserve it. They are putting on work here. Team 1 struggling under the weight of the expectations, trying to get across the line now, putting a little bit of pressure into the back line, but turning around with Coca Dagger is powerful into the Stratus ultimates. No one's going to die for the next 5 seconds is my prediction.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, it's so close.
And okay, yeah, well, we made it. Ken is able to find it though, and now it's going to be Crook dead as well, joining him in the grave, as Enzo able to hound him down. Overtime starting to bleed away, and things are looking just better for Team 1 to try to persevere in the fight and get the cap, get that 2.5-minute bump up here. HP bars are just absolutely in tatters for the side of Brr Brr Patapim here at the moment, but they're not dying. They're not getting picked. Agamotto goes in, gets the stun out. Milio going to be hit there, but has managed to stay alive. Contestant still there. 1.94 meters left to go. The overtime so very narrow, but the cap is there.
It's healing, Jake.
Okay. We get a little bit of healing. A tree will be constructed out of the ether. So do you get another tree?
I mean, that's a big ult dump though from Team 1. It's a pretty heavy reset on their ult status. And so Brr Brr Patapim, only 2 minutes on the clock that they need to burn down. They're in a great position to retake control. Even though the cap did come in, got to remember it was a full cap for Brr Brr Patapim. They're playing with house money basically in this round. And they're wasting no time here, diving into the backline with the dance of the butterfly. Everyone's healing up through it very nicely, though, so Pokey not really able to get too much value to that.
Not much gained. And so stun ult at the ready, though. Agamotto up and over the top, and yep, that two. He found there on Ken, but Fate gets traded. Polly now trading up as Naga similarly going to be taken down. And that's going to be a very good cleanup here for the side of Brr Brr Patapim. Milio has managed to peel a kill away there, but ultimately card control, tree control, going to be back here in the hands of Brr Brr Patapim.
I mean, Doctor Strange, the ultimate is powerful, but the problem is in this comp, man, you are just getting worked over by the amount of movement control that's available to both sides. Melio trying to get into the backline to get something done. Enzo with the Monster Hulk is tanking through everything and just crawling into the backline, forces that invisible boundary. Gonna try and get back to the team. Is forced into baby banner form, though, so it's gonna be a pretty big liability.
Yeah, backpedaling, I mean, it's a Vanguard here for him, but yeah, I mean, okay, just sends it, but going to be taken down here. And Brr Brr Patapim, even with the baby banner, still able to go ahead and stay their way through the fight and maintain control of the tree. 52 seconds remaining. Yeah, this is a problem. Is that Team 1, the last like minute and a half, have not been able to get a full reset. It's just every single time they get clustered up, somebody dies.
Forcing staggers is so powerful in this game, right? It's like those kills, they feel easy to get, but of course, if you overextend as a team, you could end up throwing away your existing advantage. So that's always a risk you have to kind of calculate against. Now, Stratus ultimate online. This duel in the flank could be for all the marbles here. And a refight from Poke. Very aggressive on low HP, but Polly does get the trade. And Hulk is just making a lot of opportunity in the backline. Took the full focus of the team to get him away, peel him back. And it seems like he's dancing away pretty well right now, but under pressure finally from Wolverine. He's going to be knocked down into Baby Fanner. Tanuki has that second life on Wolverine. So close, the ultimate needs to get this online. Potentially could be the one to burst through some of these final ultimates.
Hasn't popped it yet, waiting out a little bit of the ults here as Fates does expire. Ken going to be taken down, so trust me, able to find that kill. Pokey going out here with the butterflies, just wreaking havoc, whittling away at these HP bars as the overtime starts to bleed. Naga dead, 3 players alive, and not for very long. Oh my god, he is just absolutely wrecking them. Melia will find one, but can do nothing more. Just the singular cap, no more trees. Deforestation here on the map, as it will be Brr Brr Patapim maintaining control and taking down this set 3-0. They are this week's EU champions.
They go game 5 against Virtus Pro, now a 3-0 for their first $1,000 check. Congratulations to Brr Brr Patapim. 3 Norwegians on this roster. Pretty awesome stuff to see the Europeans getting the job done this week with a clean win. Jake, what was most impressive from that last hour of play? Because I saw in the chat that Enzo is a controller player. He popped off with the Hulk. We've seen controller players dominate with the group. Is he going to be one of the next great controller players?
I mean, I think we've even seen controller players on, isn't the 100 Thieves Magneto player controller player? I mean, Marvel Rivals, it seems like genuinely viable, at least on maybe the Vanguard role is where we've seen it the most, where more of these characters, it's more about your positioning, your skill usage, rather than like perfect mechanical aim. Obviously, there's going to be your Psylocke, which is going to be all about just like landing headshots back to back to back, right? Perfect, 180 turns arounds and using your skills to maximum efficacy. But honestly, I think a lot more in this game depends on your understanding and your team play more than like your raw mechanics or what input method you use. And I think actually to me, it's like, it's not that obvious that they're using controllers. Like they still look pretty solid on them. And it's not because like aim assist is overtuned the way it is in some games. It's actually like these guys are just really solid and it doesn't matter so much what input medium they're using. It's kind of cool. I don't know if I've ever seen a game besides Rivals actually kind of hit the balance on that front where it doesn't feel like the input method is dictating how good you can be.
I'll be honest, I got like 30 controllers back here. I haven't plugged one of them in years, Jake. I'm about to bust it back out.
Dude,
put
bring
away
it out.
the mouse and keyboard. I'm about to switch over.
I would say the Hulk is probably one of the hardest Vanguards to play, so try this at home with a grain of salt, kids.
Maybe the Thing. I'll start with the Thing and just throw haymakers with the controller instead.
Do it, bro. Do it, bro.
In the meantime, we got to give a shout out to the whole Brr Brr Patapim squad. Tanuki, Pokey, Enzo, Polly. So many players popping off. Jake talking about what Ken and Alex were doing on the back line. Achilles, was it still Pokey at the end of the night that was your most exciting player to watch?
Yeah, I'd say that, they got a little bit of a run for their money in that last. Very, very clean overall from Brr Brr Patapim. But I mean, everybody had their moments in the spotlight here for this team. I mean, Polly, Alex, like everybody across the board was just looking great. Enzo making Hulk look like he was, still busted Hulk. But I'd still give it to Pokey. I think across the 3 maps played, this was the biggest thorn in the sides of Team 1.
Let's take a look at some of the best highlights. And I was asking chat. So apparently Psylocke's been nerfed a bit. Down 2 seconds from 3 seconds with the invisibility. The right click is a little bit weaker. The team up down to 50% damage. So this is a weaker Psylocke this week than what you were seeing last week. I didn't see a difference when watching Pokey. The man connects and he did damage fast, Jake.
Yeah, just a monster performance from Pokey, winning a lot of these flank fights and really synergizing with the team as well. I think that's what made the difference because Melio also a very strong Psylocke player, right? Like this would have been much more competitive if it were not for the immaculate team play that Brr Brr Patapim are putting on. Like Pokey, he's rarely just hitting fully alone. He's coordinating with the teammates, hitting at the same time that his Cap or his Hulk is into the backline, and that's why it looks so incredibly consistent. On top of that, of course, he's a beast. He's dropping some crazy individual solo kills that I saw in this match, and I mean, these pickoffs, that's so painful to be getting caught in your own spawn like that.
Right, coming out with 50% health is no way to start your day. Pokey doing damage, getting the job done, and earning your MVP honors for the first win for Brr Brr Patapim. It took him 14 weeks, but they're on the board just in time for the Ignite series kicking off a little bit later this month. Let's take a look at our numbers because Virtus Pro have been here 12 times. They've walked away champions 12 times. The other winners, it was Team 1, formerly known as Luminosity EU, and of course your new champ, Brr Brr Patapim. We had a Game 5 last week. EU finally looking like it might be a 2-team fight instead of just one juggernaut on top of the hill, Achilles.
It is, and that's exactly what you want to see. I mean, you know, Virtus Pro, I'm sure that they will disagree with me, but as a viewer and as a caster, it's a lot more interesting when you have people who are able to challenge the top dogs, when you're going to be able to have some back and forth and not just see the same champion week over week. Obviously, a VP is still able to maintain that dominance given the meta
They had 3 months of fun. Yeah, we're in month 4 now.
Yeah, good on them.
Summertime. Let's get weird.
Sometimes you want to see things get mixed up, and Brr Brr Patapim, they are pretty much, I mean, I don't even say pretty much. They are just the second best team right now in EU with the best opportunity, the best chances, the best skill to be able to try to take down VP. So I'm hoping that we see VP back and we get that matchup to really settle the score.
Congratulations to Brr Brr Patapim. They are your EU champions. DarkZero and Envy playing in your NA Challengers match. We have 100 Thieves waiting as your champion for NA on the evening. Achilles, before you go, big shout out for joining us once again. Where are you going next? I know you're traveling the world, always casting.
I am flying to Toronto in less than 12 hours. So I'll be over there for Masters. So I woke up and doing this show. I'm going to take a quick
You're about to be awake for the next 48 hours, bro.
I'm going to pack that suitcase. Nope, I've upgraded to business. I'm sleeping on the flight. 13 and a half hours direct. Let's go, baby.
Achilles Cast on Twitter. He has a donate button. Get him a drink or two on his plane all the way to Canada from South Korea. Achilles, thank you for joining us. Jake, you are fantastic as always. What did you learn in the new meta tonight?
I just super fun seeing the Emma Frost Psylocke combo that looks incredibly potent. Feels like some of these like greedier long range poking styles have maybe fallen off with, you know, things like Wolverine, Cap, making comebacks, playing that high tempo style with the Emma Frost. Also, the cart is a cool tree guy. Like I don't know. I don't know why I love this so much.
Earth.
It gets me feeling some type of way, you know. I'm like I want him to walk forward. We need to win, guys. We need to save this planet.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jake has not worn socks since he was 7 years old. You can catch the hippie over on Jake OW on Twitter. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, we're only at halftime, bitches. When we come back, we're kicking off North America. Don't go anywhere. It's Rivals Fight Night. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Psylocks poking each other in butterfly forms. You got some Emmas just seducing each other with their ticklish fingers. And believe it or not, Captain America is in our game once again. Most importantly, though, Wolverine is back. He's taking you in the corner. He's rolling you up against the ram and giving you the no-no. It's a long clip. Welcome back, everybody. We got Avast, we got ZP, we got DarkZero and Envy. This is our NA Challengers for week 14 of Rivals Fight Night. We're approaching a quarter of the year already with our weekly shows. And ZP, we have just been the appetizer. Ignite series is around the corner. People getting pretty excited about that. Virtus Pro, they're off training, boot camp, and getting ready for it. How are our NA teams looking compared to Europe?
I mean, NA is looking better than ever. We have never had this level of parity before that we've been seeing before our eyes. And finally, after a long time trying, we got Magnets in here in Rivals Fight Night, otherwise known by their new name of DarkZero. They just got picked up, so it took a while, but we got them. Finally got them.
All right, talk to me a little bit about DarkZero Avast, because this is going to be our first team up to talk about on our Challengers roster for North America. They're wearing purple. But what names do I need to know coming in?
I mean, this team's been circling around just a bit. I mean, obviously, Hogs, for those that have been around a long time, we're going to know Hogs has been circulating from roster to roster. Chime, actually, a very notorious Overwatch player, now making their way, and not notorious in a bad way, just someone that was known in the very heavily in the tier 2 scene, made a little bit in the tier 1, coming on over to here Marvel Rivals. In general, this roster across the board, they've looked solid. They've looked really good. They've been competing kind of like that upper tier 2, trying to break into the tier 1 type of level. I think this is like a good first shot for them in terms of our show to be like, now they're under a new name. Now they've been waiting here a while. We got them in. Let's see how they look pre-Ignite, you know? Let's see how they're taking just overall looking coming to a new meta too, because remember, we're on a new meta as well with season 2.5. This is some big changes coming across the board. So I think it's kind of a great introduction for this squad that's been so solid, trying to break into the upper level to have their first appearance now.
ZP, they got 3 Vanguards listed. They've got 3 strategists listed. Who do you expect to be in a starting lineup tonight?
You know, in terms of the starting lineup, it's good that you asked that, because I actually got told who is the sub and who is not in this instance. Go back to the handy dandy sheet that I have here. And yeah, so Z-Cube and Bizer, they're subs, everyone else main roster. But the goal here is that with a bigger map pool than ever before, having this depth to your roster can make a difference depending on which map you go to, what pocket heroes people tend to play. You're going to see more and more of this, I feel like, as the game evolves, of teams going, hey, maybe having a deeper roster, not the worst idea in the world, because that's going to allow you to make adjustments from map to map. And the more maps you get, the more heroes can add to the game, the more that depth is going to be really, really useful.
What I most love about this show is every time we get a new team on here, there are new fans. Welcome Surefire, a first-time chatter coming out to watch Bizer. Also, Coach Nat gets a shout out from the chat. But let's talk about Envy. My man Hastro is back in the esports business. He's trying to buy up the best teams around the world in every single game. How did he do with his roster right now in Rivals Fight Night, I've asked?
I mean, it's goated. There's no other way to say it. It looks really, really good. I mean, this is going to be a favorite for a roster in North America to just win Ignite in general. Always when they come on to Fight Night recently, we'll be like, oh, this team could definitely win. They won the Gauntlet, obviously, Shroud Gauntlet. So this team is an absolute gigabanger where they've kind of just slowly but surely reinforced every part of this team. And they've always had some very, very strong performers, but now with the addition of like players like Speedily, Kaluge, Window, you know, Nero, they've kind of solidified everything across the board for this squad, and they're firing on all cylinders. And coming into a new patch, I mean, it just gives them more opportunity to kind of flex of like, how flexible is this squad and how able are they to also just swap to a new meta entirely and to a new hero with Ultron arriving.
How often are we going to see NK in the mix, or is it purely going to be Cal and Speedily in the starting lineup tonight, ZP?
I think for the most part, it is going to be just about entirely Cal and Speedily, and it's really interesting to see this roster evolve, where initially the first iterations of Envy that we saw, I mean, most of the players did end up getting dropped. The one player that stayed, Cal. Cal, really, really impressive, particularly in heroes like Hela. But now Cal has tons of help where we don't just talk about Cal anymore. We talk about Speedily when we go to Duelist, and where Speedily has been probably the most consistently impressive Duelist player, arguably in North America, a player that has gotten #1 in basically any hero shooter known to man. Just incredible natural talent on top of all the other pickups that Vast was just talking about there. So, I mean, look, Envy has put together an incredible roster, and I think in my view and many others right now, they may just be the #1 team in North America.
People are asking, how much do esports players like Kaluj get paid? Well, when I met Kaluj, we were over in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He was playing in a $1 million Overwatch tournament while also competing for, I believe it was Marysville University. He was getting free college. He's getting paid to play for a pro team. He's eating free. Kid is doing good. On the Envy side, they're known for taking care of their players, but also high expectations come with this. Avast, expectations going up against DarkZero. Are you expected to 3-1, 3-0 this team?
I would say that it kind of just depends on what DarkZero's current level is going to be here, especially because, like we said, new meta rolling out. In general, especially since Kaluj is making $1 billion a month from the Envy, I think that a minimum $1 billion a month. 3-0 should be kind of expected. I think if you've been following this squad, a 3-0 would not be a very unlikely feat necessarily, but I think really a lot of things have changed with the addition of the new hero Ultron, additionally with the season, with some of the balance changes. So it's kind of up in the air a bit of what is this performance going to look like for this team right now. So it's kind of the best possible time for there to not be a potential 3-0 in the mix going into this.
I like that call out. Let's take a look at our maps as we're going to Hell's Heaven. ZP, what do you think NA does? Who are we perma-banning? Because Magneto was not in our EU matches tonight.
I feel like NA is probably going to copy EU, at least in the very beginning. I don't think NA and EU are actually completely different ecosystems historically and rivals, where, generally speaking, I mean, there's crossover. VP will scrim NA teams and vice versa. So I think if EU comes to the idea that Magneto is just too good not to ban because you don't want to have to play against Magneto when you don't have Magneto, I'm assuming that NA has kind of hit the same conclusion, but I'm willing to be surprised. We'll see.
Yeah, let's get into our bans and protects when the North American players are ready. Tasmo, general manager of Envious, when your players are ready to ban and protect to start off our challengers match here on Rivals Fight Night.
We missed the call outs.
Because North America, like Europe, knows how to play Marvel Rivals. Sometimes they copy Europe. They could copy how Europe gets into the lobby. ZP, you want to take a moment and talk to your players face to face?
You know, if I could get into the room with them right now, I absolutely would. But, you know, look, as far as I know, we got the players just about ready to go. Clearly, there's some, you know, usual NA delay. We haven't heard anything specific, but I'm just assuming a player or two.
Look at
maybe
this, there it is.
But it's okay. We've done it. Our subtle complaining, which really wasn't subtle.
Shout out to
Tasmo.
Tasmo.
Yes.
Thanks, Taz. All right, here we go, baby. DarkZero Envy, Game 1. We're using the new ban and protect format. Team 1 is going to get the first 2 bans before their protect. Team 2 gets the protect early. And we saw a whole lot of Magneto banned on both sides. To start things off, we might see an Emma Frost taken out instead of protected.
Okay, and so, you know, there have been changes to a lot of these Vanguards, obviously, in the new season, with Magneto getting a buff and Emma Frost getting, I would say, holistically, maybe a slight nerf. And yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense there for the Magneto to get the early protect, just because that Magneto is so strong. You talked about it earlier. Currently, with the buffs, Magneto has always been a really, really strong Vanguard. Now, with the newest buffs, I mean, he's even stronger, so it's kind of hard to not try to force Magneto when possible, unless you're really confident in playing some of those less Magneto-centric comps. Especially if you don't have a good Wolverine yourself, because if a Wolverine shows up and you don't have a Magneto, it's not a fun time.
We had some controller player talk in the chat. Shout out to Hashmash123, who says, of course, everyone knows TTK is on the controller for 100 Thieves, but Smash, also a controller player, playing for DarkZero in this one tonight. We take a look at the Emma Frost protect on DarkZero side. Envy, of course, going to have the Magneto protection, so each team is going to have a unique Vanguard going into map number 1. What do we see for the rest of the bans? What is that, ZP?
I'm saying, I'll go back a moment and say, I think
Ultron.
Envy's been scrimming at you, and DarkZero's not. But yeah, the Ultron band is going to come on in. And look, this is kind of interesting to me because it means either DarkZero is very, very right, or DarkZero is very, very wrong on this early ban. And I don't think there's a lot of in between here. And based on Envy basically having access to the very top scrims in the game at the moment, I feel like we're about to understand why Magneto is always first banned in this map.
Casters finally earning their pay. Don't they know we work for free? Let's take a look at the Luna making it through. The dance floor is wide open. as we're going to see Emma, Luna in the mix. Does that open things up for a Hawkeye? And do you think about that on the other side for Envy? Do you need to make sure that that slowing arrow doesn't come through? No, they're more worried about the sky. No Ultron, no Iron Man.
Yeah, they really don't want to deal with those flyers, especially, I mean, it's interesting too because Ultron I think is a pretty strong pick. Europe, we've been seeing that signal and just from general that Ultron's a pretty strong pick right now. Iron Man did get some changes, both nerfs and removing the team up from Hulk. So I think it's interesting. They're just like, no, we're not going to deal with flyers whatsoever entirely for that. We just want, well, not all flyers obviously, but with Human Torch being banned, I mean, or not banned, but nerfed so heavily, not quite as much of a pick. So I like it. I like also the Loki Protect. I think this is going to feel like a much more standard, like what we see in season 2 style play that we're going to see for that. While conversely, with Emma Frost protected, no Ultron, maybe something a bit interesting coming out there for Navy squad.
So chat just wanted a clarification real quick. So yes, your bans and protects only affect the other team or your team. So if you're protecting, you're saving characters for yourself. The bans, the other team cannot use it. So it's a little different from the global ban system that you're used to in matchmaking and all of the previous 13 episodes of Rivals Fight Night. Here we go. It is map number 1. We are in Hell's Heaven to break down the game action on Play-by-Play. It's the great Tempo ZP on Twitter, and doing the color, it's Avast_O.
You know, every week we just get a little subtle roasting, and maybe we should relook at our names. I don't think you have a choice here, Avast, because your name is actually directly linked to an antivirus company. So I don't think you're getting at Avast on Twitter, unfortunately.
Probably not. They have already asked me to change it before, but I said no. I said I will not be changing it. It's mine, unfortunately for you. So good luck. I mean, maybe they paid me a lot of money, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, in this case, you would be trying to like pay them to get the @Avast. Like you actually just have to hope for the bankruptcy of the antivirus company. But either way, we're getting into the game here, and yeah, I mean, Avast, I don't know what your take here is, but I feel like Kaluge is going to have a bit of a field day. I don't think the EU read was wrong, but I'm willing to keep an open mind here and see if the Emma priority from DarkZero can actually change things.
I mean, I think the ability to just in general, like, have Luna Snow as well is really valuable right now because Luna Snow still is so powerful, especially with some of the buffs that have been given to her. I mean, she can like dominate low HP heroes currently. So there is a chance that this could be a pretty decent pick. Even with some of the Groot changes, I think Groot relatively meta right now. Especially the Iron Walls is speedily already taking down Chime.
Yeah, I mean, you just had the Storm Beach Storm off on the side, speedily gonna win that. Get smashed right on after it. Envy, just a very quick fight in the neutral here at best. Nothing too flashy about it, just a better poke.
Yeah, I mean, also having, once again, a Wolverine when there's no Magneto. I think we've called this out multiple times here, and I think it's become even more apparent with some of the bans and how they work currently, where if you can remove like a Magneto pretty early and you have a pocket Wolverine in your pick and the other team might not, I think it's so strong currently. I just think it's like, because there's just currently really nothing to deal with it other than Hulk. Hulk is really realistically the only hero, especially some of the changes to the thing, that can kind of deal with some of the power of the Wolverine.
The other thing I point out too is that when you talk about shield ability, generally speaking, you're going to get more effective shielding from the Magneto than you do on the Emma. So you talk about this neutral poke here, you also just have more durability from the Envy side. And oh my goodness, they are pushing DarkZero just about back to spawn. This is bullying that we're seeing. I mean,
touch the spawn door challenge. It's nearly complete. They're almost there. They're still catching them on the wall. ZQ gonna go down, and right now for DarkZero, they just need to try to make it out of the spawn doors here. They didn't commit any ults, luckily, so it's been a relatively inexpensive fight, but at the cost of a lot more bank. And look at that, another leap. So Smash gonna go down there, getting found by Cal.
I mean, Kaluge may have just grabbed the belt and is making eye contact with Delina right now, just saying, you know, yeah, we're coming for you next, 100 Thieves, because this is maybe the most brutal first round we have seen in a domination map so far. I mean, we'll see if DarkZero can bring them back around. The alt bank is certainly charged up and ready to go, but this has been just a neutral masterclass.
Okay, they're going to commit the Omega Hurricane there, but Cyber already down. So they're going to be losing that tank. They're going to have the Strangling Prison too. It's kind of a mess here, but I think Cal just going to clean them up with the last stand. And this is, again, ZP, the Wolverine. The whole time, they're worried about Cal in the backline because they don't have bubbles. They're worried. Also, last stand in general, when you don't have bubbles, you can take them completely out of your strategist ults there. Exactly what happens. And DarkZero now needs to touch the point.
We've never seen this part of the map on broadcast. Ever.
Not repeatedly. I mean, maybe get a glimpse of it, maybe from like the hills, the landscape, but not this far so repeatedly.
Never seen the Hell's Heaven sky on broadcast. You know, in your own pub games, yes, but I mean, that was brutal. That I mean, honestly, I'm not even sure we're gonna get banned off Twitch for that one. That might have broken some guidelines.
Yeah, I really think ZP, it's one of those things where over and over again, when I've seen Wolverine, if you have a pocket Wolverine pick, get it played into a team that doesn't have Magneto, it's true sadness. It's always just true sadness because there hasn't really been any adjustments to Wolverine recently, obviously, like especially with the 2.5 patch that came out. He's still incredibly strong. Just such a tanky overall duelist pick and such a strong ability to just chunk down targets of all sorts, but protect with those vanguards. And I just think that it's really hard to play into this, right? And you're ideally hoping like, oh, maybe with the Luna Snow, we get some extra bonus health from the Cryo Freeze. You get some ability to potentially, or from the Absolute Zero, you get some more damage. Like maybe you can poke him out a bit more, but it's tough. It's very, very tough to do so. And I think you're seeing the lack of Magneto there. And I think, you know, look at Z-Cube's already gone to the Hulk now, just to hope to get the indestructible guard to get more shielding, more peel for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I think the swap's coming up from DarkZero smart here. And I also, again, I just think that Envy might be a little bit richer in scrim bucks, having basically the absolute best to scrim against in both EU and NA. I think, you know, they might just have the better read on here, but DarkZero, we'll see how quick of a learner this team may be. Up here, though, on the next point, and the neutral game continues to remain ridiculous for Envy. Early pickoff by Speedily, and we're going back to the spawn doors, maybe.
Oh, boy. I mean, right now, I think also when you deal with just the strength of how strong every member of Envy is in terms of pumping out damage, because you see Speedily just continue to farm here on the Storm, I do think overall, like, this is hard. It's going to be a hard fight. You've lost the first cap here for DarkZero, so you have to recontest into the Groot walls, into all the Goddess boosts that are going to be creating, just pumping AoE damage there with the Aura of Thunder. So now DarkZero have a very, very hard task. Hopefully try to take the high ground.
Speedily right now, gonna open up here. Omega Hurricane off into the back line, looking for the strategist, putting down the pressure into the back, gonna force retreat here out of DarkZero. Chime getting very low at the same time. Jibbery going down, and it just continues to snowball against DarkZero.
Wait, no, they did get a back cap. I mean, that was a back cap. Z-Cube goes to the back, gets the back cap. I like the idea here. It at least gives them a little bit more breathing room, because sure, they get a stagger, but they get some cap time percentage. They don't lose more bank. So it gives DarkZero a bit more time to breathe, but you still have to recontest here into the point. A lot of pressure is going towards like Smash, hoping you can get some extra value here from the, sure, admittedly nerfed team up with the Lunas, with rather the Emma Frost, but trying to find some more value here into the back to force a little bit of the damage away from the chokes.
Well, DarkZero, they got resources coming into this fight. Envy, though, they decided they want to take the fight to them. Open up here with the C&D ult. A little bit of Eternal Bond. Smash gets caught, trying to flank from the back. Envy, already up one. VDR M coming in from Kaluge. Looking for a target, not going to find it. Meanwhile, back on the point, Chime. I'm alone here, has to drop the bubble. Oh boy, that's a rude awakening coming out of the bubble. Wolverine out of nowhere. And it just continually, I mean, DarkZero get a kill challenge at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're I see the ideas, right? They're sending Smash or sending Chime, trying to break open these spaces a bit, but their team is just getting constantly collapsed here on the choke, especially with the Groot walls available, because even with some of the nerfs to Groot, he's still really good at controlling the chokes. They are going to have some ults available. They're going to have the Sonic Seduction. They're going to have the Dance of the Butterfly, so they have some options here. The Hulk Smash as well. So DarkZero coming on in here, but remember, they have to be worried about this Strangling Prison. Window hits one good Strangling Prison, finds one, finds two, and the fight is almost immediately over, barring a pick for DarkZero.
Well, they're going to come in here with the Sonic Seduction. They lose Z-Cube, though.
Z-Cube! Oh, no! Off the map! Via the I think that was the Sonic Seduction catches Z-Cube, and he goes off the map.
Oh boy, that was brutal. That generally speaking, even for the Challenger match, we've not seen such decisiveness. And here's the thing about this: DarkZero is a good team, objectively, in what they've done historically.
Speedily died 0 times, ZP.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going.
Envy also may just be that good. I mean, only 2 final blows for all of DarkZero, and both of them were Z-Cube.
I mean, also considering the fact that, I mean, yeah, it's just, it's tough. There's no other way to put it. This was a beatdown. It was a beatdown here. I think DarkZero lost in the draft phase a little bit. It's going to be hard no matter what, just because Envy, like you said, a world-class team. DarkZero currently fighting to be like a really good team in North America in terms of like that top tier 1 level, right? Like this is their proving grounds to a degree. So it's going to be an uphill climb the entire time. I do think when we look at the draft phase. You just can't let that happen again. You can't have you can't lose Magneto when you know Cal's gonna have the pocket pick for the Wolverine.
Yeah,
Wild combo. First time we've seen on the night that it wasn't a mirror with the Vanguard bands, and this is the impact. Some of these compositions are a little stronger than others. You look at that first game, if you're DarkZero, was it purely the bans and protects? Is there something we can work on in-game, ZP?
Honestly, I'm willing to chalk up a lot of this to bans and protects. I think Envy just having a way healthier scrim buck exchange coming into this game, because we saw throughout all VU, it was first ban Magneto without question. And we go into here and we go, okay, maybe there is a question where you decide to go for Emma and you say, we don't need Magneto. Upon reviewing the evidence, you might just need Magneto, or at the very least, don't let your opponent get them in this meta, because this was a very strong proof of concept.
Now, we've seen a lot of Ultron. This is the first time that we've had a lot of Storm footage. What does she bring to the table right now, Avast? Because Storm was not seen very often throughout the first 13 weeks of Fight Night.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's grown in popularity over time, and I think a lot of teams have recognized that she brings just so much value as a flyer in terms of you get the overall boost, right? You get movement boost, you get damage boost, you get AoE. Especially her ult has been really, really good at targeting the backlines because you can remove ults really strategically. She gets the bonus health. And now with all the extra team ups you get with, like, you know, you can have the Sharknado if you want, which, you know, sometimes, especially I think with some of the changes, Jeff isn't always going to be played, but that's an option, right? Overall, Storm gives a lot more flexibility, a lot more just overall team value, I would say, compared to many other flyers outside of like what was when Human Torch was really, really strong. You just pumped out damage, right? So I do think that's where Storm still stands as like a very, very good option. Is she's holistically great and she gives you a ton of extra team value with her auras.
Popping her ult at the end of a strategist ult is maybe the most dopamine inducing action you can do in the game. I did it twice last night. I'm so proud of myself with the 6K. ZP, we're going to Spider Islands. Not many 6Ks seen on this map. Are we going to see the map completed? Earlier, we got to about 2.75 points in the EU matchup.
I think if Envy is on the attack, yeah, I think we will, based on map 1. Look, I still think DarkZero will bounce back and put on a decent showing, but they got completely skill gapped in map 1 and draft gapped. So realistically speaking, they have a long way they like climb to get to the point where they'll be like, okay, this next match will be closer. I will say it'll be a little bit telling for Envy if they decide, actually, we want to defend first, because to me, that's kind of saying, actually, we want to go for the speed run because we'll first point hold you and then quick cap thereafter. So
make your money fast.
We'll see. Yeah.
All right. Let's see how confident they are. Do the Sharknado. Everybody wants to see the Sharknado. It's pretty fun, guys. That, of course, is the Jeff the Landshark and Storm team up now in season 3 of Rivals. About to be jumping in to our bans and protects, and I gotta say, NA a little bit lopsided early, but it should even out, right? This is the region where we go to game 5. Reverse sweeps and shit happen here. Avast, DarkZero's got to have a little bit of potential in this squad.
They could. They definitely could. I think also you have to remember that in Fight Night we're trying to, you know, show off a variety of talent from every region to a degree, and North America has a lot of teams and a lot of talent comparatively. And I do not that Europe doesn't lacks talent, it's more than North America. Just so many orgs, right? There's so many squads in North America. So sometimes the challenger match we're going to have a bit larger of a spread, but the champion match is going to be typically one where it's going to be a gigabanger across the board. But right now it's just a question of, okay, we've seen what DarkZero banned before. Are they going to now try to remove a Magneto, or maybe even protect a Magneto later on? And already, I mean, okay, they're saying we don't want to we're removing a Magneto pretty early, and then Envy conversely banning Emma and protecting Emma, or I have
they can
reversed?
Still, they're gonna go Emma. Okay,
yeah.
Double check here, production. Is Emma Frost being protected by Envy? Because that would be a flip from game number 1.
Yes.
I feel like it is DarkZero doing the Emma ban protect. I would be shocked if Envy just swap things up here, unless it was like some sort of move to flex and say, actually, the bans don't matter.
Ultron's
we can do what we did
early.
Regardless.
Nah.
Well, I mean, it is blue, right? Because we have, but it's blue. It's color coordinated, correct? Unless our UI is messed up. It's blue team is DarkZero, red. Envy's red. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So we're good. So it's right. Envy's bottom, DarkZero's top. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is relatively interesting. I think it's the right play for DarkZero to finally make sure that you can protect the Magneto here, because you know that you have to worry about the Cow pocket pick. And also, I think removing Ultron, if you're not comfortable with Ultron currently, is also a relatively smart move across the board.
Yeah, he brings a lot of chaos. That burst damage is really kind of unpredictable at times. You're like, holy shit, I just died real fast. Here we go. Loki on one side, Storm on the other for DarkZero. They say speedily, we've had enough of you, sir.
Yeah,
a respect band coming in.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, especially given how strong Storm can be on this map. Any map where you have rooftops and more room for flyers to work on. Look, you don't need to have the biggest flyer clearance back on Domination in Hell's Heaven, and they made it work, let alone going to a map like this. But on the same note, DarkZero signaling, hey, we still want to play some flyers of our own, including Iron Man. So we'll see what Envy goes with their final ban here. I kind of feel like they may mirror the Storm ban, so they don't have to play against Storm without having Storm of their own. We'll see.
Do you do Magneto Hulk for the Iron Man team up, or does Iron Man not need that Avast because Ultron isn't there?
No, I mean, it's Ultron Iron Man gets a team up, but they removed that team up entirely.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no, they removed that team up entirely, so that's not going to be available at all. So it's not something you have to worry about. It's really just Namor Hulk that still has that team up. Obviously, with Doctor Strange, don't have anymore. Okay, so it's going to be a Loki Protect as well for Envy, which typically they really like to play the Loki they've had. And I also like removing the Invisible Woman. And the reason for that is that if you're worried about flyers, removing that ability from DarkZero she's a pretty good flyer enabler along with Luna Snow there. So I do think, but I mean, obviously looking at this right now, Luna Snow is still available for these squads. So could see a lot of Luna Snow being played potentially, especially for DarkZero. And I really do like the Invisible Woman pick. Wait. Oh, sorry. I'm used to the UI. I was getting confused for a second. Yes. So I like these bits. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Getting used to the UI. We've swapped UIs so often and we swap ban systems so often that sometimes I'm like, wait a minute. Am I wrong? Is my brain going crazy here?
I did not know there was a wheel on Spider Islands filling up with water, which means this game is charging up. Welcome to Spider Islands with ZP and Avast.
You know, Vast, it's so far into the future that I feel like that's just decorative at that point. There's no way they actually need power from that wheel. Doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, you never know. I mean, it's just theoretically, if they're very far into the future, if hydro power is the most efficient for them in this moment, maybe they also, because what if they've like invented a better like
they're still using
system?
Lanterns. I don't believe in it.
Well, maybe they're LED.
Yeah,
it could be LED lanterns.
LED.
Yeah, they could be just like or permanent fusion lanterns that they last a million years.
Yes,
you could improve you could improve the gears of the wires so you lose less energy, right? There's all sorts of nerdy electrical engineering things that could have occurred in the future.
Well, we're getting into the game. And it's going to be Envy here on the defense. So that much ends up, or no, sorry, Envy on the attack. So they're not going to go for the ultra quick speed run. Instead, we'll get to see if they can do the full complete here on Spider Islands. Cal busting out the Hawkeye, an old favorite, hitting some heads at the beginning here of Vast, and we'll see if the Envy neutral game can remain as strong as it was back on map 1.
And with the changes to Hawkeye is looking really strong currently with all the buffs to the arrows and also the focus. Speedily getting to the back line, looking to pressure the back as Chime gonna find window, and already, like I said, the flyer's out for Chime on the Iron Man, and they have Gibber here just to ensure that they can pocket with the Idol or with the Snowflake. As Envy looking to make some extra space, but not making too much progress so far.
Already a vastly better opening to the game for DarkZero than the entirety of the last map, so their prep here paying off. Chime able to punish speedily in the back. Lucia taking on Cyber. So Envy not fully out of it, at least fighting a little bit back and forth here. Respawn advantage going to be in their favor in just a moment as Kalush just starts walking forward.
And even with these changes to Emma for us, I mean, she still does a lot of damage currently. Blue's trying to take control here, looking for more. Gonna hit the kick in, just trying to buy Gibbery, not quite able to find it.
Yeah, closer than expected. String of the prison though. Gonna be coming on out here. Z-Cube looking for the follow through. Smash right on there at the Kraken impact. So DarkZero looking reinvigorated. Just a change of pace here, Vast. All they needed.
Yeah, and I really like this swap here because I think the swaps are pretty decent. You pocket ban, just making sure like, okay, speedily, you're not going to get to play Storm. We don't have to worry about the Ultron and even team up. We don't have to worry about the Wolverine. We don't have to worry about Magneto, and we have Magneto. And we can just pocket Chime, right? Because so much of this is based around like keeping Chime in control here with the Aura, with that Snowflake. And Envy looking to make a little space here with the Dance of Butterfly.
Dance Butterfly comes in, but Window already goes down. Pulse Cannon in reserve right now for Chime to put this one away. Has to respect Collusion, the potential shield, but I think Chime's gonna have a moment of opportunity here in a second. Psionic Seduction is down. Speedily, still working to the back, looking for an opportunity. Chime, again, up close and personal. Not much into the sky at all, but now, up, over, Pulse Cannon, shoots, fires, connects, takes down Cow. Big pick off into the back line. Window back into the fray now, though. Liberty Rush. Gonna try and make something here happen for Envy. DarkZero, though, up one, dropping the Luna Dance. And Cyber maybe about to throw down this Meteor M with DarkZero still at an advantage.
Yeah, there's going to be the worlds invested there from Nero. So Cyber going to pop the Meteor M, looking to burn one. Maybe just going to be Nero, because remember, there's no bubbles. Nero down, but during this time, Envy into the backline, finding multiple picks.
Yeah, Speedily, kind of untouched right now in the back, being a complete menace, looking for the Bucky. Gonna get with the aid of Cal. Cal actually going wild from the other side. And now Speedily looking to finish off Magneto. Goes for the health pack first. Jumps up and over, gets the finish, and this will be 0.1 to Envy.
And, I mean, Chime goes to the Doctor Strange. They want to contest, but not quite there in time. So, unfortunately, not going to have the portal. I doubt they're going to stay on the Triple Vanguard. Yeah, they're going to swap. It goes down a little late. And you just see the difference here again, where Envy, they're down players. They lose a strategist. And even with that, the backline dive so aggressive from Envy, just getting those picks, getting the limbs that they need, and just waiting long enough for Cal to make it back. And I think that's just one of those differences that we talked about, ZP, where it's not just about the comps. It's not just about how you're, but it's also just about your pure, like, individual skill and, like, the team up tier for these teams. And Envy just has it in spades.
Speedily drops cloak, up, over, dance to the butterfly. Opening hit and gets the pick with the aid of Cal. Gibbery going down. And with both strategists out of the fight, the rest of it's just going to be free.
Pretty fast fight there for Envy, only having to use one ult, which is great. DarkZero didn't commit anything either. But I mean, not that they had too much to commit. No strategist ults available for them currently. They are going to have the Strength in Prison potentially to force something out. But the problem here is that, okay, great. We potentially get the combo with the Crack and Impact Strangling Prison. But you still have to deal with all the aggression that Envy's going to have, plus the strategist ult.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's something they have to go for. They lose Cyber immediately. Now do you invest this down, Heroes? No, you've already lost your group. It's actually just over before it even begins. And Envy, just so good in the series so far, Vast, about getting free picks in the neutral over and over again, which, needless to say, very healthy for their ult economy.
I mean, there's nothing to invest. The principal is gone. It's gone. There's no principal left. We've lost all the money. The money's gone. We've lost the house, Papa. It's over. And I do think right now for DarkZero, they're just struggling to get themselves back into the fights here. The aggression is so strong from Envy. Now, the bank is going to be great here. No, we've done a little FDIC securities. We're okay now. We have a little bit more ult economy. It's time.
Here we go. Chime in the back. Pulse Cannon ready. Crack and Impact comes on in after the Strangling Prison. Kaluj out of the fight early. Now, if you're Chime, you kind of want to save the Pulse Cannon here. Ideally, you don't use it when Envy is down too, but you lose your Cloak and Dagger, Window's threatening, and you feel like, yep, I gotta let it fly. Takes down 3. But in a way, Avast, it's kind of a win for Envy. I really think DarkZero wanted to save that.
I think it's a big win for Envy. And I think, honestly, DarkZero felt pressured to pop that because Skier goes down. They weren't able to save Skier just in time before the Fate of the World gets used. So now Envy, with sort of that pressure, gets a lot of ults, pretty much every ult at DarkZero. They're worried about another Crack and Impact, but they're going to have the Sonic Seduction. They're close to a Strangling Prison, so they have some big ults when there's nothing strategist available for DarkZero. So for DarkZero, you know, they want to buy some time. They want to try to maybe get this Crack and Impact up in time before strategist ults are up for Envy and commit with that.
They're very drained right now, and if Kalush knows that, yeah, he's just gonna go Psionic Seduction super early here. Group walls are gonna come out, but they're gonna gain space from this. Look at the amount of positioning Envy is gaining off the Seduction, and the fall through is still there. ZQ wasn't quite able to get away, so now you're up 1. The Vanguard presence for DarkZero super pummeled, and Envy's taking the rest of the space. They're just going straight up the ramp.
And there's a Strangling Prison, committed, use, Chime, gonna go down. You see Cyber so split. I think this is likely gonna be the cap here, ZP. I mean, the spawns are bad, they don't have the ults.
Oh, smash. Dying mid-Crack and Impact, doesn't even get anything from it. And Envy, just masters of turning one elimination into a full team wipe at the end. And I'll just go back to that previous fight where DarkZero, they invested a few ults, it was looking good, they got 2 pickoffs, and they lose one of Avast, and they go, okay, I guess we actually need to throw in the Pulse Cannon on top of it, and just left them with nothing for that fight.
Yeah, overall, I mean, it's just been an economy masterclass, and you just look here at the scoreboard overall, much better for DarkZero. I mean, they have more than 2 final blows. You see multiple people actually with multiple limbs. And I think when you look at Envy, you're like, wow, like, these are pretty good numbers. The most telling numbers to me, realistically, are the Vanguards here. You look at Speedly's damage and you look at the limbs, like, oh, that's pretty good. But when you see the damage that Window and Kaluja are pumping up, along with getting like very solid final hits, this is big for them. Because I do think that when you see just how Window's isolating players, when Kaluja's falling up and pumping out a lot of that damage, this is something when we talk about some of the best teams like Virtus Pro in Europe. It's Vanguards also being extremely big damage dealers and limb finders. And getting those final hits, just putting a ton of extra pressure where they're almost acting as just large duelists.
Everyone on your team has to contribute if you want to be a #1 team in this game. You can't have any weak links and just be like, oh yeah, I know our Vanguard, he's pretty good at shielding, or our strategist, we picked up the no damage Rocket Raccoon from the ladder, you know, very popular player, really focused on healing. It's like, no, actually, you need players that min-max every aspect of the characters they're playing, and certainly Envy has been in that class. But here we go. It's now going to be DarkZero on the attack. They need to full complete the map. Envy, meanwhile, looking to hold them here on the first point.
So Cal just going to be putting out this poke here. A little bit of splash damage with the arrows, building up the focus, looking for headshots. And for DarkZero, when they're playing this flyer comp with the Magneto, they're going to be trying to just take some extra space here on the flanks. But not really able to take a lot of space if you're down a strategist.
Great angle from Callan. Also, I'm just having flashbacks, a little bit of deja vu. Why would you bring Envy to this map anyways, when they've literally won the Shroud Gauntlet and a Rivals Fight Night by first holding 100 Thieves on this map, on this point? I feel like you don't actually want to bring Envy to this map because, in fact, they're quite good at it.
Maybe DarkZero has a plan that we're not aware of. Just, you know, they have designs you couldn't even begin to understand, okay?
Well, we'll see. Envy's defense, though, historically very, very good on this point in particular. Fate of both worlds up here from Narrow. Envy just forcing DarkZero almost nearly back into the spawn doors again. And it's going to be Month here with the cloned Luna ult. Just letting Envy move forward, take a little bit more space. They take down Z-Cube first. And once they get one pick off of fast, they just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, we're losing the Vanguard too, especially the group. You don't have the counter walls. You lose, like, obviously a lot of that pressure, the ability to just force potential isolation as well. And Chime on the Iron Man right now is currently just sitting there like, okay, guys, I'm shooting my pellets, but no one's really going down.
Oh, speedily off the Dance of the Butterfly fall through all around. DarkZero cleaned up once more, and you take a look at the time. They are down 2 minutes right now, Vast. Half the time bank just gone.
And they need to make something happen. I mean, they just in general, not because, okay, I heard the cold one crack on open.
That was not me.
The cold one crack on open there from maybe Puckett just watching this, but I do think for DarkZero, they need Chime to make some space. They need to put something here to just force a fight elsewhere away from the choke, because there's currently their Vanguards are getting crushed, they're getting run over. They need the flyer to make something just somewhere.
Well, that was definitely me cracking a cold one, guys.
Of course it was. Cyber off the Meteor M, able to get down Kaluj. Hawkeye ult, putting Chime a bit under pressure. Going round and round, pulse cannon, ready to go. Point blank, looking for the opportunity over the group walls. Looking, waiting, up and over. Chime, being a master here of the train, into the backline, nearly gets the Loki and finishes off Month. Not quite able to get away, looking for a little bit more. DarkZero, a little bit of life in them here. And now.
Wait, but they lost 2 players. 2 players just went down there late, speedily into backline, and that's huge, because now DarkZero, they're still trying to find these players. They don't know where they're at. They're going to be worried about that aggression, about that pressure in the backline. So they're down a strategist, they're down Smash, and Envy can just recontest.
Yeah, Kaluj keeps using Sonic Seduction, not even for necessarily early pickoffs, but in situations to buy time for positioning. It actually,
honestly, I don't even think that was totally necessary in that moment, ZP. I'm going to be real. I don't think it was totally necessary, but I agree with your overall take. Your take.
Just wanted to push the button, baby. Speedily, though, it's a backline. Dance to the Butterfly. How good is this one going to be? Trying to min-max the damage. Gets one target, ends up not getting much at all, but forces out the Eternal Bond, so that's actually a pretty worthwhile trade. Speedily, though, getting the aggro of Iron Man. Gonna go back here, grab the health pack. Huge distractions at backline, decides enough's enough, goes to rejoin his team. Envy, close to the end here. Only 22 seconds left to defend. Z-Cube in real danger, goes down. Window able to punch him after the strangling prison. 2 down right now for DarkZero, and they're running out of time fast. Gonna have to look for a last-second portal.
I mean, I don't even think it's going to be possible. Also, ZP, just to add a little insult to injury, I think Z-Cube went for the strangling prison, got interrupted out of it. I heard the freeze. Wait, the freeze stops. I don't think they would even hit it anyways, but that is actually insanity. I don't think but like Groot got interrupted, Z-Cube got interrupted there. So there's just multiple moments of this kind of humiliation that occurred for DarkZero. I'm not gonna lie, with the freeze, with the Groot interrupter, Z-Cube. I mean, it's just Envy, this team. They are so good across the board. And I think DarkZero just struggling, especially when you're playing this flyer composition against so much aggression from Envy there. You need to be just having more happen. You need to be taking some of the pressure from the front line, and just never occurred.
Also, chat is saying that Pucko is actually showing respect in the middle of the game and pouring one out for DarkZero on the first
so much.
point.
Yes.
You know what? I mean, honestly, you might have to do it. Might have to pour open a 40, open it up, and pour it down to the ground for them too.
Poor lads. At least they can go to bed early tonight as things are shaping up in Envy's favor. We take a look at some of the highlights from this game in number 2. And Avast, is it misplays or outplays that are occurring right now?
Probably a bit of both. I would say mostly the outplaying, but typically when you get outplayed, then you're going to also misplay because you're just simply slower in terms of just your overall, like what you're putting out there, how coordinated you guys are. I think the DarkZero team, this is a team that obviously has been around for a bit and it's been pretty good at the level, but this is like the next step up. You know, you're graduating, okay? You're not, there's no longer, we're going from middle school to high school, like varsity sports essentially. And we're doing from the kid that was like 13 years old, you know, barely able to dribble the ball to now they can dunk and you're getting dunked on repeatedly.
It's kind of rude. Well put there. ZP, as we take a look forward, DarkZero on the back foot. We have seen a reverse sweep in the past. It was several weeks ago as Shroud X pulled one off on our stream. Does Envy have any weaknesses that you can exploit?
Not particularly. No, I mean, they look to be a complete team in all senses of the word from everything we've seen so far. And look, if you were to ask me off the cuff what my evaluation of the NA would be, I think while overall the teams have had great parity over the last month, I do think that you have kind of an S tier with Envy and 100 Thieves on the top. We saw that in the Shroud Gauntlet. Recent RFN results have supported that, both in not only the actual results, but also the eye test. Because again, you know, it may sound like playing defense, even though they've gone, frankly, whooped so far in the series, but DarkZero is a good team. They would have a good fight against most of North America, but Envy and 100 Thieves may just be a little out of reach right now based on the data we're seeing here. That said, I do think their scouting was a little bit off because I just don't know why you would ever bring Envy to this map, especially with the recent history they've had versus 100 Thieves.
So we take a look at some of the best moments. Smash showcasing his Bucky. I have to say, Chime on the Iron Man. One of the more impressive sky flyers we have seen of us.
Yeah, I think Chime and Smash both like look pretty good. It's always just the issue, right? Of just like, okay, you can always look relatively individually okay, like solid on your role, but if your team is just getting ran over, it's gonna be hard to have the moments that you need. But I do think Chime obviously has looked pretty good. And I like the idea from DarkZero in general. Maybe there's some more options to potentially put Chime on like a carry position and try to hope to keep their front line alive a bit more. Maybe like even like a triple Vanguard maybe. But obviously it gets a little risky because you have to play into the Wolverine. But there's some signs of life for DarkZero. I do think they just need to ensure that they're living long enough to take some of these fights.
Here's one of the highlights from Chime. Chasing down. He was always going after this guy speedily in the back line on the Psylocke. How many times did you say it takes out another strategist? When you got no heals, you can't push the cart very far.
No, not at all. And I think, again, that's probably been the biggest strength of Envy so far in the series is their nearly superhuman power. Oh,
I mean,
God,
was that the peak? Was the peak with it was from Spawn, right? Yeah, that was definitely not a portal freeze that we've seen like teams like British Brutal. They just ran to Spawn and hit him with the freeze.
Boom. Hadouken.
Yeah, but overall, in this case, I just think that when you take a look at it, I think that you have gaps right now, particularly in the Vanguard play and the gaps in the Duelist play. And it's leading to scenarios where you're seeing DarkZero Vanguards drop early and you're seeing Speedily at times just get away with murder.
I'm enjoying it. Speedily, keep it up. Envy, let's speedrun it. Burning T'Challa is loading up right now as we're going to see what our players will ban and protect next. Chad, is there anything new you want to see? Is there a meta that you have pulled off or a new composition you've pulled out in matchmaking? Let us know. I'm kind of curious because honestly, this match is boring me, ZP. Is it rude to say? Because I felt like EU had some 3-0s, but they're a little closer.
We don't technically have to be professional because we're not, we're doing our own thing here. This is our product to a degree. And also, I think for DarkZero, sometimes you need some tough love. I think any team that you need to lose a bit before you win. And I think every champion of the arena started getting booed and tomatoes thrown at them, I would say. So before, that's how it always starts, right? So maybe the training arc montage occurs right after this, as we see the bands start getting rolling out. And I think for DarkZero, I kind of like their bands, honestly. I did like their bands previously and the Protect and the Magneto. So maybe just, I don't think there was a particularly great band setup for them, except maybe removing like Groot potentially. I don't think the Groot matchup has gone great for them.
I thought having the mag advantage would be enough in the previous game. Not so much. Luna Snow is going to be removed here by DarkZero. They don't want to deal with that. Speedily and friends, what do you remove from the game, ZP?
What do you remove from the game? I mean, in this case, you look at what Envy has been taking out. They don't want to play against Ultron. I think Envy, they're very good with the standard style play that they're at right now, and they're saying, no Ultron, we're just not going to deal with that. It's a little bit too new. We don't want to deal with the newest flavor of often triple strategist. I think if you're Envy, also, you have no real reason to change anything up because you have been winning pretty handily with the style of bans here so far, so why take a risk?
Adam. Is it going to be some res comp?
That's actually kind of disastrous in the ban phase, is that Magneto has been banned from Envy, or Envy rather banned it for DarkZero while they've already had the Protect. So I do look at that and I'm like, uh-oh, that's a little scary, because also Luna Snow potentially might get banned as well, so you won't have the ability to hit the freezes. You won't have just a general support that comes out. You won't be able to support a flyer into it. And I'm seeing, okay, I mean, that's pretty interesting. I haven't seen a lot of Punisher bans. I haven't seen a lot of Punisher bans, to be fair. That's kind of new.
Big pun. Who does Punisher hard counter right now? Because I feel like anytime I see him shooting at an Iron Man and Ultron,
oh wait, there was one earlier.
In the sky, they're just healing through it.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of banning Punisher, I wonder how much of that is really based on Punisher and how much is based on, potential team up ability and where we're at the moment, where you don't want some of them, potentially, run some of his more powerful options. It's hard to say. I feel like Punisher is always more team up based, but the Ultron does finally get banned by Envy. And also, honestly, I'm looking at this here too. I do feel like DarkZero may have messed up giving up both Emma and Magneto. Like, protecting Loki is one thing, but protecting Loki and then not having a top tier Vanguard option that usually is getting played right now, that seems very risky to me.
Chat demands Ultron. They want Envy to be able to play it.
Well, it's not going to be happening today. I mean, technically, DarkZero could. I mean, it's
DarkZero can run it, right?
They could. I mean, they could run it. So it's a possibility. But with Luna Snow not being on the field, so you're not going to have like some flyers. So obviously, Ultron enough to kind of self-heal himself with some of the bonus health and be using his drones as well. So there are some options for them. I do look at this and I'm like, this is interesting.
Yeah.
You could make it work. There's a lot of high ground. There's a lot of like space you could use. I'm more so just like, well, like no Magneto. You play into the Wolverine again. It looks a little funky, a little scary.
ZP, as we get into Burn T'Challa, if DarkZero is going to have a player lead the way, who are you looking at?
Honestly, from what we've seen here so far, I'm looking more at the front line. I think that it's been a little bit tough here so far for Z-Cube and Cyber, particularly Z-Cube, who has been the main target for Envy. I almost feel like when you're playing Groot, if you're getting hard focused, the extent that Z-Cube is, you have to back it up a little bit more, play it a little bit more cautiously, stay alive longer into the fights. I think if the front line of DarkZero is able to stay alive a bit longer, it will bode far better for their odds of actually winning some of these fights before ultimates come to play.
All right, Bubwitz is saying the Punisher counter is for the Storm activation for Chime. They have Smash on the pun, Chime on the Storm. Does the comp work? Time to find out.
Well, that's finally getting a little bit of Ultron here in NA. Envy decide, yep, we want to see how this works to move over and into domination. Was pretty effective off in Europe, and we'll see how Cal looks in the Ultron.
Yes, we will, as right now, both squads just poking each other out. Cal playing the off angles currently. Speedily, gonna find one already. And even though you don't have that team up still, when you have the pocket that's possible from Ultron right now, you can still just be so aggressive here with the Iron Man, just putting a ton of damage. As DarkZero losing the fight, pretty much having to back up right away. And really, honestly, ZP, it wasn't much of a fight to begin with.
No. And I think you kind of nailed it when you talk about the ability of just the Ultron to let your Iron Man go super deep. And I mean, it's kind of what Speedily did. Speedily wasn't really afraid of their life at any point there, and is at times more frontline than the actual Vanguards.
Yeah, and especially now that you're getting this team up as well with the Ultron, so having this double flyer for Envy, they're just getting even more damage, right? They're getting more ability to just walk forward. As Chime gonna get caught yet again, and DarkZero struggling to make it out of the spawn doors again, ZP, which is something we've seen a lot of.
Envy hasn't used an ultimate yet. They're about to have everything available. All this devastation has come completely without ults. That is just a shellacking. You don't see this all that often, at least not to this frequency and degree.
Reminder, game 1 was a 100-0 first round.
You'd be correct. You'd be correct, and it's might happen here again, because I mean, sure, 6 ults versus 6 ults again. This upcoming fight, but Envy historically been pretty good. Is now Cyber walking on up, holds on to the Agamotto, trying to catch a couple here on the wall here for Envy potentially.
BDRM coming up here from Kaluj as Cal lays down the Ultron damage. Jabari gonna fall, speedily giving his life in turn. 5-on-5 right now as the ults come into play. Come up right now, pulling out the invisible boundary. Narrow gonna drop their invisible boundary right on after. DarkZero right now, I mean, forget getting to the point of Ast. They just want the right to just be near the point at the moment, let alone captured. But with Narrow getting caught, DarkZero finally breaking the Envy chokehold and seriously threatening the recontest.
Now, I mean, they committed the God of Mischief there for Jibri as well, just because, like, okay, we're afraid, we don't know, let's just make sure we can get a cap. Gonna ensure the cleanup happens there, and finally, I think some really good Vanguard play from Cyber and V-Cube, just hits a really good strengthening prison, force out the ults, gets some great damage post-fight, even with the nerfs to the damage, and Cyber, with the Agamotto, disrupts the pulse cannon. I mean, Speedily gonna have it here for this fight, right? But gives them a little bit extra breathing room. Now they have to worry about the combo. Strengthening prison plus pulse cannon available for Envy. So for DarkZero, you really don't want to give him that space to just set this up. And ideally, you can just play kind of split, have your Vanguards tank this. Envy looking to go for the long rotation to the low ground, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's a longer rotation. I don't know how much you actually gain from the rotation. You have a little bit of a wider area of the stage from. Really, though, everything is going to run through Window here. Window's going to go forward, look for the very early Strangling Prison, and you're going to have the double flyer fall through coming in ult-wise as a result. Smash right now, trying to stop here from the side, going to get stymied a little bit by Invisible Woman Shield, but able to find Month cleanly off the side. Ends up with 2 as the Pulse Cannon comes out. Smash, fantastic angle to keep DarkZero in it.
And I think this is exactly what they need for DarkZero, is they need to just do a little counter comping, right? Smash here on the Hela. This is really good. Even with Ultron with the pocket, it's hard to keep your Iron Man alive into a Hela. Hela just the ultimate anti-flyer. A lot of ult's going to be available for DarkZero here as well. Envy now a little bit worrisome, right? Like, they do have 99, but with the ult bank, if they lose this fight, then they're in a last second recontest situation. They might commit some ults. This is essentially the last good fight that Envy's going to have.
Envy, though, swaps it up. They put Cal on the Hela instead. Cal goes, oh, you got Hela in the field? I'll do a little bit of Hela v Hela. It's kind of my game. And Smash goes, you sure you want to do that? Smash gets a counter pick on the Cal. Big Kaluj gonna try and steal this here with the Meteor M. Meteor connection on the Chime. And even with the early Hela pick, this may be good. 3 gets stunned by the Eye of Agamotto coming in from Cyber. And yet Envy, still plenty of alive players here on the point to likely get the reflip. And it's going to put us in overtime, 99-99.
Oh, and Smash could not have done more there too. I mean, what a good find there. Gets the pick, gets the team up with Loki to get Jibri back into the fight, and just wasn't able to hit the regeneration domain fast enough to keep Z-Cube alive. Maybe if Z-Cube stays up a little bit longer, there's a chance there. But much better round for DarkZero. They had some good counter comping to make sure that Envy didn't get everything they wanted. They forced Cal to make a swap. I think overall DarkZero looked a lot better on this comp.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say as a caveat is that I do wonder how comfortable Envy is right now on triple strategist, particularly the Ultron variety. Given the fact that they're going halfway to ban it, I feel like it's one of those things where Envy may be using this for a little bit of limit testing. to go, okay, we haven't really done a lot with this comp. Let's see how it works out. And that's why they're taking it out here once more. You take a look heading into this next round, Cal back onto the Ultron. I don't think it's been Envy's strongest look, but I think it's something that Envy wants to have in their back pocket and be a threat as they look forward to Ignite.
3, 2.
Definitely, and I think Ultron is going to be a hero that kind of is meta-defining currently. There was a lot of people poo-pooing like, oh, he doesn't do that much damage, but like actually does a good amount of damage, and his drone really strong in general, honestly. Just having like, it's not quite as strong. I think his kit is like Luna, but kind of functions in a similar way in terms of being able to empower flyers at times, or flankers. So now Envy's keeping on this composition, and ZP, a pulse cannon, it's waiting, it's searching.
Also, if they're limit testing, they decide, actually, we're just going to stick on what we feel are good at. However, they just get crunched. Cube with a great strangling prison, the fall through just there for DarkZero. So Envy, again, caught off guard. Great initiation from DarkZero, gives them first control of the point.
And they hold on to the visible boundary plus that Omega Hurricane, so they have some options to force a strategist ult there for Envy, who really, I mean, because they went down so fast, they're still not going to have any strategist ult. So could commit a fast Omega Hurricane here from the high ground. All they need to really be worried about right now is speedily finding the pulse cannon. This Chime waiting behind, searching for it. DarkZero looking to hold really aggressively on the choke.
Omega Hurricane coming out here, looking for the Iron Man as Maximum Pulse comes out, tried to go for the Storm, and Chime actually going down right on after, so the Hurricane is quelled. Month, though, dying in the middle of it does make things difficult. Losing a strategist that early is tough, and Smash just absolutely takes no hits from Speedily inside, takes him on down. So, really nice hold here so far from DarkZero.
And actually, Jibbery going down here, unable to remove Nero on the backline, who put out so much damage, got so much value there to keep the Vanguards alive. And Smash, even with some of the hero plays there on the flank, Envy gets to stay in this fight now. They do hold on to the Strangling Prison. They have a Meteor M. They have some combos available.
Cyber down early. Kaluj.
No, don't hit it. Oh!
Again, the mid-air hits. It's a no-fly zone for Storm, and Kaluj got the Meteor M on deck. Envy finally getting the recontest here, but a very strong start here, Avast, for DarkZero, where the change in comp has been healthy for them. The problem is that they're out of mulligans. Should they lose this round, that's it. They're gone.
They're dialed in now, surely. They're dialed in. I mean, they have the God of Mischief. They're going to have a Strangling Prison, Agamotto. So they have a lot of threats here to where the Envy strategists need to be watching here. Like, okay, can't overlay, getting max value here. I like the swap here to the high ground to just kind of nullify that forward hold a bit for Envy. So DarkZero, they make it up here to the high ground, looking to set up, and it's kind of just a staring match right now because both teams relatively equal, and the old banks look at the advantages they have.
Cyber walking forward, Eye of Agamotto, ready to go. Anytime you got a strange position this aggressively, you know ult is on the mind. But force back a little bit. Now lower HP, doesn't necessarily want to drop it. Meanwhile, Visible Boundary gonna be dropped. Cal, though, actually able to find the Storm with the God's Death. First pick off here the way of Envy. Cyber into the back. Eye Agamotto gonna be dropped. Stuns only 2. Window and Cal looking absolutely okay as Kaluj picks up the slack off into the back line. Now 50% from Envy. A mere 50% away from getting to 100 Thieves, where Kaluj and Delina can start talking about belts.
I will say I'm dropping a question mark there on the Eye of Agamotto a little late. Unfortunate to lose Chime so early here because Chime doesn't get to build the Mega Hurricane early. There is still the Strangling Prison combo available there. Envy use theirs, but now the problem is, okay, we don't have a strategist ult here, and we have to be worried about Speedless and Mega Hurricane. You know, there's going to be a lot of pressure onto them. Just build this a little quickly. If they're going to fight at the choke, ideally Skier going to get it now, but doesn't have it just yet.
Speedily in Omega Hurricane, DarkZero, they need to weather the storm.
Oh, last second.
Is dropped, and Smash is able to find Month. DarkZero, not out of it here just yet. Smash goes to this guy, Goddess of Death, looking for both. Cyber able to find Kaluj in the meanwhile, and now Hella using the Crow gets away. Chime able to punch Speedily in turn. DarkZero, not done yet.
And what a good find there from Skier. Just gets in the last second there. 1 second difference, and maybe 2 players for DarkZero go down, maybe even 3. So Skier gets the invisible boundary, brings it back to that fight. They're going to have the Strangling Prison. They're going to have the Omega Hurricane. The bank looking very good here. And if they can just set up a fight pretty early, they can nullify a lot of the value early from the God of Mischief. Strangling Prison for Window is Envy. They need to make it in. Need to get out of the touch. They have a bit of time here. Maybe going to clear the high ground. Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to clear this high ground early.
Remember, this is a fight DarkZero must win. They lose this fight, it is over. They are gone. Envy, meanwhile, want to go in the fight hard Thieves. You got Speedily on the torch, gets taken down by Smash. Smash, though, gives life in turn. Both teams down to Duelist. Here comes Chime, Omega Hurricane. Looking to clean it up. Looking good for DarkZero here so far. And ends up with 2 by the very end. DarkZero finding the rhythm here in overtime and not falling to Envy here just yet.
I think it's what's really impressive for DarkZero is not just A, they look a lot better, but B, Smash is keeping up with Cal and the Hella. And we've talked about it historically, time and time again. Shroud Gauntlet, Fight Night, MRC, MRI, probably into Ignite. Cal's Hella has been exceptionally good for this team, right? It has been a top of North America, and potentially just one of the best in the world. And so with Smash being able to go toe-to-toe with Cal, I mean, look at the final hits, 14. Smash looking incredibly good here on the Hella pick.
I mean, from what I'm seeing so far, I get that the meta sometimes dictates other things, but Smash has been so good on the Hella that I don't know why you wouldn't try to force more Hella comps if you're DarkZero. It has been by far their strongest look all day long, but they brought it out at the very end. It was kind of the same energy of Master, let me go out just this one time. DarkZero finding hidden power.
Let me unsheath my blade, please.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And also, I think what's so a very remarkable turnaround too is that Cyber and Z-Cube actually look like they're able to do things now, right? Like before the previous 2 maps, they were just gonna get flattened over and over and over again. And now we're seeing actual, impact from this Vanguard line here is, wait a minute, Cyber looking to do a strategic drop into the back line.
Here we go. We'll see if this catches Envy off guard. DarkZero taking the initiative here from the back. Cyber leading the way here with Z-Cube. Chime, though, getting very, very low at the same time, but still able to find Cal off on the back. First pick off the way of DarkZero. Envy down 1. DarkZero looking to take more of the advantage. Keep an eye on Smash here, who has been such a threat here so far. And you talk about the Vanguards living longer for DarkZero. It helps when the enemy duelists are worried for their life because of this Hella.
100% is okay. Pulse, use Z-Cube down. They did force the boundary of both squads, but with Cyber and Z-Cube down, no Vanguards here for DarkZero. This should just be the end. I mean, they're just going to commit the Strangling Prison as well from Envy just to clean it up. And that's going to be a first fight. But, I mean, a kind of expensive first fight, considering they had to commit 3 ults for that win.
I think the only way it would have been a little bit better for DarkZero is if they didn't use the boundary. Boundaries came up at the same time as Pulse was going off. But other than that, as you say, at least it was an expensive fight win here for Envy. So DarkZero off a little bit in the back foot, but we'll see if they can recover the way they did last round.
See Cal on the flank. Gonna find it. There's one right off the bat, and Cal still just sitting here with the Guardian Shield from Nero, being a menace into the backline. Now they do manage to get a return pick.
I mean, speedily down. This is winnable. Cal, though, still a lot of space here in the backline. Meanwhile, Omega Hurricane in from Chime. Envy able to stand here so far, dropping the invisible boundary to stay alive. Window punishing Vanguard counterpart. Smash coming back on in, but Chime punishing Kaluge. Kaluge is saying fear Magneto, and there's nothing to fear at all. Just Chime. As DarkZero getting the better of this fight, starting to grid it on out. Envy gonna get to about 50% before the recap comes in.
Love watching that fight as Cal's just on the side quest. Just charting through the back line, waiting while everyone do stuff. As Chime gonna find another one, and Chime here on the Storm. Getting a lot of value currently. And I mean, really good read too, knowing that AoE not gonna be absorbed by the Meteor M. Takes down Kaluge. So DarkZero controls the point here. Have the Agamotto potentially put some early pressure, and with no shred result just yet for Envy, I mean, this could be a really good engaged potential for DarkZero to just fight the chokes. Deny Envy the chance to set up Speedily or Cal on a flank. As Envy waltz on in, trying to make pressure to the point.
They just go, oh, Agamotto gonna interrupt the maximum pulse. However, still even 1-1. Chime out of the fight. Speedily gonna try and build back up. Only lost 50% of the meter. Cal under pressure, nearly falling. Window though can't sustain, taken on down. As Smash gonna go to the air. Goddess of Death, be Goddess of Death here. But one Goddess of Death has backup and the other does not. Smash gonna win that and getting a little bit more into the backline. Nearly gets one more pick. DarkZero, they even the score, 54-50.
And a great 4 physics as well from Nero. I mean, tries to deny as much value as possible, but just couldn't stop all the value from the Eye of Agamotto. Pulse Cannon is going to be available because they did get that 50% refund there from the interrupt. So DarkZero going to have to worry about that here. But I mean, really just going to try to set up another Omega Hurricane. Maybe even a Strangling Prison for DarkZero, knowing the strategy ults aren't up just yet for Envy.
Omega Hurricane going to be first to come over and in. Strangling Prison held for now. Maximum Pulse out. Does not hit the Storm, but does force Chime to run away. Window still going to finish it off. DarkZero down 1. Jibbery gonna drop the invisible boundary. DarkZero still trying to turn this one around. They drop the strangling prison. The fall through is
Well, who's it on?
down speedily.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know who that was even on. I didn't quite see it go up, but it doesn't really matter. They keep pushing forward, but Envy still in this fight, ZP.
Yeah, and the visible boundary gonna be fading here for DarkZero soon. They're running out of options, but now maybe look to Cyber. Cyber can be the hero, and absolutely not. The fall through from Envy gonna clean up DarkZero, but Avast, they still get to 99%. They're one fight away from extending the series and getting to a map 4.
I mean, the real problem there is that ZQ committed a strengthening prison without having, there wasn't anything on Envy they had to do to just counter that. I mean, they didn't have to commit any strategy results. Nero, invisible boundary, month, close to a god of mischief. This is a very, very hard fight for DarkZero now because their bank isn't strong. They didn't get enough value out of the strengthening prison for Z-Cube. Still, they have a little bit of time. They can set a poke, maybe. Smash comes through big, gets an early pick. And Cyber looking for the Agamotto here, ZP.
Yeah, I think all eyes got to be on Cyber if Cyber can find it. This is not the easiest map to get tons of value off a big eye of Agamotto, but maybe if Envy clump up just a little bit more, Cyber looking for the opportunity. As Zed says, I'm just going to fight Hella a little bit, but while this is going on, your Strange is separated. You lose Z-Cube, who just gets focus fired. You're down to one Vanguard. DarkZero now against the wall. Envy close to getting their matchup once more. The 100 Thieves, a fight DarkZero must win, and they're down 2 already. It's not much of a fight. The pulse can coming into the back, and DarkZero falls apart here at the end. Overtime in progress, and Envy about to get their rematch with the 100 Thieves, and they do.
And DarkZero, I mean, making some extremely good pivots, but just a little too late. When you only have one map of cushion, it's just hard to bring that back. And I mean, Envy, they're showing again why this team has won so much recently, why they've looked so good recently. There's always pick potential. There's always threats. The flexibility is through the roof. But I mean, what started as a, oh, DarkZero, you might have to go back to the G leagues a bit, go play in the minor leagues a bit longer. I'm like, okay, there's a chance for DarkZero moving forward here to be a heavy hitter with the right compositions, with the right bands.
Good finish to round 2. Couldn't finish round 3. And game 3 will seal the deal for an Envy match victory. They'll move on to play 100 Thieves. But first, take a look at the highlights and some of the numbers. Looking at some of the scores from that previous game, who are your standout players, ZP? Because I think we're all going to pick the same MVP, but who deserves love for the warm-up match from Team Envious?
Okay, for Team, we'll start with Envy. I was gonna give some props to DarkZero, but look,
okay.
For DarkZero, I gotta say, Smash, play more Hella. Just play a little bit more Hella. Like, yell at your team, get it done. DarkZero, we saw a little bit of what they're really good at the end, but the problem is that Envy is multi-talented. They can just adapt to what you're doing, and again, you kind of got to look to players like Cal, who is able to eventually find their footing, fight Smash bit for bit, but especially the Vanguard line of Envy, between Envy and Kaluj, just continually making opportunities, even when DarkZero was starting to find their stride.
Avast, what did you enjoy most from the Envy or DarkZero warm-up?
I think overall getting to see a bit of Ultron, which is always nice. Love to see the new hero a bit. Honestly, even though it's old news, Hella duels still go crazy. You love watching Hella duels. I mean, they're still some of the most satisfying parts of Marvel Rivals. I think watching that hero, how they duel out, how they get the picks. And I think when you have an invisible woman as strong as Nero on your squad to just level up Cal when they go for the big flanks, it's kind of hard not to see the impact that makes. And I do think for DarkZero, there was that glimmer of hope from Smash, that glimmer of hope of like, okay, they have some heavy hitting. Chime also on the Storm, I think, did look pretty good. It's really just holistically for that team, making sure they're on the right picks, because earlier they're just Vanguard line was just getting rolled over, right? So I do think there's some room to grow for them, but the Hella duels always a highlight.
I enjoyed the Hella duels always. It's time to reveal our MVP. Did Cal steal this one? Let's take a look. The honors go to Speedily. Of course, you saw the incredible Psylocke play in game number 1, constantly backstabbing in game number 2, and then in game 3, Tony Stark comes out. Let's take a look at the Iron Man. And I even forgot about some of the early plays. This was game number 1 where he went 19-0. Did not die once, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, Speedily looked absolutely beastly on the Storm. And again, you think about how these fights ended up panning out. Envy was just getting kills in the neutral long before ultimates even came into play. They would just Oh, we've taken down 2 limbs. Let's get a few more on top of it, and a few more, and we don't have to spend any ults. And by the way, we are at your spawn door. And that doesn't happen without a duelist like Speedily playing out of their mind for that round. It is quite literally the only way it can happen. So yeah, Speedily, arguably, of all the pickups Envy has done in the last 2 months, probably the most important.
Huge pickup, paying dividends so far, as Envy is fighting for another chance at 100 Thieves. That match is coming up in just a few moments. Out of the 3 that you saw the Storm, you saw the Iron Man, you saw the Psylocke quite a bit. What was your favorite, Mr. Vast?
For Speedily, I mean, personally, I really like his Iron Man. I mean, I think overall, like, I think his Iron Man is actually very impactful with the way they play it. They know sure their tempo is really good. So I go for the Iron Man. I go for the Iron Man, especially if you get the Ultron. If you're able to get the Ultron team up too, to get some of that extra value as well for your Ultron player, I think it's really nice. With Iron Man being kind of like there to support. So I hope to see more of it. I think flyers in general are really, really fun. I think there can't go wrong with Speedily on essentially any flyer right now. Speedily just has that wealth of just flex knowledge, I think, in general.
I can't wait to find out, does Terra have the same ability to take to the sky? He's a menace on the ground. He plays for 100 Thieves, and that is our next battle. ZP, this is a big one. For those that are new to Rivals Fight Night, we're live on my TikTok this evening. What should they know about the upcoming final fight of the night?
Well, Envy versus 100 Thieves is arguably the #1 and #2 versus each other in North America. You can make arguments for both, but I think it's a little bit personal for 100 Thieves. They have lost the last 2 times they've played against Envy, and they certainly do not want to give up the crown here tonight. So I'm curious to see what 100 Thieves has cooking, because if you're 100 Thieves, they want a little bit of revenge.
It's been 3 3-0s. About time for a game 5. We're going to a break. When we come back, it is that final battle. Get your claws sharpened. We'll be back with Wolverine and friends after this. Welcome back to Rivals Fight Night. We've got belts. We've got asses. Who's slapping who? Stay tuned to find out as the big purple ball crashes on a storm. That was Envy taking out DarkZero from the sky. Definitely wasn't speedily, because that man didn't die on that map. Avast and ZP joining me on the mic, and this is an epic showdown. Not only do we have the classic color showdown of red versus blue, but it's 100 Thieves. It's Nadeshot versus Hastro. It's the Young Bucks that they went out and signed, and Hastro has signed the bigger checks, is the rumor. Does he have the better team? Tonight we find out. Avast, let's start here, though. What did we just learn by watching Envy in the warm-up, the Challengers match against DarkZero?
We learned they're still really good, and also maybe Ultron might not be their strong point right now. Well, it could not be just currently super comfortable with Ultron. Obviously, just a very short showing, but other than that, we kind of just learned that, yeah, Envy, they kind of slap. They slap. They're really good. There's a reason they're looking like potentially the best team in North America, and at the very least, fighting for the best team slot alongside 100 Thieves.
ZP, we've been watching hero shooters for coming up on a decade. It's been about 9 years. Who are some of the top players right now that you think will be mainstays for NA Esports? Because there's been a number of roster rotations all over leading up to Ignite Series.
You know, in the early parts of the game, a lot of the players we see now may not be around a year from now at the top competitive levels, but the superstars definitely will be. And for me, when I look at these teams, I think about Terra for 100 Thieves, and I think about Speedily for Envy. In the duelist role, especially in North America, there are no better than these two players. And it's why anytime these two teams match up against each other, it is always a treat to watch.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it during the break. Who are the top duelists on the planet right now? Sparker was looking incredible. We talked a little bit about what we saw from Pokey tonight. NA, Terra's been my guy since day one. The first time he was on our stream, he was playing Winter Soldier. He took over the map. When he's not on that, he was doing it on Wolverine. He showcased his ability to flex over to Punisher. Can he go to the sky? Delena, what is he going to be running? And Billion, of course, on the roster, but often not in the starting lineup. Avast, what are your expectations with the new meta for this comp?
Well, I mean, it's pretty interesting for 100 Thieves because I feel like they've been forcing a lot of stuff that is unique to them, and also some of that older meta, like trying to use a lot of Hela. Wolverine for Terra, Iron Fist. Now, Iron Fist has had some slight nerfs, some nerfs to the team up as well with Luna Snow. So maybe 100 Thieves doesn't have that Iron Fist pick moving into the Season 2.5 meta. We haven't really seen this team ever play a ton of flyers. They've been mostly a terrestrial squad, the 100 terrestrial based team. So I do think that for them, it's kind of that question of, are they going to evolve, or are they still going to somehow make it work for them in a very particular, like, unique way, and just and maybe even force some of the comps that they're already playing before?
They've got some strong shooters. They've also got a top-tier kid, one of the best controller players. Vinny is known for his tank play. And then you got Harvey and SJP, who just do not die in the backline. What do they showcase when they flex to a triple strategist format? We'll see, I have a feeling, in just a little bit, because their opponents are very comfortable across a number of compositions. They showcased it in the Shroud tournament. For anyone who missed that, ZP, what made Envy so special in that unique format?
I think what made Envy so special is the fact that they weren't really deterred by the fact that you had to be really versatile. It was a fearless draft format where over 3 maps you had to play 16 unique heroes, and Envy, across their entire roster in every role, they're not really pigeonholed to any specific heroes. They're just kind of good at everything you'd want to be good at, and we give a lot of love to the duelists, but you also got to give love to the Vanguard line. Kaluj, I mean, yeah, you kind of think of Kaluj on shield tanks a whole lot, but Kaluj is able to flex around, whether it be on the Magneto, the Strange, or the Emma. And same for the strategist line with Narrow and Month, able to kind of flex to everything you need, whether it be standard Loki Luna, or coming out and using things like triple strategist comps really effectively. I mean, Envy, there's nothing you can put them on that they're not going to be really good at, and that at times is an advantage over 100 Thieves, where sometimes you can look at players like Vinny and go, well, you're really good, but we know you like Groot, and you kind of are Groot-centric at times. So Envy, I think, of the two teams might have just a little bit more versatility than 100 Thieves.
Delena versus Kalush. Is that the showdown, or who's got beef in this fight, ZP, as we take a look at 100 Thieves versus Envy?
Yeah, Kaluj, Delina. I mean, anytime you go to social media, those two are gonna be going at it. It doesn't really matter. Like, at this point, I'm not even sure there's legitimate beef between the two. I just think they feel obligated. It's like,
We're gonna start it. Yeah.
It's like,
If it's not real, we'll make it real. Let's take a look at the showdown between these two teams, between Rivals Fight Night and the Shroud Gauntlet, produced by the Rivals Fight Night crew. You can see it has been a slight advantage to 100 Thieves, but it's been Envy in back-to-back wins. First, it was the 3-0 in the Shroud Gauntlet Grand Finals. You know that one hurt, as Thieves were up all night. And then, of course, the Rivals Fight Night Week 12 Finals. Envy steals it in a Game 5. Is it 100 Thieves' turn? They're the returning champions here of Vast. What do we think about our squad wearing red?
I mean, I think for me, it's just now that we've seen how Envy has performed, it's just a question again of, because that's what I'm always worried about for 100 Thieves. I look at them like, oh, are they going to be flexible enough? Like, are they going to have it in the back pocket to bring it out? Because they've always looked so good on their compositions. But can they do it again? Can they pull out another comp again? Can they make another good pocket comp, right? Especially with Groot. I mean, still looking very meta, but Groot has been obviously like the Vinny's hero to a degree, and there's been some nerfs going that way. I still look at them like, okay, like maybe this is the team that, but also on the inverse selection, I think they've also gotten stronger to a degree because they've had such a good Wolverine gameplay, and Magneto is even more central to where if they can just remove Magneto against teams that don't have a pocket Wolverine pick, then also that helps them out to a degree when we look at how so much pressure is going to be on just Magneto-centric compositions. So I think
Terra's going to bring you a body.
Exactly. Yeah, he will. He'll bring you someone.
It's be like, well, you know, your cat when he brings you a friend from outside, puts it at your feet, and you have to bury it. We have to take a look here at the showdown and where we're going with our maps. We've got our first map loaded, and I know I'm not supposed to leak what is said in the Discord, but can I give a shout out to Gator, old friend from the Overwatch League? Behind the scenes says, I don't care about the coach space, screw behind the scenes, let's just get into the game. Gator is the reason we're in this ban and Protect right now, and you can see Emma Frost will not be played by either team. This one, Avast, this is going to be 100 Thieves Protect, and Magneto will be on their side. Do you think we see an early Protect from Envy to avoid Terra's Wolverine?
Maybe. I mean, I think the Protect here is kind of up in the air for Envy a bit of like what they'd rather try to play into them. I like the Loki ban. I mean, Harvey has been a consistently strong Loki player, but so is Munt. So maybe just a way to remove that is they're going to protect the Magneto as well, which I think as we get into this high level and with the buffs to Magneto, it almost feels like a madness to not keep Magneto, not protect Magneto for your squad, because Magneto is just, unless the Magneto's the first ban, right? Where it's so hard to play without him at times.
It kind of feels like the old school Groot, ZP. You could dictate the play style of the game, whether or not you ban Groot right away. Let's take a look here at the final pick. Says Ultron will not be in the sky for either team. Envy is going to protect. What do you think, Zeke?
Who they're going to protect, maybe Luna in this case. And yep, okay, Luna starts getting hit. That makes sense. This might be the full-on mirror. And if it's going to go mirror, I got some more interesting commentary to add here that should have added in the preamble, which is that the Envy 100 Thieves rivalry did get a little bit deeper because iRemix is the new head coach of 100 Thieves, who of course used to play for Envy and was very happy anytime Envy has lost. So just got a little bit deeper between the two teams.
Shout out to iRemix.
They've done it.
Shout out to the whole streamer household, keeping rival streams alive and well. As you can see, the wolf is through.
I love it. One. I mean, it's just, this is 100 Thieves. Essentially what they've done is they forced the comp, like we talked about, like, okay, do we have a pocket pick? Yeah, we just get rid of Wolverine, we protect our Wolverine, so they get to use Wolverine, they get to have that available to them, and there's just no opportunity.
Is it comparatively Groot as the second Vanguard here? Because they banned the Groot, so Envy doesn't have one. They've got their Wolverine. Do you just wall off after the abduction?
I think, I mean,
that's
typically
game
what
on.
it is.
Game on. We got ZP. We got Avast. Follow him on Twitter. It's time to get in the game.
You know, Avast, I do hope this one goes to 5, and I do hope it's the reverse sweep, and just so we can bring back the iRemix reverse sweep. At one point, that power was Envy's, but now 100 Thieves, they have the iRemix power. So yeah, I do like that entire angle. You know, adds a little bit of extra seasoning to what was already arguably the spiciest matchup in all of North America.
And also just goes to show you that you never know who's going to end up where. You never know what coach, what player is going to end up where, especially in the early parts of an esport is, okay, Envy obviously going to be having that Groot available for them. 100 Thieves obviously not going to have that Groot available.
2, 1.
But they're just playing kind of the vanilla tank composition. And is that... Wait,
Oh.
so they decided no Wolverine, but instead we're going to pull out with Terra's Iron Fist again, even with the nerfs to both Iron Fist and to the Luna Snow team up.
Hey, we were told that Iron Fist was taking a sabbatical this season because of the nerfs, and Terra says, no, it's the player, it's not the hero. Terra, though, eating a lot of damage at the beginning, so we'll see how true that's going to be, but I am very, very intrigued by this Vast.
Yeah, I mean, really the only difference between what we saw previously in the meta with since just Storm being available speedily is that Cal's on the Hawkeye, right? There is no real difference in this squad between anything we would have seen maybe in Season 2.
Well, Terra gonna get forced back out. A little bit of troubles right now for the Iron Fist here so far. Envy getting the first pick off, and they get SJP, Cal. Big picks here on the Hawkeye. That's gonna be first point control to Envy as 100 Thieves takes a breather.
And Envy definitely have an overwhelming amount of poke right now, right? Because they're going to have the Groot, they're going to have the Hawkeye, the Luna, plus the Storm, rather the Human Torch, which, yes, there have been some nerfs gone his way, but still can pump out a lot of damage. Be very aggressive here with the bonus health that you get from the Flame Meteor. So Envy playing this very, very aggressively, very quickly, trying to just get some early picks and ensure that Terra just doesn't find any value at all.
Also, you talk about areas where you'd want to play Torch. This was one of Torch's best maps even before his buffs and permapick status, so it kind of makes sense. Here. But okay, Cal, early pick on the Terra. Terra just getting crunched repeatedly. And where we're at, TTK though, leading the score. Vinny, Meteor M looks for it. No, not gonna get much of anything. Meanwhile, you got Month doing a little bit of dancing now for Envy. Meanwhile, got the Supernova on in here. Speedily tries to put this one fully into his court. Clues dropping the Meteor M, doesn't get anything. Delina, meanwhile, off to the sky. Dropping Goss and Death. Bolts, Cal falling, and 100 Thieves. And all the chaos here, Vast, may be taking this point back.
The trade's definitely favoring them. The old bank really good. I mean, I think here for 100 Thieves is that they had to commit a lot. They're not going to lose Terra late. He's going to get on out, have the Snowflake. For Envy, you can be relatively happy with how that fight broke down, considering that, okay, you get to walk back in, you have 61% of the bank, you have just a Hawkeye ult available, just pump in some damage, make some space for yourself, because you have to be so afraid of the after images.
Oh, again, though, Cal comes over and then pops Hawkeye ult, leads the way. 2 quick pickoffs here from Envy. And Cal really making the Hawkeye look great on the recontest, and it's a very short control for 100 Thieves. Envy back in control, nearly 70%.
I think for the Hawkeye here, it's so good into that neutral fight situation is because when you do have just the Hunter's Sight, the ability to just hit the after images and do so much damage, it's so strong where there's no strategy ult available because you don't need really setup. You know, it's not like a crack and impact. It's not even like a, I guess it's closer to like a supernova in terms of that you can use it pretty individually and just hit players from anywhere.
All right, so Envy gonna be going back a little bit. Window though, Strangling Prison, good to go. Terra gonna drop the Iron Fist ult. See if Terra can get a little bit done here on the Fist. It's been a struggle on the Iron Fist here so far. And again, getting pummeled down low, even mid ult. Mostly stymied here by the Luna ult in turn. 100 Thieves though, gonna drop the Eternal Bond. Look for anything to happen, and maybe they look here towards Vinny. However, you got Window coming in here at the Strangling Prison. 100 Thieves under the gun. 2 gonna fall as Meteor M comes in. Blue's dropping the hammer. Vinny trying to equalize. Not gonna happen. Envy up 2 right now in this point. 100 Thieves also really wounded. TTK, they'll get healed up by the last little bit of the dance. We'll see how long they can delay, but speedily out here looking for the survivors. Up, over, Torch ult. Bringing on the Flame Tornadoes. I'm not sure Magneo's gonna be able to live through that one. Into the back he goes. Vinny burnt to a crisp.
Speedily gotta get another 2, just waiting for those strategies ult to end. Get so much value from the Supernova late. And first round of Krakoa goes the way of Envy. And I mean, you see why this team looks really, really good. And maybe 100 Thieves, without having that pocket pick of that Iron Fist, just it didn't seem to get a lot of value ever, CP, right? Like, we didn't see an effective dive. We didn't see a lot of picks. It's just been an overall nerf for that character in general.
Can I point out something as well, guys? We got to figure out this ban and protect UI because I thought for sure this was 100 Thieves guaranteed a dub after they were getting their Magneto and they banned the Groot. Well, Windows playing Groot. I'm so confused. What's happening, guys? The chat's confused. Help us out.
Maybe some bugginess happening there, because definitely we were under the same impression, because I mean 100 Thieves, that we knew they protected that, but we also knew that Envy was like, okay, they had banned the group, but I think we're just getting mixed up in the UI here, because we saw the ban come out. But we'll review. We're gonna review the tape. Okay, don't worry about the UI for now.
The round's live, chat.
Is the
Watch the gameplay.
Watch the gameplay. Do not question your reality. And if Anders were here, do not listen to his words about life being a simulation.
And I think they also need to, let's focus up. Because 100 sites available for Cal. You have to be worried about this Eye of Agamotto here for 100 Thieves, because especially with Terra making the swap to Iron Man, there's a chance they could go really fast here, ZP. They have some poke, but never mind.
It does. No, you're right. It did go really fast. Just,
it
did. The other way around. I mean, Tony got put immediately back to Stark Tower.
Now they're just going to chase it up. They didn't have to use Hunter's Sight here just yet. They get to hold up. Good peel there for Cal's with the Guardian Shield, and now 100 Thieves have to give up the first point. Envy going to build up their cap, and ZP into the recontest. The Envy Bank already looking pretty strong.
Also, that was the quickest swap off Iron Man you've ever seen. As Terra going over the torch and nearly dying the same way. Again, the pressure coming out between Cal and Speedily. Ridiculous. Cal doing a lot of the heavy lifting on this Hawkeye here so far. 100 Thieves, though. Ults to burn, same as Envy. Things looking to get a little bit explosive. Both teams kind of haggling for an advantage in the neutral. Speedily nearly going down. Delina, though, not quite able to land the last shot. Terra, meanwhile, though, does get to the backline. Punishes Cal. One up here is 100 Thieves. And they're going to start emptying the bank. So is Envy, though, in turn. Kaluj looking to drop the Meteor M. Does not hit anything. Envy gonna start the dance. Luna ult is out. 100 Thieves still dictating the pace. They get to drop the Luna ult a little bit later. Vinny gets to drop the Meteor M a bit later. Agamotto comes on in, and TTK leads the way. 100 Thieves gonna get the recontest.
Smart swaps there for 100 Thieves. Really good of Agamotto for TTK, who has pulled out this Doctor Strange often now. Such a good pocket pick for them to get so much value, and also with the buffs to the damage. I mean, he's only got it better. Now 100 Thieves control the point. Gonna have the Supernova, but it was a relatively expensive fight there, ZP. And remember I talked about earlier how, okay, you know what I love to have for neutral fights or ults that don't require a lot of heal up, especially on the duelist side. They don't need a lot of setup. Both Speedily and Cal, with the 100 Sight and the Supernova, these don't require a lot of setup necessarily. You're able to pop it from both pretty safe positions.
All right, Terra. You got the fire tornadoes, but also you got the after images as Hawkeye is hunting you. So far, though, Cal not able to really take a good look at Terra. Gets Delina, though, at the same time. And you take a look, Speedily now. Gonna heat things up. 100 Thieves already down one. And the temperature actually may be tolerable. Terra was able to get to the backline, got one. Both teams trading out a little bit here. 100 Thieves still able to stand so long as no one else gets burnt up, but they do! Speedily finds two at the end. Envy gets the retake, and 100 Thieves now running out of time here on our first map.
I think for Envy here, it's such an interesting idea too, because with these duelist ults, you kind of have the option to where you can hold them and not commit them for big fights. Where we're like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's just trade out our strategist and Vanguard ults here. Well, let's save the duelist ults. Let's save them for a fight. Build them pretty quickly.
Glory is almost yours.
Oh, and oh no! Don't tell me though.
No,
don't tell me I've been
wait.
cursed again.
No. We can't go back.
Not again, ZP.
Also, Puckett is hosting. Puckett has no patience for these sorts of shenanigans.
100 Thieves has never paused in the history of Rivals esports, right? That's what chat's telling me.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know what happened last week.
I got to skip that 8-hour fiasco, bro. I was at DreamHack, rather. Continue.
Well, let's just say that there is a realistic scenario where 100T could have stood for 100 technical pauses. They were close. They were real close.
Is there a rule in place? Do we have a limit on them?
Well, the answer is no currently. The answer is there's no limit. I will say, personally, after the experience last time, perhaps there's something to be said about a potential limit, but we're kind of figuring it out live because since ZP also works as an admin while casting.
Yeah, he does great. I just yell at Tasma live on air and he hears me like a minute later in stream. Shout out Tasma. Technical pause, game crash. Okay, it's not the player's fault. It's computer's fault. This is a hardware issue. They did not have Intel in their PC. You can get Intel in your PC. Simply head on over to any website that says Intel products and hit the cart button. Avast, we saw a little preview though. Who's impressing so far? It's only been a round and a half.
I mean, the usual suspects, you know, the people that you would suspect to be really good are doing really good. Speedily, obviously, who ZP is you know, calling out correctly, is such a huge difference maker for this team. Realistically, every part of Envy looks good. I think Terra's still showing out some of that flexibility of, okay, we've seen Terra get to play some of the Human Torch in the past, so they've typically tried to force, you know, more of that Iron Fist, that Wolverine. But those are both picks that, especially if you don't have perhaps a Magneto, or you don't want to play the Magneto, or you don't want to try to force a Wolverine on maps where flyers are really good, it's a little bit harder for Terra to pull that out. And it looks like we are getting back into game. Pause is
back,
done.
baby.
Puckett is the good luck charm to remove technical pauses, perhaps.
You know, I just got to talk to the people. We take care of business.
Yeah, they know that Puckett is here to enact consequences should it keep happening. Also, in this case, it's just Harvey's internet. It's not a weird computer issue that Terra had last time around. But either way, Envy, close to taking away this first map. 100 Thieves under the gun. We are already in overtime. Selena get kind of low here at the beginning, and oh my word. Here we go, Kaluge up, over, Meteor M connects, finds Harvey at the very end. One strategist down, Envy in a great spot. Ivakamoto from TTK, stuns window, not much else. Cal punishing Terra in turn, 100 Thieves already down 2. Vinny, you have to equalize, you get 1. But that may not be enough. 100 Thieves is already down 3. You get rid of some of the healing. Vinny, though, gets another. Vinny being the hero, and 100 Thieves needs it here most. Narrow drops the invisible boundary. Gonna try and seal the deal here, but is it gonna be enough? Takes down 2, does Envy, and 100 Thieves may have been too little too late from Vinny, as it's Envy who take away Krakoa, the first map.
I think Envy just getting a lot of value too out of the Hawkeye, because you have the Hawkeye team up too. You just see it there for a moment, get the ice arrow, freeze multiple players. But in general, 100 Thieves struggling a bit, I think, because we used to see that Iron Fist pocket pick come out so often for them, especially on maps like Krakoa. Not a lot of value here, ZP. And I think this is why I was worried about eventually at some point, like, is 100 Thieves going to hit the wall of where these comps that they have to play around Terra aren't going to be getting the most value, to where they kind of have to potentially make some adjustments around what are they going to play.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really interesting so far. And, you know, I'm curious, you know, not being here last week, you know, Puckett, you kind of saw 100 Thieves here. This is on the low end. They looked great last week, but even now, having some trouble versus Envy.
Slow starts. You know, we've seen these from 100 Thieves in the past. Envy coming out hot, and you look at some of the numbers. Well, Window blocked the most damage. You see all of the medals belonging to the top half of that screen. 33,000 heals, though, was the standout number. Is Luna making it through for future games? Both SJP and Month were using her, but Month finding more success.
I think for Luna Snow in general, it kind of just depends on, she's still universally, I think, the best strategist by far, especially with the buffs that have occurred for Luna. Some would even argue, like, why was she buffed? Because she was already so strong.
Right. She's in every game.
Yeah, she's really good. And also you've added some new team ups, right? You've removed some, and you still have kept some. You've adjusted some, but now you've added some extra team ups to the game. Like, for example, the Hawkeye team up, but we saw Envy getting value out there. So I do think that for Luna Snow, it really just depends, because removing Luna, in some ways, I wouldn't necessarily say it changes drastically the meta, but it does, because especially because her team ups, while strong, are not game-breakingly strong. But she is such a universally good strategist that if you're not as confident on certain strategist picks, or you're not used to operating without the Luna Snow, it could be a really good pocket ban. But both these squads, both 100 Thieves and Envy, could play without the Luna Snow. It is definitely not required for either of these teams.
As we take a look at the highlights, some fantastic backline play, just rejecting the Eye of Agamotto. You saw a little bit of Speedily showcasing his Johnny Torch skills, but I wanted to ask about Delena. 0 final blows. As a duelist, does that get in your head early on? Because this is a guy who was an MVP 2 weeks ago, just rocking out to the hella play.
You know, overall, I think at this level of play that I don't think it's getting in your head that much. I think both teams kind of knew what they're in for coming in here. 100 Thieves may be facing stiffer competition than expected, but it really is a full team effort there, where I'm not going to put it all on Delena to have 0 final blows. I think oftentimes it's what opportunities are you getting from your front line. What I will say here that I think is a little bit troublesome for 100 Thieves is that the meta for them right now, they feel like they don't want to go with the group comp. Envy went with the group comp and it was completely fine, and I don't think Envy or Vinny is necessarily bad per se on Magneto, but I think Vinny is a tier up player-wise if you play the Groot. So realistically speaking, I look back to the draft where they let the Groot ban come on in. maybe you have to try and angle to not let that happen if you're under Thieves.
First time we've really seen Groot have a big impact tonight. He has not been the go-to tank. We'll find out what the move is, though, as we go to the Hall of Jalia. I'm excited for it. Vast is super pumped. You can just see the excitement wrinkling down his forehead. You have the smoothest forehead in all of esports, my guy. Is that Botox?
Thank you. No, not yet. We're saving the Botox. We're saving the Botox for later. I'm hoping to hit once I hit 50 or something, I get crazy plastic surgery done. I walk out like the Boganoff brothers, and everyone's like, "Who is this? Who's this guy?" I show up, and I'm gonna look completely different across the board. Right now, I use sunscreen, and I just also have a big forehead, baby.
So I was told by the great Hexagrams, the senior executive producer on this show, that Puckett, think of the characters next to their name as banned in their banners. They've been banned. They cannot run it. But the blue guys, they can run. They've protected them.
Are you getting tripped up in the map? Are you specifically getting tripped up when we get to the game, Puckett?
So right here, last time, I'm looking at the bottom. I assume that's 100 Thieves, right?
Yeah. Yes. So it's red team. Red team's 100 Thieves. And you see how Envy's ban map 1, they banned Groot. But you notice how we get into the game, 100 Thieves had Groot on their banner on the right in game. That's because it was banned for them. Yeah,
but why are we swapping it? Why isn't it just the same?
It's a slightly different method. It's a slightly different method. Just whatever you see in game above the teams, that is what they can't play.
Hey,
just remember that. That's what they can't play.
Netflix flagging it. If I'm a guy who's worked in esports for 20 years and I got tripped up, Joe Schmo on his cell phone is not going to understand what the hell's going on. We got to clean this up or speed it up somehow. It's going to be more fun for you guys to talk about, not me. I don't have to worry about this. But ZP, you do. What do you think of the bans and protect so far? Pretty same.
Yeah, pretty similar. Again, I think the difference I want to see here for 100 Thieves is, can you protect Groot before it gets banned? And the reality is maybe not, because Envy's going to get another ban before the protects come in. And it's kind of interesting. I mean, 100 Thieves, they're deciding we want to protect Magneto as priority. And Magneto is really, really good right now. The problem is that I don't know if they're going to be able to get Magneto and Groot at the same time, because Envy goes to their next ban. They're probably taking out Groot before the protect phase. So 100 Thieves, for what they like to play, may be in trouble. But okay, in this case, Loki's going to get banned. So we'll see.
No Loki on either side. Again. The protecting coming in from Envy. They've already got a Vanguard. This has got to be a strategist, right? Okay, Ultron.
Yeah, and I think that's it. This is very interesting for Envy, because when you look at 100 Thieves banned so far, with removing Luna, you're like, okay, removing Loki even, which has been a pretty staple pick just to kind of throw some chaos. I do think it's like, okay, first of all, removing Loki, you don't get the Hela team up, one, which is pretty strong for both these teams, to be fair. But also, you're trying to target flyers a bit. But having Ultron enter the fray means like, okay, you're still going to have a flyer, and you're going to have sort of the replacement for the Snowflake to potentially pocket flankers, pocket another flyer. I think for 100 Thieves now, it's a question of, do they protect the Groot, like ZP's been talking about here? Because I do think overall, you kind of have to, at the top level, protect Magneto to a degree, which is why we're seeing these teams focus on Magneto so early.
No ban?
Because no Magneto, it's hard. Okay, Envy. And Envy choosing no ban at all.
No, that was 100 Thieves.
No, that's 100 Thieves.
Oh, sorry,
See, you got confused too, Avast.
No, you called Envy. You called Envy, so I got confused by you.
You're just gonna blame him. You just hear Chris Puckett's voice that gets you off the ball.
I'm trusting my fellow professional. I'm trusting my fellow professional.
No.
Okay.
No, wait.
Who didn't protect their Avast? Can you answer that one?
That one would be. I mean, that would definitely be 100 Thieves, not protected and not banning.
You sure?
So.
All right, we're jumping into the game.
We
I'll let you figure this one out.
100 Thieves had a crash. The person they had doing the bans crashed.
Great, that's new. I haven't seen that one before.
I wonder if it's different players. Like, okay, so last week it was Terra. The first crash of the day was Harvey. I don't know if Harvey also is the one that does the pick ban for 100 Thieves, but if that's the case, then well,
we know it wasn't Vinny, Delina, or Monk.
PC check.
We know it wasn't either of them. Maybe 100 Thieves. Like I said, Nate Shot, can we get the Totino's gigabyte internet, get in over there? Like, can we get whatever we need to do to run a direct line? Like, if we need to make like 3 more deliverables for the month to sit, talk about the amazing sauce of Totino's.
Are they
like,
down in Texas? Is that the problem? They're like,
I think they're remote. I think they're technically remote. I don't know about Harvey. I think Harvey's technically European. I think they're UK. They're
we
British.
got Europeans playing with these North Americans?
Yes. Wow. I think Harvey is British, if we dare say that.
14 weeks without me knowing that Harvey's playing from the UK, eating beans on his toast. Shit's wild.
Okay, so here's the ruling, or rather, not the ruling. It's more the self-report by
ruling.
Thieves.
The ruling.
Melania, who is the co-coach along with iRemix, or assistant coach, I think. I don't know why I said co-coach. Is going to be subbing in for Harvey because Harvey was the one that was pick banning, and Harvey's connection is not good. That being said, with 100 Thieves creating this mythos right now of just having tech issues, I'm waiting for the first Rivals LAN where 100 Thieves is on stage and we get the Unco pause. Like the verified Unco pause, Marvel Rivals Edition, courtesy of 100 Thieves. You gotta lock it in.
Are you saying Unco, the Frenchman, would slow down our production?
It's possible.
Unco,
Possible.
I've forgiven you, but ZP has not, clearly. Yeah, so we've got Nadeshot working on building them some custom PCs right now. They should be up and running. Are we really going to be running it with a coach? Because we saw Crimzo doing this a little while ago, ZP.
Yeah, and also that's dangerous if you are a starting player because
Crimzo took his spot.
as we saw Sentinels, yeah, Crimzo's just like, I may be better as a player than a coach. I'm putting myself in. Which
That's uncommon, to be fair.
Yeah,
that's quite uncommon. If it happens again, then this would be the only esport where coaches continue to take players' positions.
Wait, didn't Jake like end up playing over one of his players?
But the difference. Here's the difference though. The difference is that like Jake's not here to defend himself, but the difference is that Jake never truly retired. He was always there to play regardless. It was never truly a Jake retirement. He was just there to change the title, get a different title on the resume.
Backup hands. Here we can see the Magneto is going to be protected once again. I think it's going to be a repeat. To follow exactly what they did. The question is, what will they ban there with their fourth ban for 100 Thieves? That's where we lagged out.
So let's get it to the end here, huh? Let's take a look, rewind it, you know. Let's see where we're at. We can't save the game states right now just yet, so we have to send our way on back currently. And we're just wait, and this is where it all went wrong, right? This is where it all y'all started to see some weird stuff. So okay, so the Ultron got protected, which we got to there. Now over 100 Thieves. Remember, they are the red squad on the bottom. 100 Thieves is the red team.
Says, me too. Hope you're doing really well. Hope Avast is going to be streaming soon.
Hello, Kava Guy. Hello. Kava Guy is a regular here. Hopefully they're regular and other things that we produce as well, Kava Guy. But you know, can't put any hope out there. But right now, Invisible Woman getting banned for 100 Thieves, which to me once again points to okay, we're not only throwing chaos. Yeah, it's putting chaos and Luna Snow protected. So we're putting chaos for an Envy, not just in the strategist line, but also if they want to play flyer comps, right? If you want to play flyer or like heavy flanker comps, not having a lot of the setup strategist is really important.
Good luck. Final ban comes in. Is that a Hawkeye? I can't see from here.
I mean, it could be. Yeah, right now they're hovering Hawkeye, and this is Envy banning it away from 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because Envy was playing the Hawkeye earlier, right? So this is a lot of Envy playing that with Cal. So if they're choosing to say like, actually, you guys don't get to play Hawkeye, maybe. I mean, Hall Jalia, pretty long sight lines. There must be a particular reason for them. Maybe to the Ultron. Maybe to their Ultron that they're playing. They don't want to have Hawkeye.
I'm trying to understand these bans and protects for at least 3 more weeks. Here we go. It's Hall of Jalia on the mic for this one. You can follow him on Twitter. You can watch his OnlyFans for free. It's at TempoZP. And the one and only Avast Botoxes his forehead. Overwatch.
That's right.
That's the name.
And they'll say you have Botox, but I saw the syringes. I know about it. You know,
that was a different medicine.
That's the juice, ZP. He's getting huge, bro.
That was a very different medication.
He didn't get sold the good stuff. But okay, we're getting into it. Envy versus 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves bringing in the coach, Melania, to sub on in for Harvey, whose internet is not very reliable tonight. We'll see how that impacts 100 Thieves' performance here as they look to get a little bit of revenge against Envy.
Yeah, and obviously this will change the dynamics a bit here. So, you know, if they start getting crushed a bit, ZP, I think we can't read too much into it, but let's just hope that Melania maybe been hitting the practice range, you know, been playing the rank like crazy. And Envy, obviously with the Ultron, with a Mantis, so they're playing a kind of a triple strategist comp, right, with the Cloak and Dagger, and having Ultron kind of work as like another DPS along with a Mantis, or rather duelist. As 100 Thieves gonna use the lane to just use this Vanguard composition to swap it over to the back. A classic Hall of Jalia opener, ZP. That's what I call it. The Jalia Gambit here with the portals.
mean, you really want your portal open to go well. Okay, Cal getting caught early, just plucked out of the sky by Terra. And okay, Terra's not stopping. We talk a lot about Delena on the Hela, but how about Terra, who's also ridiculous on the Hela? 3 picks here, and this point already as good as done. You know, if you're Harvey, do you wonder, did losing the internet just cost me my job? Probably not, but you know, you do wonder sometimes.
Perhaps you are the leader you claim.
You can never know. I mean, this could be the start of another coach. I think if another coach takes another player's spot for a top like Marvel Rivals team, we have to start asking some questions. Like, is it just, are the players too dumb? Do we need smart people in these roles? Like, is this the problem here?
I didn't know where you were getting. There's multiple ways you could go with that one. I did not expect the punchline. Are the players just dumb? And then there's other coaches out here listening, like, yes. You
never know, right? I mean, maybe they shoot real good, but they don't think no good. That could be part of the problem here. And to be fair, it's been postulated by like Jake in Europe and earlier. It's like, maybe Marvel Rivals a game where it's more important about how you do synergize this. SJP getting caught there from the leap from Speedily.
Yeah, I mean, the opening was really nice for 100 Thieves, where, by the way, Vinny keeps going back and forth between, you know, a little bit of Groot, a little bit of Venom, a little bit of Groot, a little bit of Venom. Right now, a little bit more on the Venom side. 100 Thieves, though they lose an early pick off, they are right at spawn, so they're going to get right back on into it. Envy, meanwhile, they're going to drop the Solar Surge and dive on in. I'm not sure if that's a play. TTK, Meteor M, looking, decides to go close range, does not hit. Meanwhile, Kaluj, counter Meteor M, into the shield. So nothing happening there on either side. Terra, meanwhile, up in the sky, Goddess of Death, looking for pickoffs. Cal has already gotten one here on the Ultron, off the ult, and it leads the way for Envy, getting some value off the Ultron this time around. 100 Thieves, full reset.
I do kind of question here, ZB. You called out, you know, they're playing this sort of dive composition into the triple strategist, right? And it's been historically now, there's no Adam Warlock, right? So you're not going to have the Soul Bond, the live stream to kind of distribute that damage around. But it's still a triple strategist comp, which you're playing to dive in, which is always kind of hard. Now, I do think there's been, I do think this Wolverine v Wolverine could help even that out a bit. It's now Envy, still holding very, very strong, just a little bit of poke as 100 Thieves advance. I agree that they probably had to get off the Psylocke in particular. I was about to call that out, especially with there's no Emma Frost team up. As now, Terra finding the leap.
Chops down the tree. Easy, done, aided by Delena. 100 Thieves. Quick pick off, and as long as Vinny gets healed up, done bloodlessly. Sets up the clean 6-on-5, and Terra sees Speedily and says, let's go for a ride. Grabs one more, and you know, I think Speedily was trying to hit the button first there. Just didn't quite happen that way.
So now Envy backing on up here. The thing out here for Window, and this is pretty interesting too, because this is kind of like an anti-dive mechanic here. As Kalush hits 2 with a Meteor M. Oh my lord, TTK in the back, not gonna find one. And with this thing available now, so sure, there's not gonna be a team up, you don't have the Invisible Woman, but you are gonna have the damage reduction still. And even though with that nerf that happened a while ago with the embattled leap, you're gonna have that extra damage reduction. You're gonna have the ability to kind of pressure, lock down some of the divers as well. And wait, the cannonball. Speedily being held. ZP, here comes the throw.
Yeah. It's almost like Thing cradling a small child, you know, just sending your toddler to work day, you know, just, you know, shifting up the actual expectation. Oh my word, the damage in the neutral nearly takes down Kaluj. 100 Thieves, raring to go. Eternal Bond to set up the opening here. They're moving on forward. Delena takes down Speedily, not letting him get away. This is setting up for the gank. So 100 Thieves already up one. Vinny making it a little bit more. Cal trying to equalize here on the Ultron, but Envy is so far behind early in this fight. 100 Thieves even dropped the feast on top of it. So Envy right now, it's kind of a strategic retreat, trying to buy time, but turning to a not very strategic stagger.
Second point going the way here of Envy, or rather of 100 Thieves. Envy not going to have the spawns necessary to clean this up. It would be a miracle, and a miracle we're not going to see it today just yet. And you have to also think about as this goes on here, because I think the 100 Thieves swaps have been really good where, okay, you have a lot of aggression, plus you've added a ton of damage into this like kind of triple strategist composition. And if you don't have the Adam Warlock, I think I kind of feel that Adam Warlock does a little bit more than the Ultron, just from initial results of just the overall damage and like peel. So if you're going to keep playing the Ultron here for Cal, I think there needs to be a lot more happening, right? You need to see a lot more damage. You need to be getting just more value in general, because I feel like if you're going to play it, I'd rather just see an Adam Warlock right now, but maybe they're onto something that I'm not.
I tend to agree. Also, this is rough for Speedily. His passive was already hit before the fight. He goes for last stand early, actually does get one, so more value than may have expected. Meanwhile, Meteor M from Cluj looking to put it away over to the right-hand side. Not gonna connect. 100 Thieves staying alive for now, courtesy of the Luna ult. But it's still a bit of a retreat while they're waiting to get back up to full strength. And they're actually raring to go. This actually was not the worst engage, I don't think, for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves able to back up, wait for their spawn. We're gonna have 5 ults in the bank. Committing the Eternal Bond early. Along with the engagement, Vinny. That's a lot of damage too, and that's, I mean, what a find there. Really good find there. Using the last stand combined with the Eternal Bond just to clean them up. And that's a pretty efficient fight there for 100 Thieves because they hold on to 3 ults. They win it pretty quickly. They don't feed a lot to Envy. The problem is, once again, you just got to finish this point out, right, ZP? And when there's actually ults on the board, this point for Hall Jolly, the final is so hard. Terra set up in the back. A long flank going to be occurring from Delana there just to get off to the off angle.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that even if you start getting ahead, you have to deal with the fact that America can be really annoying sometimes. Captain America, as it were, with the Liberty Rush. Long delay, but in this case, Window. A little bit fisticuffs into the back line. Speedily, though, takes down Delina early on in the fight. And just like that, I mean, 100 Thieves, you got a minute and a half left. You just see the disengage already coming on in. They really don't enjoy the rest of this fight.
Leaps being used for both squads. No one going down just yet, but 100 Thieves, they want to stay in it. The Feast of the Abyss just burning Montu. And now Vinny, with the opening pick, is going to give them a chance for 100 Thieves to stay in the fight.
That is ridiculous that Vinny was able to find that, especially getting one of the strategists down. Kaluj needs this to be big. Looking for the B-ball into the backline. Enough to take down Envy with the speed lead, but it's an expensive Venom pickoff. 100 Thieves still with options here. Delina holding on to the Gods of Death. Eternal Bomb going to be popped. 100 Thieves moving on forward. Window trying to create a little bit of disruption in the backline. Looking at Delina would ideally like to force the Gods of Death. Delina, though, able to just walk away, take refuge in the Bond. Now goes to the sky is Delina. Looking for the shots. Looking. Nearly has one. Not able to find the last hit. Envy, meanwhile, gonna pop the Solar Surge. Delina, though, still able to find Month off to the side. Makes it very worthwhile. 100 Thieves back up to full strength. Envy down a key healer into the back line. And now 100 Thieves, can you get a little bit more? You're nearly at the end. You have 25 seconds. Delina still hungry. Able to find Speedily. Looking for more. Nearly has it. Up. Over. 2 more shots. All he needs. Window. Forced back. Convoy. Getting pushed forward. TTK. Dagger. No. Does not connect. Envy buying time perhaps for a last minute contest, but with Cal going down, they're running out of options.
And the 100 Thieves focus fire has been so good too, making sure to immediately shut down Cal. And with the Fate of Both World, that should be the cap. No time going to be on the bank, but it is going to be a full complete there for 100 Thieves. And the focus fire has been so strong for them, utilizing there the Terra Cape just to make sure they get the vulnerability out, instantly burst down a target. And remember, because we talked about it earlier, you see 100 Thieves, characters on the top right, those are characters they can't play Hawkeye, Loki, Ultron, or the Emma Frost. And for Envy, no Emma Frost, Luna Snow, Loki, or Invisible Woman. And I like what 100 Thieves have done here because also, if you remove the strategist here, ZP, just a bit, like, yes, Ultron brings in some of the damage reduction, brings in some of those heals over time, but not as effective at burst healing outside of the ult ZP. So when you have the Terror Cape 2 for 100 Thieves, you kind of have to deal with so much burst damage, and that's where Envy might be struggling a bit, and where, you know, Adam Warlock thrives is having, you know, the Soul Bond, right, and the live stream just immediately keep people up.
Yeah, and I do wonder at times if there's a world where, as you're kind of postulating here, that the old Adam Warlock setup is being a little bit undervalued because Ultron is new, got recently buffed right before release. Because there's a point where, like, I was talking about players when he was on the test server, and some of the coaches were just like, yeah, he's like sub-fantastic tier. That is how bad Ultron is, but obviously he got buffed up and people found a use of triple strategist comps and where it's at. But you are right to wonder if there is a little bit of a blind spot. Perhaps it's there. But either way, we're swapping sides. 100 Thieves is able to get the full completion. Not always something that happens here in this map, so if you're a fan of 100 Thieves, right now the stage may be set for things to be evened up 1-1.
So you see 100 Thieves setting up for the defense. Envy now putting a window on the Jeff. And you look at there's been a lot of Jeff changes. For those who aren't familiar, now he can do, you know, more healing, more damage with his left click in general. So he's gone away from sort of that right click damage spammer and the mobility that was in charge with his burrow, you know, just with the ability to just go on the wall, stay under the water. He put a cooldown timer on that. So a lot more focus on doing a little bit more direct damage at times as Cal finds Terra.
Yeah, early pickoff and looking pretty good for Envy here so far. And yeah, you have Jeff, easy way to sum it up. Less bubbles, more stream is basically where we're at. And oh, adds to a little bit of the focus fire there. And 100 Thieves just completely falling apart. Nothing flashy about it, just good focus fire from Envy.
So now Envy getting the first cap off some very crucial picks. And this is a pretty interesting setup just in general because they're playing a solo Vanguard, right? They don't have Groot. They don't have another Vanguard to tank some of that damage there. They're kind of having just, okay, Window, do consistent damage, do a lot of healing, especially with the changes to the ult, where now if you actually get your teammates, you're able to heal them while Jeff is having you do a lot of decent amount of healing on top of that.
Speaking of ults, Sharknado, it might be
available.
Here comes the Omega Hurricane. Jeff, are you hungry?
It's happening.
Jeff, are you coming in here? Here we go, Sharknado. Taking down one here so far, rolling up and over. Jeff, real hungry boy, takes down 2 before it's all said and done, as officially our first Sharknado here in North America.
Sharknado does just do a lot of damage there. So for 100 Thieves, burn through. Millennia just didn't have the Fate of the World just yet, which probably would have kept them up. And now Envy get to continue the progress. And this is a really good spot also to have the Ultron to be playing up on these high grounds, playing the angles, letting just get the drone, the patch onto Cal, so you can get that constant healing. As 100 Thieves are going to make it back on out here. And likely Envy just going to look to pop the rage here for the Ultron. Just pop that ult just to pump a ton of damage here into the choke.
Meteor M coming out early here from Envy as they look for stabilization. Kaluj looking through the sight lines again. Next mid-air. The mid-air B-ball from Kaluj is just out of control here today. And with those 2 pickoffs, that is more than enough for Envy to get a little bit of space here on this attack.
And sure, they might have struggled on the defense, but the attack has been great for them so far. This solo Vanguard setup, especially when you play into a Wolverine too, and it forces a lot of these swaps. It's like, okay, you don't have to even worry about that. As Terra gone over to the Punisher, Delina here in the Storm, so they get some of that extra damage. They have a flyer to contest their flyers, along with some of the changes to Punisher, to where I think you're doing even more laser focused damage now. You're more accurate. You can maybe beam down those flankers a bit better for 100 Thieves.
Well, they need something because defending last for 5 minutes is not easy. Even this point, which has a pretty big defender's advantage, not easy at all. But here we go. Jeff Nado one more time. Jeff, get on in there. It's dinner time. Walks over. Another 2 here for Speedily. Here with Window. Just devouring the competition. 100 Thieves. No answer to the Jeff Nado.
Now, they are keeping this fight going for quite some time, but unfortunately, just with the heals from the Ultron, just unable to take down Speedily. And with the bonus health, too, that comes from the Jeff Nado. So now, Envy continues to push the point. 100 Thieves, though, because of that fight, buys a little bit of time. They're going to have some bank coming up here. And really, with just the Rage Ultron coming up here for Envy, plus, I mean, maybe a Meteor M. I mean, honestly, they have a lot. They have a lot in the bank. There isn't a lot of cope that can be had. 100 Thieves, they just need to have something happen.
Narrow taking down Terra early, and it's just not getting any better here for the Thieves. Envy keeping this train rolling on, courtesy of the bombardment in from Ultron, in over the top. It is devastation, decimation, as Envy, 3 minutes and 51 seconds. That is one of the quickest attacks we have ever seen here on the Hall.
And now, I mean, with a minute in the bank for 100 Thieves, it's technically doable, right? You could lose, but with 5 minutes in the bank, it's going to be such a hard task for 100 Thieves. I mean, they have some options. They have a little bit of flexibility. You get that minute back. But Envy, they know they have an incredible amount of time. And just look at the scoreboard here. I mean, look at this. 11 final limbs for Delina, too. So Delina, you know, really popping off a bit more here on this map.
I got one question, the Puckett. Are you not entertained? Sharknado.
Oh, I'm loving the Sharknado. A little underwhelmed. You know, I was hoping for like a 4-man, 5-man. We'll take 2.
All right. You know, harsh but fair there, Vest. But, you know, I saw it here as like, you know, it's going to happen. And so far, hasn't disappointed. But, you know, now that for Puckett's sake, I can kind of get on board that where's the truly big Sharknado.
What's going on?
Maybe one day the magnitude 5.0 Jeff Nado hits. You just hear it coming from the you know, you're on the Gulf Coast and you just hear that da, 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 da. Like, wouldn't that be scary? That would be terrifying. Honestly, you hear that rolling in.
That impression was not that at all. I was not expecting that.
I could be Jeff. I could be Jeff.
Well, you know, the standards for casting continue to change over time. At some point, they may
do the voice acting.
Yeah. That you just do an entire round, but cast as Jeff.
It's very possible. We could see that happen. No, And right now, though, no swaps for Envy. They've kept the same composition. 100 Thieves, they were putting Terra on to the Star-Lord. And with some of the changes to Star-Lord, I think he's become even stronger, especially with the Galactic Legend. You just have less fall-off. You do more damage. So you do have to be a little worried here for Envy because they're not playing multiple Vanguards, right? So they don't have a lot of options to mitigate the Star-Lord pressure here, ZP. So I think this is a really smart swap for 100 Thieves just on their offense to try to make something happen.
100 Thieves, I think it was really smart not to use the portal for entry, and I think they're saving it for recontest in case this turns out to be a longer fight. I think that's the right move when you talk first attack here in extra rounds low time, but you lose Terra, and Terra, by first one being down, maybe first one to swap to Doctor Strange to get this portal going, because it is not going well for 100 Thieves right now. Delina and Vinny, super low, narrow. Cal, cleaning up. Wait, there's no Strange swap even from Terra. Terra probably should have swapped to Strange, no?
I mean, it looks like they're just going to say that is Jover. And I do think that, okay, good capture progress for the minute. That's where the Ultron really paid a lot of dividends too, because there's just so many off angles you can play by having that extra flyer, and you're also pretty survivable because you're giving yourself with the firewall, you're getting the bonus health to yourself. You can use the drone to get even more healing. You're doing a ton of healing and a decent amount of damage. But really, losing Terra to Cal, I mean, that's something that, like, just think about that. You're a flyer, you went down to a melee unit, you know? Like, you're up in the air, Cal's flying through, somehow finds you. I mean, that's such a good find there from Cal, who's also been just, we talk so much about Speedly, but Cal also just with the flexibility has been very good for Envy. Just an excellent overall player throughout their lifetime here. And 100 Thieves, they have a win condition though, ZP. I mean, 52%, it's a very, very narrow chance of victory, but there is a chance of victory.
Okay. Hold. On the upside, as Puckett says, hold. You do get 4-minute holds on first from time to time. The problem is it's not a full point to defend. It is only 52%, and it is a 5-minute hold as opposed to a 4-minute hold, which if you were to calculate that by Jeff Natos, that means you need enough protection to survive 3 Jeff Natos in all likelihood.
There's a lot of Jeff Natos.
Jeff Nato might be, I mean, the PTSD that could occur from a girthy Jeff Nato. Really tough is okay. I don't know why. I looked towards you know what, that doesn't matter. I was just looking towards the production chat and I saw something quite interesting. But I'm gonna go move on here as Envy looking to set up their offense. Just gonna be poking with 100 Thieves with Terra going over to the Namor. You also have the Hulk, right? Because we're like, okay, we need some extra bubbles potentially. You also have the team up there with the Namor, obviously the Gamma Squids, which have been buffed a bit.
Who is Shark Candy, and why do they need a vest?
I'm just gonna read that one aloud, huh?
Why you gotta do this in the middle?
Read that one aloud.
But honestly, though, I mean, Avast should look into that. It seems like a pressing matter.
I should look into that. Yeah.
Shark Candy, welcome to the stream. We got his number for you backstage.
Envy, meanwhile, tried to make the most of this first attack. They got plenty of time. Time is on their side. Cal, though, may about to get fried here by the Lord of the Sea. However, calls for the team up here. 2-on-1. It's looking rough here for Terra. Nowhere to go. The old dirty team up in the back line. Terra gone. 100 Thieves. Not really looking much better here for Delina. Envy looking to make it here a 6-on-5. As Terra goes to the emergency Spider-Man, that's how you know it's getting desperate. Call him Peter Parker. Meanwhile, here we go.
Jeff Nato.
Hurricane Jeff.
Yeah.
One more time. You hungry? Walking up, over, around, cleaning up what remains of the defenders here.
That was a proper
Thieves.
Jeff Nato. That was a good Jeff Nato, ZP. Well-deserved win.
Well, all in all, we saw the Jeff Nato. Not only was it effective, it was unstoppable relative to what 100 Thieves was running, and Envy puts him up 2-0 in the series, where overall we've been looking at the top of NA as, which is better between Envy and 100 Thieves, and Envy right now making the argument that they are the ones alone at the top of the mountain right now.
Yeah, Envy.
Go ahead, Avast.
I was just gonna say it's also helpful for Envy that they're playing against a coach for 100 Thieves. It's not the full roster technically, so it is maybe skewed, but Envy looking pretty heads and shoulders above.
Yeah, they know what they're doing on attack, especially clean first picks, and then they just overwhelmed. Strong use of the ultimate combination to finish the game, and Envy now in the driver's seat, one map away for making it 3 straight wins over 100 Thieves on a Fight Night production. Pretty crazy stuff. We are 46 followers away, and we are 11 subs away of our sub goal. Help us get to 250 tonight. And Hex is going to buy our observers not only dinner, but he might feed them breakfast tomorrow. Also, Solomon said if we can get to 2,000 concurrents, he will shave his head. We are at 1,500. So if you guys just call 500 of your friends, our producer will be more bald than he currently is, Avast.
Yeah, I mean, and he's so bald right now. So if you got any balder, it'd just be skull there that you're going to be seeing overall. I mean, going to be looking like red skull in general. Hopefully without the
Solomon,
same...
are you bald? I've never met you in person.
No, Solomon's not bald. Not bald. No, I'm gaslighting. I'm just gaslighting.
Also, Puckett, you're playing a dangerous game. You realize Solomon is one that will put casters in the washing machine. Like, you will literally start rotating in your camera.
That's true.
He wields unholy powers, and you have just challenged him to a fight that you cannot win, by the way.
What do you got, Solomon?
Well, okay, Puckett's gone. He's gone. They've removed him. They've sent him off. They took him off, and I do think for Puckett, you don't want to mess with Solomon, okay? You don't.
He wins.
Solomon has the ability to bend magic and bend reality itself like Wanda, okay? We've heard of Wanda vision, we can have Solomon vision, but it is, I mean, you'd have like a British tinge. I don't know what, in Mexico they always do for like Breaking Bad, they put like the sepia like tone, you know, but like what's the British tone for like looking
probably
at the sky?
Blue. Like it's raining
Adult
there all
blue?
the time. And, like the weather, if you talk with any British person, it's just like, oh, the weather is so bad. And then you go there and you're like, oh man, the weather is pretty bad.
And then it's like, okay.
It's all the time. Let's take a look at some of the highlights because it started pretty fun for Terra and crew. The defense not able to handle the attack from 100 Thieves early. But then Envy found their form on their own attack. And I go back to this. Is the Hella the way to go for 100 Thieves in Game 3? You are 0 for 2 at the start here.
I mean, I think the Hella was good for Delina. I mean, it's historically been Delina's best hero. I don't think the Hella was necessarily a problem, especially when you're playing into multiple flyers, right? When you're into the Ultron. It's the issue there is just like they just couldn't find picks. I think they're playing this Venom composition into a triple strategist that, you know, it definitely seemed to not, I think, work for them in terms of just denying the value. Overall for 100 Thieves, it might just be the coach is in, right? The coach is in. They're not just looking as strong as because I don't think this is a composition problem for 100 Thieves right now. I do think this is an issue of they're just not getting the picks. They're not finishing these limbs fast enough.
Shout out to Wolf in the chat spamming the Envy logo and some Tasmogasms. And we got some big donos coming in from Dozu888. Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. 239 official subs on twitch.tv/rivals fight night. Help us break numbers, set records, and pay the people who put on the production. It's been a fun ride. Envy saying there might just be one last stop. We are looking at another 3-0 in a night of 3-0s. ZP, is this the game that Harvey's internet comes back online? The team re-ups and comes back with a dub?
Well, so far I've heard nothing about Harvey's internet, so the answer to that may be no. I think for 100 Thieves, I just wonder how you even approach the ban protect here. And we'll kind of tell if they got shaken by the Jeff, if Jeff is at all involved in the bans, which to me is such a huge win from Envy that you play something off the wall and you actually make 100 Thieves adapt midway through and go like, oh, we don't want any of that Jeff smoke. Not anymore.
Why are they prioritizing this Emma Frost instead of the Magneto ban out of the gates? I feel like if I've learned anything, I don't want Kaluge on Magneto picking me out of the sky.
I mean, it could be that they just don't. I mean, Emma Frost, you still have the team up, obviously, with Psylocke, though, has been nerfed. So maybe you don't want to have to play Psylocke in general, like for both these squads. Just remove Emma. I mean, other than that, I don't think there's another team up that you have to be worried about. There's no other synergies that are so strong for Emma currently that I might be aware of. So it's really just the Psylocke. Also, you do get the Magneto team up on top of that. So maybe they're just like, yeah, let's remove this entirely. Let's just perma remove the Emma Frost. Don't worry about that team up in general. We're not going to see Psylocke played. We're probably, you know, Magneto, even though he's going to be played, won't be as strong. Maybe I'm missing something there, but that's the only thing I can really think of from what I've seen at the top level so far.
Okay. We have seen Envy go with the Ultron ban the first 2 games. They're going to do the same here in game number 300 Thieves. It's your turn. What do you see, ZP?
Right now, for 100 Thieves, it may be more the same. I'm not entirely sure they're going to change things up too much right now, and it's appearing to be the case, although they do decide, okay, we don't want to deal with Ultron under any circumstances. I do wonder, though, do you throw in a Jeff ban here? The problem is that Luna's too good of a ban to throw in when you know Luna's going to get played no matter what. So the problem right now with this current ban system is that because you're so hamstrung to ban for power, your ability to adapt to like tricky things the other team may put in as a curveball, like say the Jeff Storm, is actually way less than it was in the previous ban system.
I'm like, just take care of the Storm and Jeff ain't a threat, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you won't get the team up, but then you have to ban Storm, right, Bucket? So I think, and then you have to worry about the other flyers.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. What is the counter to Storm? Someone said Punisher earlier in the chat. I thought it was just straight up Iron Man, but he was getting fried out of the sky by her.
I mean, typically it's been Hela. Typically it's been Hela, or you run over the Vanguards. Like, Hela's historically been the best. There has been the Punisher buffs to where he is a lot stronger now, just in general, and it's more accurate. I mean, also, I just think in general, typically, when you're playing flyer v flyer, Storm has been like a pretty good, unless you have like the faster flyer, which is, you know, Iron Man, Human Torch. Human Torch obviously been nerfed too. So that might be part of the reason why we're seeing Storm get even more playtime than we saw before, especially since Hela now has to fight for some of the spots with some of the other duelist line.
There we go. 100 Thieves. Are they able to play Groot, or is Envy able to play Groot, Avast?
So looking at that, that would be, it looks like Envy can play some Groot. Envy will be playing a little bit of Groot coming up, because you see, as with the swapped ups on the right side now in that final banner, that means 100 Thieves can't play Groot.
That's why he's one of the best, ladies and gentlemen. It's Avast. It's ZP. It's the final game of the night. I'm calling it now. 100 Thieves. Wake up, or we're going home early.
Well, the Bros of domination here at Vast, so we're going to get that answer real soon. It's either going to be, yep, we got a map 4, or blink and you miss Envy taking the throne one more time. Yeah, I mean, all in all, impressive performance from Envy here tonight. Also, though, we will find out one way or another if Harvey is back in or not, and the answer is no. Harvey is not back in the Vast.
No, Harvey is not in. Hey, I did get the Shark Candy follow, though. Can you believe that?
Okay.
Big day for me.
Well, they did say they needed you. You specifically. They did need me. They didn't need Puck.
And I need your following. And
Shark
I need your
Candy
following.
with the follow. And if you have a Prime sub, you too could support this channel while taking money away from the corporate giant that gives us a fantastic platform to reach new fans.
So true, so true. I love giving nothing back to the platform and keeping it all for ourselves. That's what it's all about here. We're bypassing all the server costs too. We're actually amping up the server costs for Twitch. We're saying, yes, Twitch, we're going to cost you even more.
However, we're in here into the first fight. 100 Thieves, desperate to turn back the tide. Envy, though, looking way better than usual. Look at 100 Thieves, just half HP across the board. Envy, meanwhile, completely healthy as this Iron Man play, relentless from Speedily. Nearly getting the final pick, but look at 100 Thieves here, Vast. They're so ridiculously low. No one's fallen here just yet, but finally the dam breaks, and it is a rush of damage in here from Envy.
And it's just, again, like, the Envy play is so perfect right now. They're just splitting up 100 Thieves. They're splitting up those picks. They're using the wall so effectively because they're going to have a Groot. 100 Thieves will not. And they're just letting Speedily be relatively uncontested. I think Cal's Wolverine, I mean, just been so strong currently. Because typically you're like, oh, playing into Vanguards, you're chopping them through. But Cal should be finding picks even on the squishies there with the leap. And okay, a little bit of interesting things happening there in the back. Cal getting caught again there. That time by Vinny just locking down the movement.
You know, the game works in interesting ways sometimes. And Maltera doing a little bit of flight off into the backhand. 100 Thieves looking to take advantage here of Envy. Run into some little bit of bad luck in the back. Up one here so far. Delina looking to burn things down here on the Iron Man. Terra, meanwhile, last stand chops up the tree. And 100 Thieves now, momentum on their side. Look at it, stagger after stagger as they bring their march right back over onto the point.
Terra goes down. I mean, the flip still hasn't happened just yet. Still a bit of a fight to go. Is Speedily also going to get the pick of Delina. So now Envy, they have the damage here that they need on the point. TTK up. They do have the Meteor M alongside Vinny, but I mean, they just don't have the damage. Oh, and the clobbering time interrupted. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. That is the rough life of Ben Grimm. Man, oh, man. The script for RFN may have it in for him as much as the comics do, because that is brutal. It was not clobbering time. did not check his watch properly. And instead, Envy, they don't give up the point at all.
Oh no,
There we go.
they can. Okay, 2 Wolverines off the map. Cal just making sure you're not getting to point. So Envy here, holding point strong. 100 Thieves going to look through the retest. They still have some time, so Cal just doing that for some aura gain, ZP. A little bit of aura gain. Zelina looking for the touch more than likely.
All right, 100 Thieves running out of time here on the round. Last chance to recontest. CTK getting hit by Wolverine in the back. Are you going to live the Meteor M? You do. Up in the air goes to top tier kid. Looking, connects through the top of the shield. Threads it in for 2 when 100 Thieves need it most.
The actual backboard there. I mean, that's why fundamentals are so important. That's what my coach always told me. You got to use the backboard because you just snuck it through the bulwark there for Kalush. So they're really big find for TTK. They get the touch. Saves the bubble as well, saves that bulwark for himself once the leap happens. So there's still a chance for 100 Thieves. I mean, about to be 5 volts in the bank. Envy now looking for the recontest. And we're playing, you know, this near mirror, obviously, with Month being on the Loki versus the Invisible Woman. I do look at this and I say, okay, 100 Thieves, I feel like your flyers should be getting a little bit more value, right? You have the Guardian Shields, you have a Force Physics to push you in pretty good positions to set up. 100 Thieves should be pretty good for the hold.
We'll see. We got the Pulse Cannon here off the clobbering time, and it's good. Takes down another 2. Well-executed combo by 100 Thieves. However, you know what's not good for 100 Thieves right now? These are quick fights. They still have a long way to go. Like, Envy still gets 2 more attempts, basically.
Yeah, I mean, they traded 1 ult for 2, right? So, not, I guess to be fair, Speedily also committed a Pulse Cannon, so not the end of the world. So the bank could still be okay if they get the Meteor M up available. They really just need to be worried about the Strangling Prison, right? Strangling Prison could kind of ruin them here. So SJP going to be looking for the Eternal Bond, trying to just mitigate some of the value. Terra looking for an early leap. Maybe they can find a pick, but the Wolverines, they're dueling on the flank. Cal goes down.
Yeah, Cal's down early. Now Window, even more pressure to land a good Strangling Prison, but you're down 2. You got to hold it. You do not want to throw it into this fight anymore. As Terra comes alive, gets a pick off early on. TTK gonna have Meteor M for the next fight, and hold the phone here, Vast. 100 Thieves, they're alive.
They are alive. There is still gonna be a last chance recontest. It is gonna go, yeah, Speedily going to the Doctor Strange, looking for the portal. 3 ults on board here, and still no strategist ults for 100 Thieves. They have to be so aware of Window Strangling Prison right now. Portal gonna happen. They make it on in.
Here we go. TTK, you did it once before. Can you do it again? Meteor M over, enough to take down Kluge. A really nice pick here for the Thieves. Delina, Pulse Cannon gets it. Month down. And just when you think they're gone, they're back, baby. 100 Thieves. As Window throws the Strangling Prison into a completely lost fight. Save that for next round.
Well, says I'm gonna build a new one. I'm gonna make a new Strangling Prison. And this throwaway culture of RZP, you know, it's the planned obsolescence of the ult. It's just gone out of style. So now, with 100 Thieves taking the first fight, and I honestly do just think that it was a really good matchup there for the Invisible Woman, just making sure that Delana gets to stay in the fight long term. Good finds there from Terra, from TTK. I mean, really with the hero play, keeps them in. So Envy potentially now could lose their first map. And I think there's sort of like big ups to Melania, who's been the sub here for Harvey, right? As a coach coming in, playing pretty well. And if they take a map off Envy, I mean, that's a pretty big win. That's at least an ego boost.
Yeah. I mean, look, no one wants to be swept. However, you know, the dark side here from Envy, which I didn't think possible given how done 100 Thieves looked the last 2 maps. You know, if 100 Thieves takes this map and then they were to take another map, I remix reverse sweep, this time directed at Envy, like a tactical missile ready to explode. I don't think it's going to happen, but it is a possibility. The possibility is not zero, Avast.
Definitely not. As the Storm back out here for Speedily again. Cal going to the Punisher. Vinny does hold on to the clobbering time, like we talked about a bit, so there's a chance for a very early fight for 100 Thieves, just trying to just win it as soon as the point unlocks. Neither one of these teams want to take the fight before the mission area unlocks here at that point, because what's the point of winning if you can't even cap?
You know, this first round can go a while, on this stage in particular, as Envy, both teams decide we need a little bit of support. You got Invisible Boundary versus Eternal Bond. Speedily, Mega Hurricane good to go, and gets stunned out of it! The clobbering time, enough to quell a storm. Can't get it going, is Speedily. And 100 Thieves off a very well-timed ult from Vinny. They're going to get first control here at best.
Man, just have the pulse cannon just to clean it up as well. And they're going to get a late stagger on Nero. So 100 Thieves, big fight win. They made sure they knew they had the advantages. Just like, let's go fast, let's go early. As soon as the point unlocks, we can win that fight, and they do. Can hold on to the Eternal Bond for SAP, close to the Meteor M. And now this is a very hard recontest, ZP. I mean, we've seen this many times on Hell's Heaven. It's just no matter the point, it's hard. It's very hard to get back into it. Now, they don't have a group they have to contend with. They don't have to worry about the walls. The Thornlash walls just like blocking them off, dealing damage. But not going to be easy. With Final Judgment for Cal, though, they could maybe just set him off on the flank. But they need to wait to force the Eternal Bond.
All right, Kaluj. Stunned here at the beginning. Cal, though, brings out the heavy weaponry. Final and is gone.
Oh.
It's just gone. The punish was special. You're not super mobile, and you need protection. Protection was not had as 100 Thieves immediately stop Cal in his tracks.
And the thing is, he's even more mobile than he used to be, right? There's some speed buffs. They got some leg buffs there to the quads to where you can run a bit faster, but just not enough. SAP didn't even have to pop an Eternal Bond there, right? So they hold on the strategy ult, trading it for the Duelist. So that's big. The walls gonna just to be like, actually, we're just gonna move on over here. We're just gonna scooch on through for a second, waste some more of your time. Waste this time, 2K25.
Mega Hurricane in here from Speedily. And there's a Jeff. He's hungry. It's already taken down 2. Jeff eating at the buffet over and over again. 100 Thieves, still no answer for the Jeff NATO.
I mean, that's 5 for Speedily and 4 for the Jeff NATO. And it's so powerful. There's so much, I mean, you feel the power of it. Just, even if you're on a different monitor, you have the stream on your second monitor. When you feel the Jeff NATO, I bet there's full body chills. That just comes through you there for a second. It's like, wait a minute, do you hear that? Do you feel that? It says I have 6 players were caught up in a Jeff.
You just get the feeling like you turned on the sci-fi channel in the the 2010s. Is what happened there. But Kalush taking down Terra here early in the neutral. 100 Thieves losing a little bit of steam here. However, Cal getting picked off a little bit later. Still something 100 Thieves can mess with, poke back and forth, do a little bit of ult building as TTK. As the Meteor M good to go. Needs to be healed up before he really goes for the attempt. But the Vanguards are 100 Thieves. They're good to go. Vinny already deep on in. Terra into the back line. Looking for something here. Envy backing out. Solar Surgeons was popped. And now you gotta look here, the TTK. However, another Jeff NATO is already built. Just about. Mega Hurricane coming out. Clobbering time used. Here comes the maximum pulse in from Delina. No, goes down the Cal instead. Final judgment time. And here comes Jeff. The hungry boy over one more time, dancing around, devours 2, and now Envy, 1 fight away from taking the crown back.
And just really tough there because Delina doesn't get anything from the pulse cannon there. When you trade out those ults, when you trade out the clobbering time, you're hoping to find one before just region domain or any of the ults, and you don't. So now Envy still holding the point here. Final fight for 100 Thieves. They have gone to the Strange here for a potential portal option if TTK has made that swap. They could try to make it in, but they have nothing in the bank here into the Meteor M, right? So it's just the Meteor M. There's a chance, pretty relatively easy to block. Not the easiest ult to get value out of here for Envy. The 100 Thieves are just gonna walk on in. Envy playing this a little bit poke right now, just trying to build us ults of their own.
They have to avoid the Meteor M. I mean, right now they're very drained, and okay, massive 2 picks in the neutral before the Meteor M even comes in, takes down Terra. But that might not be enough for Envy to turn the tide here. 100 Thieves looking real good. Soon to have double strategist ult in turn. Delina, do you just let this go? You do. You like what you see. You drop the pulse into the back line and hit nothing but regeneration domain. Still,
they're not finding picks out of it. ZP, they're not finding any picks. But Cal and Speedily are going to be back soon. They have the speed boost there from the Goddess boost as well. There's going to be a Jeff NATO. Jeff NATO is going to be arriving soon. There are going to be strategy ults for 100 Thieves though, so they should be able to live through it.
Well, guess what? Here we go. Jeff NATO doesn't give you the win. Here comes Jeff. Gobble him on up. Comes Envy. 1 down. Make it.
Wait, it interrupted. It interrupted the Eye of Akamoto, I think. Did that interrupt the Eye of Akamoto? No, I'm pretty sure it did. I did see a stun go out, but I'm almost certain that interrupted the Eye of Akamoto with the eat. I mean, come on. Come on.
Oh. Envy off the play of one real hungry shark. They are just about there, Avast, just about there.
Who do you give credit to in that scenario? Is it the Storm or is it the Jeff?
Well, I think the question is more so, who do you give credit to when the Power Rangers do a team up and get in the Megazord?
Definitely the Bluefoot.
The Bluefoot? Okay.
I think you just pick your favorite. You just pick your favorite and roll with it at that point.
It's a great call.
Man, oh man. This comes down to a final round here, Avast. And Envy, they're not messing around. They're just going to open up here. Full Jeff NATO once more. And so far, it has had a 100% success rate. 100 Thieves have yet to stop it. Ever. Across 2 maps.
I mean, how can you stop such a force of nature, you know? And the thing is, there is a chance there. I mean, they had the invisible boundary, but unfortunately, like, Millennia just a little slow. Delina goes down, and then they lose an ult to it as well. It's actually 100 Thieves with CTK on Doctor Strange. Gonna do the portal strat here, get to the top, play for this high ground a little early. Already, oh my, the cleave damage, the AoE here.
That's also your cloak.
Yeah.
We'll be back. We have time to get the portal. Like, that could be a saving grace.
That's true, but I mean, you're gonna have to walk through the portal to the rest of the team. Yeah, the portal's gone now, so
they didn't make it.
Not gonna happen.
So, Envy hasn't gotten the point here yet, though. 100 Thieves, can you step on it? They decide no. That's a big firm, not gonna do it. Terra now, also for this round, onto the Punisher. Final Judgment soon to be out. Likely gonna be answered immediately by Meteor M. It's actually quite dangerous to use it when Meteor M is still available, and Terra decides to use it, and Meteor M comes out. Is Terra gonna live? Right now, looking, takes down speedily. Gets the support he needs here with the Final Judgment. Burns him on down. Effective, and okay, did Delina have to pulse cannon there, Vast?
I mean, that's just clearing out. That's just clearing out the corner, you know, doing some extra corner checks there. But yeah, definitely maybe a slight waste. I mean, also our first Final Judgment of limbs that we've seen so far, because we haven't had to see any come out. And now 100 Thieves just going to hold here on the point. Okay. Well, the Meteor M, they're getting close to the Eye of Agamotto, but the Jeff Nettle again ZP, and there's no Eternal Bond yet. There's still no Eternal Bond
here. Okay, here comes Storm. Here comes Jeff. Into the
when they lose Meteor M, they lose Meteor M to the Jeff NATO.
Well, okay, Terra's still able to get 3 during that. It's actually not the cleanest team wipe.
That's an Eye and a Meteor M denied by the Jeff NATO. These Vanguards are getting bullied.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said it very Valley Girl-esque there. You're being like...
Straight up bullied, ZP. There's no question.
I got no response to it, honestly.
No, you have to just admit it.
A shark in a tornado. Just crush repeatedly.
Well, the Eternal Bond used for the engage here, ZP, so they're able to make it out of the choke at least. That Pulse Cannon is available. Oh, never mind. Pulse Cannon is not available. You're just going to get gunned down, actually. Never mind.
You know, I've kind of realized that we've gone back to 2016. It's actually Beyblade meta. It's back.
It is kind of, it does feel that way a bit. I mean, I do think because also with the Jeff and Storm are both really good at building ult very, very fast because you're getting this AoE damage from them both. And Window, with the new changes to Jeff, his primary fire is not only healing all of his teammates and getting, you know, buff, but it's also hitting enemies, right? So you're doing just like double the ult charge build to a degree. So you're building it really, really quick.
Is this back-to-back team fights?
It is. Both teams have one round. If Envy wins this round, the championship will be theirs.
Oh, it's done. They got the Jeff NATO, baby.
Do they know? Do they know about Jeff NATO? Do they know? They have an invisible boundary. Invisible boundary still available here for 100 Thieves. Millennia just has to pop this in time.
Wait, there's so much 6-man Jeff. Here we go.
They give a point.
Omega Hurricane out here. Cal's already taken down one. Jeff, get in there.
There he is.
Here we go. Jeff's up and over. Invisible boundary is dropped. And it does force him back. Invisible boundary works to stop the Jeff NATO from getting value this time around. 100 Thieves, though, back against the wall. Terra, Vinny, both down. Envy looking for the flip, looking for the win. TTK under pressure, so far away from getting Eye of Agamotto. Buying time here on the point, but how long can you buy this here? TTK forced off. Control.
He gets out.
Be flipping over there.
Envy. No.
Take down 100 Thieves and take back the throne. Your champions here at Rivals Fight Night once more.
I thought they had the plan, ZP. I'm like, okay, TTK lives. They're close to Eternal Bond. Maybe they can have a touch. But no, TTK just leaves, and then the point flips. So I don't think there was a plan. It was just like, I got to get out of here. I got to skedaddle. And it is going to be the 3-0 here for Envy. And I think overall, this was a great showing from Envy. They looked really good in the new meta. 100 Thieves struggled a bit, but also there were some extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, you're missing one of your backline mains, right? A star player or a starting lineup player was missing in the second half of this matchup. I think when you see them in full force, Envy probably still has the edge. They're looking real clean on that first domination when it was a fair fight.
Not only that, but I feel like they're just looking ahead of the meta. They were playing things that seemed to just make more sense. Obviously, the most notable being the Jeff NATO, where, look, from what we saw, there was only maybe one time where it didn't completely clean up a team fight. I don't know how much of that was Envy just knowing it's super good, and how much of it being 100 Thieves doesn't know how to play against it, but it looked real effective. And obviously, it is new to the patch, and I feel like Envy, from the first match into here, they just had the Scrim Bucks really down pat. Like, they knew what they were doing.
If I play Envy on Domination, I should expect Storm, I feel like. I thought that Punisher, according to the chat, was the counter to Storm. You couldn't shut him down. And Terra's one of the best in the game. At any character with hit scan or similar fire mechanics. So I feel for what was happening to 100 Thieves in that one. The aerial assault is so strong right now. Storm is a monster. We didn't see a whole lot of Ultron. He was looking ferocious when in the games. Iron Man having an impact. The new meta is here. Avast, who's your MVP though on day number 1 of it?
Well, if you could guess which Power Ranger is my favorite in the Megazord, it would be this one. It would be this particular Power Ranger. It's going to be Speedily. Speedily there, I do think doing some big numbers in general. And we talked a lot about the counters, like what's the counter to the Storm, right? And realistically, even with the buffs to Punisher, you need that burst damage, and Speedily, since they weren't being contested, just getting constant value. And there's the eat. Oh, it was. Yeah, I was seeing. So the Eye of Agamotto did go off, but it only caught one. Interesting. Very interesting. So I do think for Speedily, though, this guy is just a beast, CP, and I know you're going to talk more about it.
I know, I was just going to say, imagine you're Doctor Strange. You spend all this time mastering the mystic arts, and you just get sent to the afterlife by a big old shark in a tornado. Doesn't feel right, really.
No, it doesn't.
The chat's saying, I can't wait to watch this cheese the rest of the season. Guys, keep in mind, fans and protects are here. You can stop this in the future if you think it is that big enough of a threat. I'm excited. I feel like we've got a whole new wave, and you're going to see kind of the ceiling lifted for all of our duelists. It was kind of the same thing from 1.5 into Season 2. Now you got to be able to master the skies as well. Top performer on Envy, Speedily, tonight when it comes to the numbers. Anyone else you guys want to show some love to?
I mean, pretty obvious for me as well. I think Window on the Jeff did a really good job making the swap. 100 Thieves, I think they struggled a bit, but you got to give some love to Malini as a coach coming on in. And TDK, I think, putting up a really good performance. Definitely a bit of adjustment period for them, because I feel like, for me, it's just them figuring out what works for them, right? Even though they had a coach sub, even before that, they were struggling just a tad to make it work overall. So yeah, this had to be some sort of weird. I'm just getting caught up by this glitch of, like, I don't know if it was a glitch or if it was just like the way the animation works, but the Eye of Agamotto going off and then getting swallowed and not catching anyone else. I'm like, maybe the other people were shielded. This is a very interesting moment.
He dropped down into it, which is what I think is the delayed trigger. Everyone else is scooped up. He drops down, hits that first person, and then before he reaches everyone else, he's in the NATO. I saw the replay because I have 4 different streams up because we are live across YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and our personal Twitters. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Congratulations to Team Envy. 6-0 in map count to earn your Week 14 title. You had Team 1 put on a show early against Blood Kariudo, but it was Brr Brr Patapim challenging VP as the best squad in Europe. Where are we at right now globally, ZP?
Well, right now, I think when it comes to North America, you got to say Envy #1. I think when it comes to Europe, Europe has never been closer. And also across the various Fight Night shows right now, it's been a week of change. The defending champion is out in every single region and game right now. So you love
Deadlock
to see
and Rivals. That's crazy.
Yes. All the champions are just out this week. Being on top, actually not a good week for that, because the challengers have been hungry, and none hungrier than perhaps a Jeff NATO, as it turns out.
Avast, I'm off for 2 weeks. I'm going to be streaming some Rivals. What are you up to?
Well, I mean, technically I'm in Toronto right now, hanging out, and there's going to be an event for Valorant that's not related to Marvel Rivals in any capacity, but
it's all good.
I'm sure we're going to have something cooking potentially. You never know what Marvel Rivals for us on Rivals Fight Night are going to be cooking up, so maybe we're going to be on that.
All right, and of course, we got Nettie stepping in with the Ignite series. That'll be coming up on Thursdays. Hopefully, we will see you every week, and we will see you for the first NAEU LAN on a boat somewhere in the Bahamas. I'm making it happen. Let's manifest it together, chat. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you for tuning in. We will see you every Thursday across all of the platforms. Drop the sub. I dare you to do it. What do you got for me, Solomon? Yeah, it's going to be a great time. CP, we'll keep everyone updated across all of our social medias.
Yeah, that is
Much
correct.
love, everybody.